It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Adam, friended forever. Hello, Adam.
All three names. Adam Friended Forever. I never go by Friended Forever anymore, but
Well, what do you want me to call? What should I call you?
Adam, I like it. Go
forever?
ahead. No, let's not go there.
Adam
TDS
Sidekick
Sitch.
forever.
TDS Sitch. I know your weakness. I know your weakness now.
What's my weakness? Stickers?
TDS Sitch right now. Let's talk about your TDS.
So I have to apologize. I made a huge mistake last stream. Okay.
What,
Nobody ever says that PSA Sitch does not admit when he's wrong. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What'd you fuck up on? I never fuck up.
I
I'm
forgot
perfect.
a super chat, Adam. Oh my god.
Oh my, that's so. Who was it? Because they came into my stream and said that you missed a super chat.
It was Desert Runner. Was that who it was?
Desert Runner. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
There you go.
And not only did I miss a super chat, it was an amazing super chat. It was a fantastic super chat. So let me do that right now.
Okay, let's do it.
Runner for $5 dingo dollars, 5 didgeridoos, 5 Aussies says, "Hey Adam, A-Team is definitely the best sidekick team.
Oh my
but the
god.
Sidekick can never outstrip the heroes in S-Class."
I take it back. I told him like he super chatted on my stream on Thursday and said something to the effect of I will be vindicated. Now, hold on a second. I didn't know what the super chat was.
He was vindicated. Thank you, Desert Runner. Thank you. You were vindicated and you are a true hero.
Hopefully that didn't get our stream copyright claimed.
No.
Like three bars of a Modest Mouse song.
And also a big thanks to Matt Magnum, who just gave us $100. Oh,
I know, so generous.
Very
crazy.
Generous. It makes up for playing Yu-Gi-Oh with you. Oh my god, thank you. Matt says, "Yo, Sitch and Adam, this is just me telling you I'm going to DM you both later about something. I would send all the details here, but this is a question you don't need to answer publicly. Also, thank you guys for these streams. They keep me sane." Well, you're very, very welcome. And to answer your DM, yes, Adam is available to wear that bunny suit for the right price.
Hilarious.
On weekends, okay? So
I have huge bunny ears. I used them in my first short film. I saw the movie Gummo, and I love that movie Gummo. I'm like, I'm going to get me some rabbit ears like that. And I sure did. You guys got to see Gummo. It's right up there with Rubber. It's amazing.
Oh, my God. So it's awful is what you're saying.
Not as much plot as Rubber, but... So let's get into the video. What are we taking so long? It's 5 minutes. We're 5 minutes late. Let's start this fucking video.
Sorry. Oh, we've gone an entire 5 minutes without pressing the terrible video. Oh,
we have new people.
What are we gonna do, Adam? What are we gonna do?
We have new people here. Welcome, new people. We get straight into the video for you.
Welcome, old people.
But I guarantee we'll be pausing in about 6 seconds in.
That's true. It doesn't matter.
This is some insanity.
So this is Thought Slime. We've covered him a lot on this stream. I think we were like the first people to ever really discover this treasure trove of terribleness.
Yeah, we've responded to 2 of his videos. I believe this is the 3rd.
2 or 3. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I follow him on Twitter too, and he hasn't blocked me yet, which is actually a point for him. Most people do. I noticed Sophane
unfollowed me. Do you respond to him,
me.
or do you just listen?
No, I never see his tweets at all. Yeah, the algorithm doesn't show, but at least I can look at them. So I saw Snowflake Sophane unfollowed me. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing Donald Trump's tweets as much. The way to see Donald Trump's tweets is to follow some reply guy, and Sophane is a reply guy to Donald Trump. Like as soon as Donald Trump tweets, he replies, "You're stupid, dodo head," or whatever. And then you see the tweet because you see his reply.
Right.
But he sneakily unfollowed me, so I haven't seen any Donald Trump tweets for months.
I bet you feel better for that too, don't you?
Oh yeah, I blocked him. No, I'm kidding. I just unfollowed him. It's cool. No big deal.
Anyway, we talked about critical race theory last week with Lance and found out he didn't actually know what it was. So let's see if Thought Slime knows any better? I'm guessing no, because I've already watched the video, and I would be lying if I pretended I didn't. So
Yeah, but you've read a bunch of this stuff, so you can add some
yes.
real value here.
Oh my God, I've actually read material that Adam hasn't read. This is like a
I
first.
know, it's crazy.
Oh my God.
Give me the
Hello,
Cliff Notes, man. I read the Cliff Notes.
Well, see, this is the problem. All this stuff you have to read because it's from like the 80s. There's no audiobook, so you know.
Yeah. James Lindsay, though, I do listen to his New Discourses podcast, which he basically articulates his blog on this subject. So I am familiar with all this stuff. Probably not as detailed as you. I don't know the origin and stuff, but who cares?
Who cares?
white dude, once again talking about race. And I'm here.
Ooh, 3 of us, all white dudes.
Does that mean that we don't have to listen to the video? We can just discredit it immediately?
Because he's a white dude, sure. I
Yeah.
guess. I mean, according to critical race theory, we can, but I don't. I don't buy into critical race theory.
Oh,
so.
so here, since here at PSA Sitch and Adam, we are not racist, so we won't discredit someone on the basis of their skin color. So
Sure, this guy could have a decent argument. I doubt it. We discredit people based on their arguments, not on their skin color. Way to be, right?
yes,
here today to screw up talking about critical race theory and why it has become the latest in an endless series of dog whistles by right-wingers to pretend they have some
Sitch?
So,
are
it's interesting that
you
he says
dog
he's-
whistling here?
I am dog whistling. Oh, this is the most dog whistling dog whistle you'll ever dog whistle. It's interesting that he starts it by saying, "I'm here to screw up defending critical race theory." So he's basically admitting in the
Yeah.
first 10 seconds of the video that his defense of this is going to be fucking awful, and we're just supposed to accept. Like, this is so weird. So much of this video is him saying, "I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about," but then he keeps talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why don't you just, like, this is a video. Okay, this is a video for YouTube. You have technically an infinite amount of time until you die to prepare to make the video. Okay, so why don't you spend some time researching the subject material so you can make an informed video on the subject? Or I guess you could just say, "I wanted to click on the algorithm and the YouTubes. Let me shit out a video." Wait a minute, Adam. If I just crap out a video that's really stupid, people might attack me for it. I know. I'll just say I'm stupid right in the beginning and don't know what I'm talking about, and then I'll just get away with everything.
This is something ContraPoints does all the time, and you are constantly giving her credit for it. The wiggle room.
Wow.
This is
the
why
fuck
we
you
never
talking
respond to ContraPoints, because ContraPoints always puts the wiggle room in her videos.
Well, no.
This
That's
is the wiggle room.
No. This is different. This is very different. Okay.
You think so?
ContraPoints, yes. ContraPoints puts wiggle room in her videos because the way that she explains something is she'll use the some but not all, like, in every sentence.
Right.
You know, she uses very vague general terms while also saying that doesn't apply to everyone. Like, she just uses, like, gives herself a lot of wiggle room in the way that she's talking. Okay.
Right.
She doesn't put her opinions down in anything definitive. That way people will be like, "Oh, well, her opinion is X." She's like, "Well, no, actually her opinion is Y. You don't get it because it's an artsy fartsy video, right?"
But he's given himself an out in the first 12 seconds for this
But he's
entire
not-
video.
But okay, so he's giving himself an out the way Donald Trump gives himself an out, right? So
I'm sure he'll
whenever
love the comparison.
Exactly. Well, that's what's kind of ironic about this, is that, you know, whenever Donald Trump says something stupid or he does something unethical, people are like, "Well, you know, everyone knows Donald Trump says, you know, random stupid shit all the
Stupid
time."
shit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know, it's expected, right? You know, that's why we love him, because he's just one of the guys, you know. He's just saying whatever's top of his mind, right? So Thought
Yeah.
Times over here, like, comes, and maybe it's a good strategy where he just in the beginning of it says, you know, "Hey, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I'm
It's-
still gonna talk about it."
He's going down the comedy road. It's funny, and a height reference in record time here, but this is like the social intuitionist model. If you learn anything about psychology, you should learn the social intuition model, because it basically says that your goal as a human being, just for psychological sanity, you want to embed yourself into a tribe, and you see this online all the time. Thought Slime has embedded himself into a tribe that has taken positions on all of the things that he talks about. Like, he has to take this position no matter what. Otherwise, he's flushing his entire tribe and, by extension, his YouTube channel down the toilet. So he doesn't really have a lot of leeway here. And if you think about that, what's the point of digging deeper and finding the truth, Sitch? Like, he might actually.
That's a great point. But usually, political pundits and ideologues don't say that out loud, right? Like, that's hidden.
Oh, totally.
Beneath the
Yeah.
surface.
Oh, totally. Well, we're saying it. He's not articulating that. I'm calling him out the same way I called out serfs. I'm saying, listen.
Have you watched this video? Because he sort of
Yes.
does say almost exactly what you just said.
Oh, really? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Maybe I remembered it subconsciously, but I don't remember that specifically. We don't have that thing. And they were talking in the chat earlier about Destiny and Sargon did a talk. I don't know if you listened to it. I didn't listen to it yet, but I'm going to listen to it. But Destiny is sort of the same way as we are, where he cares more about the truth and being embedded in this tribe. And I think a lot of that has to do with, he's got kind of an antisocial streak. I've got a little bit of I'm just a rebel. Like, I guess I'm forced to be antisocial because I'm a contrarian. I want to take the contrarian position.
Oh, Adam, you're so cool. He's such a
well,
rebel,
I do.
man.
So, but listen,
The midnight ride.
the truth is the most important. But if you want to take the contrarian position, you're going to take the contrarian position against your own tribe, and therefore you're going to be a little bit antisocial, but you're going to get closer to the truth. I feel like this guy's like, I'm killing it on YouTube. I'm funny. People like me. I just have to virtue signal all this critical race theory shit. I don't want to dig too deep into it because, I may be wrong and that would suck. And then, knowing you're wrong is the worst.
Yes. And as you said, I mean, this video is actually the perfect example of blind tribalism. As he literally says, I don't really know about the subject. And he says this multiple times in the video. I don't really know that much about the subject, but I'm going to defend it because, God damn it, that's what my tribe wants me to do.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, totally.
Legitimate reason not to care about minorities in general or black people specifically. I don't know what...
Wait, let's go back.
I know, that's I paused at the worst time. So basically he's saying that right-wingers are
racist,
dog whistling because they don't like black people or minorities.
Right, of course.
Like, that's his idea of the world is conservative equal racist.
Grew up
Awful.
talking about critical race theory and why it has become the latest in an endless series of dog whistles by right-wingers to pretend they have some legitimate reason not to care about minorities in general or black people specifically. I don't know.
It's funny. Well, also, I mean, some of the biggest critics of critical race theory until recently, I mean, the Republicans weren't really talking about this until Donald Trump's executive order. It was like James Lindsay and the intellectual dark web, disaffected left, liberal people that were focused on critical race theory. But,
conservatives weren't digging out critical race theory and being critical of it. Yeah.
It's
all these people on the left that are like, who are like, philosophy is kind of our thing. Well,
right.
Yeah, it is.
What
it is
queen
hilarious.
or central cortex node instructs the conservative hive mind to adopt the talking points they do? I don't know how or why certain topics become the new hot button issues, but I know that critical race...
Does he live wait, what? He just said, I don't know why people are talking about it now. Does our political ideologue commentator not follow the news well enough to know Donald Trump just did a executive order on it and that's why people are talking about it?
Well, I think he did the executive order because he realized somebody whispered in his ear, hey, guess what? There are all these disaffected liberals that hate this woke shit. You know how we get those votes? I got an idea.
Well, I don't think it was that. I think it was someone they're thinking, how do we draw attention to some negative aspect of the protests ideologically besides rioting? And let's attack some ideological component of this, and maybe some people on the left will be stupid enough to defend it because I'm attacking it, or because Trump's attacking it. So I think that was what was going on here.
Well, there are people stupid enough to defend it.
Of course,
Thought Slime is defending it right now. He doesn't even know what he's defending.
He sure is. And so was Serfs was defending it last week, even though he believes in a colorblind society, which is the exact opposite of critical race theory.
Yeah. I missed something in the thing that he just said. I missed something.
That thoughts
Race
on
theory
I'm gonna back it
is-
up a little bit.
Well, he said he didn't understand why people were talking about this right now, which is why I said I don't understand how someone who does political commentary doesn't know that Donald Trump pushed an executive order about the topic he's doing the fucking video on.
Yeah, it was something else. Never mind.
theory has become the latest
It was something
boogeyman
about
right
the right winger. It bugs me that these people just think the right wing argument is just a racist argument. Like all they have is a huge straw man of conservatism, and it bugs the shit out of me. They should be teaching this stuff in grade school. It's like what team doesn't do well with an effective offense and an effective defense? And I conceptualize the left as offense and the right as defense. Like one wants to fight. Security and freedom are at odds with one another. Like the more freedom you have, the less security you have. The more security you have, the less freedom you have. And conservatives are just advocating for security constantly, and liberals are advocating for freedom. But they're just conceptualizing conservatives as racist. It's so bad. It's just totally bad. It's like, can you imagine going out on the football field and calling your defense, "You guys are a bunch of fucking racists"? Like, what?
I can. It wouldn't be very smart, but
yeah, we're here to defend you. What are you talking about? But I guess they want to disband the police department. They want to disband the military. It's like, why do you think the military and the police officers attract conservatives? Because they're more interested in security, for heaven's sakes. It drives their whole ideology.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
It's so stupid.
in right-wing spheres. Here's Christopher Rufo on Tucker Carlson's Daily Squinting video talking about how critical race theory is an existential threat to the United States.
It's absolutely...
See, I don't know about this. Is it an existential threat to the United States?
Yes.
I consider this. Do you really think so? How so?
Well,
lay it out for me.
Okay, so the way that I think of an
doomsday
existential threat
scenario.
is something. An existential threat to me is something that believes it wants to destroy the system that it's critiquing, right? It's a threat to its existence. Okay. So critical race theory doesn't believe that liberal democracy can solve the problems that it's critiquing, that it's bringing up. Now, most critical race theorists are very careful not to openly advocate for revolution or communism or something like that. However, I would argue that if you keep saying the system that we're in right now cannot solve these very important problems that are plaguing our everyday lives, I'm not telling you what the solution is. I'm just saying, I'm just asking questions. I'm just pointing out, that the system we're currently in can't solve these problems. And it's because liberal democracy. If you keep saying that over and over again, I think it's fair to assume that you're implying we need to overthrow liberal democracy and overthrow the government.
But you have to have the well, I guess you have to have the votes to do that. I can't imagine them doing these protests. Are ridiculous. Like,
we can't
500 people. We could just march them up.
They don't.
We literally
wait a
have enough
minute.
jail space to incarcerate all these people.
Critical race theory doesn't believe in liberal democracy because it says that white people are the majority, and white people will never. The majority of white people will never cede power to black people. Okay, this is what critical race theory thinks. And they can't conceptualize that white people and black people will unify together and stop caring about race. That's out the window. Critical race theory doesn't think colorblind society is possible. Okay. So they're saying that since white people are the majority, they will never vote, okay, through incrementalism, through normal civil rights procedures, they'll never vote to make things actually fair for black people. So they're not interested in winning this through votes, Adam. They're interested in, I guess, a violent overthrow of the government.
Are things fair? I mean, the conservatives will argue that things are fair already because we don't have institutional racism any longer. And I like the thing that critical race theory says about how our incentives can never align, our goals can never align, I think is patently untrue.
It is
I
family
think
interest,
the
yes.
black community wants the same thing the white community wants, like safe streets, good
Right.
schools, like
Yeah, the
clean drinking
majority of
water.
black people support the police. Like,
Yeah, totally. So if white people are going to vote for their interest, clean water, good schools, safe streets, and that's in the black people's interest, they are literally voting for the black people's interest. The problem is, like, what does the black community want that isn't in the white community's interest? Because that's the scary part. It's like, you're saying you don't have enough political power to do what exactly do you want to do that you need this political power for?
So critical race theorists view, again, that they're viewing the world through the lens of oppression and race. So they're
Yes.
basically saying that white people consciously view themselves as a collective white tribe, and that they are consciously, on some level, maybe unconsciously, but they're on some level, they are subjugating the black tribe on purpose in order to retain their own white power. Okay.
Yeah, that just seems farcical to me. Like,
Well, it is farcical. I mean, this is the
what
problem.
What are we doing?
Well, we're doing this video. That's what we're doing. But it's similar to the Adam Neely video. It's similar to Hitler. Okay, this is what the critical race theory does. They point out real problems that that occur. Like, even though the civil rights movement passed in the 60s, there's still lots of black people are still disproportionately far poorer and in worse situations than white people. Okay, so that's a real thing that's happening. The problem is then the solution they provide for it, or even the reason they provide for it, is fucking insane.
Yeah.
So that's how they prey on people. They point out a problem that's real, but then they give you a solution that's really fucked up.
Well, I'm not sure that they're pointing out a problem that's real, because their only evidence for systemic racism is the outcome differences.
No, I'm not saying the thing exists. There is a disproportionate amount of black people in a lot worse economic situations than white people. That's real.
Sure.
Right? That's the problem.
There are Asians are a minority too, and there are a lot more Asians that are in better shape than white people.
Exactly.
What's going on there?
Sure. And the same thing with Jews, right? But no one cares. Yeah, but that's not a problem. I mean, that's only a problem if you don't like Asians or Jews, I guess. But
the Jewish population is half the black population.
What do you mean? It's like it's significantly less.
Yeah.
It's like 1%. It's like 2%. 1.6-2% of America is Jewish, and like 2%,
13% is black. Yes.
Yeah, so it's a lot less. But I'm not saying that the reason for obviously the reason they give for why the problem exists, I don't agree with. But it does exist in that black people are disproportionately in worse situations than white people.
Yeah.
Astonishing how critical race theory has pervaded every institution in the federal government. And what I've discovered is that
I will say most people who are attacking critical race theory do a very piss poor job attacking critical race
really?
theory. Yeah. So I mean, they speak very vaguely. They speak very generally.
This guy should blast. If you're on Tucker, you're blasting about they don't believe in a colorblind society. What? Right?
Yeah, they don't believe in it. Yeah, this guy should be saying they don't believe in a colorblind society. They don't believe in liberal democracy, et cetera, et cetera. They don't believe in objectivity, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe the people criticizing it, I wouldn't be surprised, probably aren't very knowledgeable about it either. So maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah.
Race theory has become, in essence, the default ideology of the federal.
Oh, I did think of the way that they can fuck shit up, the defunding the police thing. Like, that's terrible. There are a bunch of politicians now that are actually defunding the police, and crime is skyrocketing in various cities. And
yes,
that's not so bright.
Well, it's so annoying because all of this weird leftist, like neo-Marxist crap, they all employ the same strategy where they use language. The Mott and Bailey, they use this language. They say, let's defund the police. And then you say, what? Defund the police? That's fucking crazy. And they say, oh, no, you don't understand. We actually don't mean the words we used. We actually mean this other complicated idea that's actually not a big deal and that everyone agrees with. And you go, oh, Okay. But then in the background, there's actually people advocating to literally defund the police. So
Yeah.
they have it both ways. It's so bullshit.
Bureaucracy and is now being weaponized against the American people. But conservatives need to wake up that this is an existential threat to the United States, and the bureaucracy, even under the Trump administration, is now being weaponized against core traditional American values. And I call on the president to immediately issue this executive order and stamp out this destructive, divisive, pseudoscientific ideology at its
nuclear Nuclear Lab hosted a multi-day re-education camp for its white executives.
Yeah, I've watched the whole clip of this when he's on Tucker Carlson, and he talks about how, yeah, there was some U.S. nuclear lab, and they forced, he said, I don't know if this is true, he said they forced the white employees to go to one of these, racial training things, and they have to apologize for, like, the crimes that they've committed against non-white people and stuff.
Oh my God.
And the question is, like, yeah, I mean, these are the people that are supposed to maintain the nuclear arsenal, and you're saying, like, they should be fucking worried about fucking critical race theory. Like, I think they have a little bit more important thing on their mind. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe maintaining the weapons that could destroy the entire fucking world, maybe that should be top priority, not like, oh, critical race theory and white privilege and all that nonsense.
They have to turn the keys at the same time. You know how you get them to turn the keys at the same time? Because it's like one, inside the nuclear silos, they have a key system set up where one guy turns the key and the other guy. But maybe that's the problem,
Adam. You have to make sure one of the guys with the keys is not white. That's the only way to ensure that when you end the world, that the world was ended in a non-racist, non-bigoted way.
Oh my God. It wouldn't surprise me if they're trying to get that set up. The whole idea is so one guy can't launch a nuclear missile. Like, it takes two guys to launch a nuclear missile. But if you want two guys to unite on turning the keys, send them to their critical race theory meeting.
Yeah, there you go.
They're like, oh, it's over. Let's go turn the keys.
Root.
You might be overstating your case there, Chris. Maybe you laid it on a little thick. And a finger curled on the monkey's paw when President Trump, who for those...
What does that mean?
A finger curled on the monkey's paw? Someone's making a wish, I guess?
I don't know. Sounded vaguely racist. I don't know
wow.
I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's trying to say.
You don't know
here.
what a monkey paw is, Adam?
Sounds like he's dog whistling to me. This sounds like whistles.
Yeah, that's true. That you know what? That's true. I'm going to pretend that I don't know what a monkey paw is and say that it's a racist dog whistle, because he used the word monkey in relation to anything regarding racism. So, good job, Thought Slime.
That's how they do it.
That's how they do it.
That's how you turn miscommunication into racism. You get extra points for that. Circe will teach you how. Circe will show you.
If you say something I don't fully understand, it's probably racism.
Totally.
Those of you who don't, is President of America, announced he would sign an executive order.
That's another thing. Why are
Wait, so he does know that Donald Trump signed the executive order?
Yeah, that part too, but this guy's Canadian. What is up with all these? It seems that way.
Do you know that, or this is your guess?
Listening to the video, this point made me wonder if he was Canadian, and then by the end of the video, I was convinced he's Canadian. So I didn't look it up. I didn't look it up or anything, but I think he is Canadian. Yeah. All these Canadians lecturing us. What's up with Canada lecturing us?
Yeah, I don't know. It's all
from their universal health care, their no defund the police. How are they defunding the police up in Canada? Doubtful. Doubtful.
Didn't the Canadians sterilize Inuits or something terrible, or they stole their children or tried to erase their culture or something?
They did awful. Yeah.
There's a lot of bad stuff.
They're on stolen land up there. Those Canadians. They should go back to France.
Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadians says the monkey paw is a reference to being careful of the hubris and wishes. Yeah, I know. We're just memeing.
Yeah, we're just having fun.
Just having fun.
Bring back.
Bring back.
Patriotic education. Nothing worrying about that. By getting
Patriotic education. These guys are so terrified of patriotism.
I know. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't like when you wrap things in the flag too. I mean, I would agree in terms of critical race
We
theory.
literally have a meme of you wrapped in the
I know. But to be fair though, it actually, because here's the thing. Here's what's funny. People
where's
hear
that
emotional. People hear certain words. They hear certain language, and their brain, goes in certain directions. So when Trump says we need to have our history be patriotic, right? People hear patriotism and they go, oh, they just freak out. They go, Patriot Act. Oh my God, this is just a ploy for the bootlickers. When actually, in this situation, it would be very apt because critical race theory is literally unpatriotic. It literally believes that America can't solve the problems of racism. And especially when the focus is so much on inherent white privilege and the inherent badness of the whiteness. And when the whole idea is that America is basically built on a system of racism so deep that they cannot be untangled without revolution, then yeah, I would say you need a patriotic retelling of history that doesn't involve that idea.
You know what would destroy systemic racism? Systemic racism is, some say it's impossible to solve. Well, especially the way that they want to solve it. Equal outcomes, I think, is impossible.
Which we'll talk about later in the videos. The definition of systemic racism is
but
if you want
to solve impossible problems, what do you need?
You need everyone to come together.
You need
hug each other.
Exceptionalism. You need
yes.
Can-do attitude.
Yes.
American exceptionalism is how we solve this problem. Because America can do anything.
That is right.
But not with the critical race theory attitude. You can't do shit with that, to be honest.
It's true. It is entirely the antithesis, I can't even say the word now, antithesis of American exceptionalism. Because it's saying you cannot succeed in society if you're the wrong skin color. You're being held back by these invisible forces that you cannot hope to overcome as an individual.
But patriotism, I think, is part of American exceptionalism. But they hate American exceptionalism. They're like, what? Well, he has a reason to because he's Canadian, so we'll forgive him.
He's jealous. Jealous.
All of this stuff is driven by jealousy. It's so driven by jealousy.
No one in the chat knew if he was Canadian or not.
Look at us sitting here.
Someone says this man is Canadian like French Quebecers are Canadian. Is he a Quebec? Is he a French? So the rest of Canada disavows. Fair enough.
Good. Our Canadian brethren don't like it either.
I agree. You know what? I agree with someone in the chat. Defund Canada. Yes. Let's defund Canada.
I think we should just invade.
That's true. We should just invade. You can't. It's not morally right to ever kill someone over property. So if we invade Canada, they should just give up.
Well, they're technically colonizers. So if we go colonize them, it's, we have an excuse. Colonizer for colonizer.
I mean, they still have a fucking monarch on their money, don't they?
Yeah. We just take the king.
A white monarch. Adam.
What? They haven't had a black king yet? Racist.
Why hasn't England had a black king yet? I agree.
Oh yeah, they're totally racist.
Immediately, yes.
Rid of critical theory and propaganda like the work of Howard Zinn. By the way, people are always asking me for more to read, and if you're in the States, you should probably read Zinn's A People's History of the United States.
Isn't that the book that Lance suggested last week?
Yeah. Have you read it?
No. That was the guy I said, oh, I don't know. And then I looked it up and it said he was like a socialist. And I said, oh.
Well, I'm sure there's been some historians that have attacked it to say that history is wrong. Like he's working on that narrative. I contemplated reading it because, I believe that we need a shared narrative that all Americans can be proud of. And like blacks want a narrative that they can be proud of as well. Seems like basing it around the civil rights would be the way to go. The civil rights movement. But
so according to the Wikipedia, It says Zinn portrays a side of American history that can largely be seen as the exploitation and manipulation of the majority by rigged systems that hugely favor a small aggregate of elite rulers from across the orthodox political parties.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's why all economies like it. It's all
Well, I
about
am
power
curious.
structures.
See, I am curious because in Why Nations Fail, he talks about how where the English landed, and I know I said Plymouth Rock last time. It is Plymouth Rock, right? Someone in the comments was saying that I got that wrong, that my American history is awful, terrible. I went to public school, guys. Give me a fucking break.
I didn't land
okay?
on Plymouth Rock, Adam. Plymouth Rock landed on me.
Yeah, there we go. So the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock, didn't they? Am I getting this wrong? Jesus Christ. Anyway, where the English, the plot of land that the English staked out didn't have the same attributes that they had down in South America where the Spanish landed, because I've said this many times before,
Yes.
had hierarchically organized institutions. They had a form of leadership that the Spanish could come in and basically take over their institutions and just label themselves boss. You know, you got a new boss now from Spain. You guys keep doing what you were doing and make us rich instead of those other guys. We didn't have that luxury in America. America had the American Indians, who didn't have any hierarchically organized structure that was as big as society wide as the Aztec and Incans. So we formed capitalism out of this problem that we had, having to give people actual incentives to work, because the people that came over from England, if they didn't like it, they went, hey, I'm going to go live with the Indians and not
Right.
do any work. So they actually had to pay them decent
type
wage.
of work. Let's be fair.
So I'm curious if any of that is in this book by Howard Zinn, A People's History, because those two dynamics are so different. And in Why Nations Fail, he literally talks about this being one of the major turns in our history that made us embark on a capitalist incentive, Adam Smith type trajectory that they didn't necessarily have in Mexico. And even, I mean, he cites examples of cities that are on the border of America and Mexico, and how everyone in Mexico is poor by comparison to everyone in America. And the only difference is those institutions based on incentives, not based on extractive economic institutions that create a society that's predominantly rich and poor. There's absolutely no middle class. So I'm curious if Howard Zinn points that out. Somehow I think it's probably missing. Like he wants to make a story that we showed up here and just started oppressing people on the reg. And that's not the story I'm familiar with.
Well, I guess to show you where Zinn's focus is, a history professor who criticized him said, in his volume subtitled "Class Struggle to the War on Terror," Zinn notes that September 11th was an assault on the symbols of American wealth and power. However, he fails to address anything about religious zealotry.
Wow.
So there you go.
Yeah, they have wealth and power also in Saudi Arabia, but I don't know that they have a thriving middle class in Saudi Arabia. Isn't it mostly like rich and poor?
Digenis for $5 says, I'm tired of hearing these foreigners talk about God's favorite country. Tell the Canucks and Bongs to bend the knee. God bless America. I agree.
That's why he doesn't want us to have patriotic education, because the first thing we're all going to do. Yeah, exactly. We're all going to bond. We're going to be like, let's make Canada bend the knee.
Here's the problem. We've been too focused on cultural Marxism, okay? The commie influencing our culture. But what we really had to be worried about was cultural Canadianism. The Canadians, they're secretly worming their way into American culture and trying to destroy it from the inside, because they know if we're ever united, we'll take them over. We'll say, hey, we're tired of you sitting up there doing nothing but drinking maple syrup and driving mooses, thinking you're better than us. We know that's where all the fucking cold air comes from. God damn it. We're going to build a wall. We're going to take over Canada. Then we're going to build a wall across the northern border to keep this country warmer.
Yeah, totally. We're trying to warm this place up, and you got the door
That's
open.
Right. Better watch. But here's the thing. Canadians, come on. You want to be American, right?
Hell yeah.
Like, you can feel it. You can feel it. You want to be a real country. America.
There, you know, Aaron Raw.
CT is gonna say, "Fuck no." I can already feel the long message. He's gonna type it.
You know Aaron Raw, the celebrity atheist on YouTube.
No.
I saw him on Facebook talking about moving to Canada if Trump wins re-election.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit. I don't know. I think it's weird when you have. He's not.
It's too cold.
Well, he's more of an anti-theist, but you know, I think of atheists as truth seekers. But when you have a truth seeker that is literally in the bubble, I think, oh yeah, they don't have to be truth seekers. They just have to hate religion.
Right.
What's going on with this video? Here, let's play this video.
I was reading the chat, waiting for you to start the video again, because I'm trying to be more engaged. I'm trying to be a good streamer, but Adam's like, no, I'm drawing
I was
pictures,
trying to find that meme of you
smoking
with
pot and doing other things.
I know, I have the cough today. I was working on the comic yesterday. Whatever you do, don't smoke weed and draw, because it's addictive. It's totally addictive.
That gets the Thought Slime quality seal of good reading book. To me, this situation...
That was a decent performance.
Oh.
The ironic
Yes.
joke.
Sure.
As far as these guys go, this guy is probably the least unfunny of them all.
Illustrates the adage, when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. I tried to look up who wrote that.
So true. So
Wait,
true.
shut up. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, that was wrong? Oh, sorry.
You agree? When you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression? That's like the dumbest shit ever.
Oh, yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah.
That turns out, I don't know. I want you to keep that in mind as
I'm curious though. Wouldn't equality just be the same as the privilege though? Because there'd just be
what
everyone
he's saying
has
is
the
like,
privilege. I don't get it.
You know, he's saying is like, oh, because white people have been exploiting non-whites for so long, and they have all accrued all these benefits based on their white skin.
What are those benefits?
Don't ask questions.
Yeah, I'm curious.
It's like the cat and Rick and Morty. Don't ask questions. Okay, let's go to Florida. But anyway,
I was reacting to serfs on Twitter talking about Nazis, comparing everything to Nazis. The Nazis, they went after the people with money. I don't understand the comparison here. Why are whites going after the black community? Like, everyone on the left is talking about how the blacks have nothing. They live in squalor. They're poor, which I think is offensive. Like, if I was black, I'd be thinking, why is the stereotype for black poor? Like, that's fucked up. That's totally racist.
It's very racist. But also the whole theory doesn't even make sense, because maybe you can make an argument that the white population in America is exploiting, illegal immigrant labor, right?
Sure.
They are.
Totally.
But as you said, it's not like, I don't know what is the exploitation of the black population they're talking about. Because I agree, yes, there's a disproportionate amount of black people in lower income situations, but the people in lower income situations that are American citizens, how are they being exploited by white people? Are they suggesting like because they're fulfilling minimum wage jobs or something? I mean, I don't think with the amount of immigration coming in this country, I don't think you need to have like some sort of permanent racist underclass to fulfill those positions.
Yeah, I agree.
It's crazy.
Move forward in this video. Do you think that they're looking at these ideas as presented and finding genuine fault with them? Or are they perhaps inventing strawman versions of CRT to avoid truths that make them uncomfortable with their place in the world? Or how can he
dare make the claim that people are strawmanning critical race theory when he doesn't even know what critical race theory is and is not looking into it.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think it's funny how he characterizes everything as they have another narrative on the left that white people are scared of losing their place in the hierarchy. That's what everyone is afraid of. And I don't see that. Like I want everyone to be able to succeed based on their merit. I mean, that's the conservatives that are worried about people succeeding without doing anything. Yeah, that's a problem. But they're not worried about people succeeding on their own merit.
The opinionated one for $5 says, it was likely me, Adam, who commented about Plymouth. Jamestown, Virginia was the first English colony as well as the longest running. Puritans blown the fuck out.
Jamestown, yes, exactly. Jamestown almost ended up getting wiped out a couple times. And they've one of the leaders of Jamestown, I only remember this because it's so cool. Like, he basically took the reins of power and said, listen, we're going to fucking die if we don't get our shit together. And so he wrote back to England and said, stop sending us goldsmiths. They're fucking useless. There's no gold here. We need farmers. We need people who can work the land. We need, people who know animals. What do they call them? Animal husbandry people.
So Jamestown was the first permanent settlement in America in 1607, and Plymouth Rock was the disembarkment site for the Mayflower Pilgrims in 1620.
Right,
So
but
you're both sort of right. But
I wonder if they all got wiped out, the Mayflower people. No, some of them had to make it, right?
You mean the
Mayflower people? It's our history. We don't even know.
So yeah, so I didn't realize the Lost Colony in Roanoke was before this. It was in 1585. So that's interesting.
My granddad came over from Ireland, so I'm like, I guess technically
Russian. I don't know any of this
third generation. Yeah, exactly. My parents didn't come over on the Mayflower.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
We're a nation of immigrants. My granddad joined.
Derek Drummond for $5 says 2024, the U.S. annexes Canada. 2032, the U.S. annexes Mars. 2040, the U.S. annexes the Milky Way. It's the natural progress of humanity.
Oh man, when we have a colony on Mars, that's funny too. When you're not allowed to say colonize Mars anymore.
I agree.
They're fighting for the bacteria on Mars.
I know. I saw that.
Some sort of financial risk to them. That's what I'd like you to do, but you're not going.
If Trump is president, if Trump is reelected and we get to Mars, he's going to call it the Martian colony.
Right.
No matter which.
He said conservatives are fighting against this because they're racist and because it hurts their financial incentive to help black people.
I don't get that.
Perhaps inventing straw man versions of CRT to avoid truths that make them uncomfortable with their place in the world, or perhaps pose some sort of financial risk to them. That's what
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. But he's just talking about because conservatives generally want less social welfare programs. Is that what he's suggesting? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. What is my place in the world? I don't necessarily know. Like, I'm focused I'm focused on me.
Yeah, well, it'd be helpful if he actually, said things and arguments, right?
I mean, I'm not a Supreme Court justice or anything. I mean, I would call myself a nobody. So,
really, Trump didn't put you on the short list to be the next Supreme Court justice pick?
No, unfortunately.
What a bigot.
Yeah.
I'd like you to do, but you're not gonna. No matter which side of the question you land on, you're locked in. You're already leaving your comment. I'm just yelling into the yawning void where our curiosity used to be.
So that's true, but
yeah,
that is interesting. That's true, but he uses this as an excuse to not research critical race theory. He's like, well, since everyone's made up their mind on the subject, I shouldn't have to actually find out what is true.
Yeah.
Which ironically is sort of actually critical race theory's position, because they don't really believe objective truth can be found or matters. They believe that narratives and personal experiences matter more than objective truth. So I guess in a way he's actually embodying critical race theory right now.
Doesn't even know it. Oh, the irony. It's like irony inside of irony.
I'm going to try to explain what critical race theory is to the best of my ability, but keep in mind, I'm a layperson who's going to do most of my research on Wikipedia and YouTube videos. Normally, I'd try to be a little more thorough, but it doesn't actually matter for our purposes what critical race theory is, but rather what people are pretending it is.
Okay.
And that's...
So this is insane. So
Did he just say I'm
admitting-
lazy? He's like,
Yeah,
I'm lazy.
just say I'm lazy. Just say I'm lazy
But
and I want views on YouTube.
I don't like the fact that he tied it to race though, because he's like, I'm white and lazy. Like, fuck you, dude. What the
Oh, did
fuck?
he say that? I didn't hear that part.
Well, he basically said, I'm white and I'm just gonna, do the bare minimum possible. That's
think
the
he
argument
means-
he just made.
I think he means not that white people are inherently lazy, just that like since he's white, he can't
Well, some
possibly
of us are.
understand, critical race theory because that's beyond the understanding of the whites.
Yeah.
But
Gotcha.
the thing that's so crazy about this is that he's just admitted, again, this is a YouTube video. He doesn't, I don't know what's going on in his life. I'm assuming he doesn't have some contract with a demon that says he has to produce a YouTube video, every week or he loses his soul. Like he could have
You
spent,
don't know.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know. But, he could have spent time to actually fucking read some critical race theory. All the stuff I found about
Oh
critical
my
race theory.
god. Oh god, it's so painful.
Which and it's so funny because it's so simple. I went to Wikipedia. I said, okay, who are the people that are credited with founding critical race theory? You see like the first 5 names. You look at those names. You can find all their literature, or most of their literature, on the internet for free if you know where to look, which I did.
Mhm.
And I just started reading it. And obviously, I didn't finish it all. That's thousands of pages. But you can read specific chapters. You can read all their introductory chapters where they say what critical race theory is. You can start to look into specific points of things that interest you. And it took me, I don't know, it took me like a day to do that.
Mhm.
I did this on Saturday before the debate with serfs. Okay, so I spent one day looking into all this shit, and I didn't make a video on this. This was just because I wanted to have background information.
Yeah, you're
And
interested.
this fucking guy is over here. He's making a whole fucking video, and he's like, I'm gonna read some Wikipedia articles, and I'm gonna watch a YouTube video, and then I'm gonna just say, oh well, I'm done. That's it.
Hmm.
And he says, this is why it's just insane. He says it doesn't matter in terms of, wait, let me go back to what he exactly said.
I'm a layperson who's going to do most of my research on Wikipedia and YouTube videos. Normally, I try
Wikipedia exclusively for white people.
Yeah, right.
Just so you guys know. I mean, it probably says Black Lives Matter all over the website.
to be a little
but-
more thorough, but it doesn't actually matter for our purposes what critical race theory is, but rather what people are pretending it is.
Okay, so he just said for the purpose of the video, it doesn't matter what critical race theory is because he wants to debunk what other people are claiming it is. Is he is this the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life? How can you claim that other people are wrong about what something is if you admit that you don't know what the fuck the thing is either?
I have actually made this argument, the same exact argument that he. I did. I made it with Marxism. I made it with Marx. The difference is I feel like I know Marxism better than most of the people who are advocating for Marxism. Well, no, hold on. It's different though because he's saying I don't know anything about critical race theory. In my video I was saying I know a lot about Marxism, and every time I try to use that knowledge that I know about Marxism, it's ultimately futile because the person I'm arguing with has a completely different interpretation of Marxism. So I have to end up arguing against that interpretation that they have, which is not my interpretation. So I just wasted my time. Actually, they have an interpretation of Marxism that I can't even fathom. I don't know how you could read Marx and interpret it that way.
Yeah, that's definitely fair that every individual asshole you talk to on the internet has an individual asshole opinion about Marxism. That's very different.
So he wants to... Go ahead.
But with this, that's not applicable because he's claiming that all these people are saying critical race theory is an existential threat and they're full of shit and they're actually dog whistling racism.
Totally.
Except he's too fucking lazy to actually look into it and see critical race theory is literally an existential threat to American liberal democracy, and it doesn't pretend like it's not.
So you have to believe, that critical race theory is something that advocates for equal rights for people of color, and that anyone who's against that is against equal rights for people of color, when that's not remotely what critical race theory is about. Critical race theory is about, it's about power dynamics. It's basically repackaged Marxism.
Well, it's critical race theory. It's exactly the same as P plus P equals R and all this other shit that started in the late 70s, early 80s, where you had a bunch of civil rights minded people who looked around and said, okay, so we had all the civil rights legislation in the 60s, and it's been a whole 15 years, and everything in the country isn't fixed yet. So therefore, I guess doing things through normal legal procedures sucks because it hasn't fixed all the problems in 15 and 20 years yet. And so they concoct this whole new solution, this whole new theory to explain why you need to circumvent the law in order to, promote equality.
Right. So also critical race theory, and I want your opinion on this, obviously.
No,
it's like critical race theory is zero sum, right? It's a zero sum interpretation of the world. Like blacks cannot succeed if whites succeed. Like zero sum and non-zero sum. Do you want to explain the difference?
I don't know if it's zero sum. I don't know yet. I haven't done enough research in it to see if it's completely zero sum in terms of there can only be one.
Zero sum. It sounds zero sum.
Highlander.
It sounds
sort of
zero
is.
sum. Yeah.
Right.
Well, if they're saying white people never white people are going to take all the stuff, that assumes that there's a limited amount of stuff.
Well, wait a minute. So the reason I would say maybe it's not zero sum is because they're saying under our current liberal democracy framework, white people will take all the shit. Mm-hmm. Now, since maybe they're saying, well, under communism, true equality, could be achieved. I don't know. So.
Just the zero sum is a zero sum game is where there's only everyone's gain comes at someone else's loss. It comes at another player's loss. A non-zero sum game is where if we cooperate, we can both win. All players can win in a non-zero sum game.
Chess is a zero sum game. There's a one winner and one loser.
Exactly.
Assuming it's not a tie, obviously. But
yes. Live streaming is a non-zero sum game.
Right.
And it sucks that this discussion will take this turn, because there's really nothing about critical race theory that warrants the vitriolic reaction it gets.
That I don't know, because I haven't bothered to do a fucking ounce of research on the topic. But I'm just going to pretend like what I say has valid meaning or merit.
If we could just ask him, hey, are you in favor of a colorblind society, or do you think that's racist? Don't you think?
You'd probably say no.
He's not in favor of a colorblind society.
I feel like Thought Slime is more up on the woke literature than Lance is, that he would be smart enough to understand that his position, maybe not smart enough, maybe
has to be
enough,
against a colorblind society.
Maybe learn enough to understand that he can't actually say he's in favor of a colorblind society.
But
I would assume, maybe I'm wrong.
What is the word that you can say? Because I feel like it's just a language game. Like they just want you to say, like, now colorblind societies. What does everybody say? How do we make that racist? That's kind of the game we're playing here.
A society of racial equity or something.
Okay, exactly. So we'd have to ask if he's in favor of that.
Yeah, we'd have to ask if he's in favor of colorblind society, and then he would probably say no, he believes in some form of racial equity. Because and it's so funny because literally one of the founding principles of critical race theory is that colorblind society is a right-wing dog whistle used to prevent black people from achieving true equality with white people. Mm-hmm. That's what critical race theory says. It says colorblind society is just a dog whistle. It's not.
Right.
Not only does it not exist, but it can never exist.
Yeah, well, they think it's just lip service, basically.
Yes.
A series of normal, and in most cases, very common sense ideas to explain the dynamics of racism without relying on lazy answers like, I don't know, some people are just bad, or like, everyone just naturally hates people who are different. Ideas that are just...
It's so hilarious because if he had done an ounce of research, he would know that he's actually saying the exact opposite. Critical race theory literally says, yeah, people will just hate people that are different because they're racist inherently. And that's something that can never be fixed. That's literally what critical race theory says, Slime. If you had spent 2 seconds doing a fucking ounce of research, you wouldn't say stupid shit that turns out to be the exact opposite.
Well, it's funny because he's saying that that's the white people's straw man of it, but it actually is
I know.
CRT. It's like the real
It's
thing.
literally what it says. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a series of normal, and in most cases, very common sense ideas to explain the dynamics of racism without relying on lazy answers like, I don't know, some people are just bad, or like, everyone just naturally hates people who are different. Ideas that are just like, hey, racism's gonna happen, what are you gonna do about it? The people who...
It's so funny because Derek Bell literally says, basically, racism is going to happen. What are you going to do about it? That's literally what the founder of critical race theory says, almost.
But isn't it targeted at whites though?
Critical race theory is not targeted at whites.
It isn't? I thought
No,
you said
it's one of the well, it's not.
Well, you just said white majorities will never vote black people's interest. Where did that come
exactly. So you could the more newer more modernish forms of critical race theory, like Robin DiAngelo, is a version of critical race theory that is aimed specifically at white people.
Right.
And it's mostly around, you have to acknowledge your white privilege. You have to acknowledge your white fragility. You have to acknowledge, the white privilege you've accrued.
I'm so fragile over here. I'm fragile. I'm falling apart.
But the actual
hold on. Is she a feminist? What about my toxic masculinity? Am I fragile?
Yes, of course.
Or do I have toxic masculinity?
Well, no,
I'm so torn.
The fact that you get angry when you're challenged is really just evidence of your toxic masculinity.
But I thought I was fragile. I thought toxic masculinity made me strong.
Toxic masculinity, Adam, is a cover to protect the fact that you really feel fragile.
Oh, the fragile ego. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
The soft on the inside part.
Yes, exactly.
I need my tough exterior.
The deeper, more foundational aspects of critical race theory are not aimed at white people, and I would argue that they're actually aimed at not white people specifically. They're aimed at black people.
Okay, so they pulled the racist shit out as they developed it. Here, I'm going to back up a little bit and try something, and you tell me if this is relevant to critical race theory.
Well, now, I don't know, some people... It's a series of normal, and in most cases, very common sense ideas to explain the dynamics of racism without relying on lazy answers like, I don't know, some people are just bad, or like,
I don't know, white people are just bad. Is that a critical race theory? Would that be relevant to critical race theory? Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know, white people are just oppressors, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of critical race theory.
That's true. They're right there.
Everyone just naturally hates people who are different.
White people just are naturally racist. White people just naturally hate people that are different. That's critical race theory, right? That's applies.
Yes.
Okay. I thought like this. The irony here is fucking nuclear off the charts. It's like, okay, yeah, you're describing critical race theory.
Yeah, you're nailing it.
Ideas that are just like, hey, racism's going to happen. What are you going to do about it?
And then, oh yeah, whites are always going to be racist. What are you going to do about it? That's critical race theory, right? Like he kind of nailed it. Look at that face.
He accidentally, in his irony, completely nailed critical race theory without realizing it. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Targeting.
That's the face that's the thumbnail face, Adam.
I know. We got to change the thumbnail now.
That's the thumbnail face right there.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll take a screenshot and I'll send it to you.
Do a screen grab of that real quick. Do it nice and big, and I will put it in the thumbnail.
Okay. Wait, how do
You guys don't know how important thumbnails are on YouTube, man. That thumbnail right there, that's a million view thumbnail.
That's the thumbnail. That's the. I'm gonna say that's the thumbnail.
What are
That's the
you
name of the
gonna
file.
do? What are you gonna do? Oh, I knew we were getting warm on this critical race theory stuff.
Mhm.
This is why it seems like it might be an existential threat, because it's just so funny too when he began this video mocking the fact that white people are upset about losing their place in the hierarchy. I wonder why, when this critical race theory is like targeting white people as stereotypically racist oppressors. Seems like you guys are gearing up for something here. What's going on? I'm just minding my own business, smoking weed and painting.
No, definitely. And as if you said, and we've both said many times, if you're saying that our society is based around racial hierarchies of oppressed and privileged people, you're basically just giving white people a reason to never want to change anything. Because you're saying that there's always going to be these oppressors. And if you put out a framework that there's always going to be oppressors, then you're just saying, well, you're just making it so that the oppressor is going to want to stay being oppressor forever because they don't want to be oppressed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the people who teach it will now forever have to contend with dishonest hacks shouting over them to pretend as though they're claiming some shit like white people are evil or whatever. So
yeah, Adam. Stop being dishonest.
Oh my God.
Well, see, this is
got to read between the lines here.
This
Who's
is where
the
they get away
oppressor
with it.
class? Hold on. Who's the oppressor class here?
The
Come on.
whiteys.
Yeah, the whiteys, right?
The whiteys.
I'm picking this stuff up. People know what you're talking about here. I mean, listen, they're constantly talking about Donald Trump being this authoritarian dictator, and I'm going, what? He had Kanye in the Oval Office. What the fuck?
Are you saying that you can't be an authoritarian dictator and like the music of Kanye West, Adam?
Oh, I guess you're right. Got me.
Come on.
You got me.
Gotcha.
Obviously.
Gotcha.
Everyone likes Kanye. You can be
Yes.
even racist like Kanye West.
Even racist like Kanye, Adam. Come on.
the very least I can do is be a dishonest hack that defends them. Let's go super bare bones here. Critical theory is a philosophy or method of analyzing
so wait a
things
minute.
that views the way.
Yeah, no, you got to pay attention to this.
Okay. See, he just admitted that he's like, the least I can do is be a dishonest hack in their defense.
Mm-hmm.
So he's admitting that he's being, this is what's so weird. He's like doing it as a joke. He's like, oh no, I'm just joking. But he is giving himself the wiggle room to basically just lie.
I told you. I told you. It's ContraPoints. Come on.
It's different. It's a different tactic.
Well,
It's a different tactic.
It's not the fancy wallpaper and the mood lighting, but
So okay, so let me say this one more time so you really understand. So Contra's tactic is to inject enough nuance into every statement that she always has wiggle room to escape.
mm-hmm.
So that's one tactic. Now you can say that that's dishonest, that's fine, but that's one tactic. This is a different tactic. This is just saying, oh, I'm just going to be dishonest right in the beginning of the video. So,
Yeah. Well, you got wiggle room. Got to have that wiggle room.
Can do is be a dishonest hack that defends them. Let's go super bare bones here. Critical theory is a philosophy or method of analyzing things that views the ways that social structures and power dynamics influence social problems more than individual beliefs or actions. Critical race theory is that method.
Okay, so social power dynamics over
Individual
over individual beliefs or actions.
in actions,
right?
yeah. So he's saying fuck American exceptionalism, individual exceptionalism.
Well, that would be a social dynamic, though. Obviously, like you and I and everyone else we're fucking America. God damn it, we're the best.
No. But he's saying, like the American attitude of the individual being the exceptional. That can change their life, that can master their own destiny and fate. He's saying that's bullshit. Or critical theory, not critical race theory.
Right.
Critical theory is saying that that's bullshit. Yeah.
He's saying it's an illusion because we were born into this social setting where that is true for our social setting, but it's not true for every social setting. So someone
No, he's saying it's not true. He's saying it's not true. Or he's saying that critical theory is saying that that's not true at all. Period.
There are, well, hold on. Critical race theory is saying that your social standing is going to be more important than what you personally believe.
Okay, wait,
Your own
let's go back a
ability to
second.
achieve.
Let's go back a second.
Here, critical theory is a
Okay, so he's talking about, this is what he did. Since he didn't want to research critical race theory, and I'm assuming he knows about critical theory because that's where all the neo-Marxist shit comes from.
Mm-hmm.
He's just explaining critical theory, and then he assumes because it's called critical race theory that it's just critical theory plus race lens is what he's assuming.
Okay, but that's not correct, right?
It's not correct because even Derek Bell, I'm not sure if Derek Bell, the guy who's always credited with creating critical race theory, I'm not even sure that he's a communist or anything. And I don't believe he personally coined the term critical race theory when he was creating whatever he was creating. It was kind of labeled that after the fact. So no, I don't think it would ever be accurate to look at or define critical race theory in that way. Though I can understand why some would.
But this perfectly makes sense why some people believe that your place in society is the only thing that matters. If you believe that, you wouldn't believe in upward mobility or any of that stuff. And he's saying critical theory is social dynamics over personal beliefs or actions. So
Yes.
your lot in life is basically handed out to you by your place of birth. And
Yes.
I mean, you could go as far as, there are some people that even dwell on like birth rank and stuff like that.
Yes.
I don't know if I buy that.
Stug for $5 says, says, what is the society critical race theory strives for? Marxist? Perhaps, but who's in charge and how's it decided? Do the races live in parallel societies or no? So part of the trick of critical race theory is that they point out a bunch of problems and they don't provide any solutions. So if you attack them and say critical race theory is promoting Marxism, they'll say, no, we're not. Look in our text. We don't promote Marxism. We just say that capitalism and liberal democracy fails in every aspect. We're just not giving any solutions.
Yeah. So weird.
So it's funny because critical race theory is like the angry radio political radio jockey who just bitches constantly but doesn't actually provide solutions, like us to some extent.
Well, we try. I
That's
provide
true, we do
solutions
try.
when I'm constantly racking my brain for solutions. We need a shared narrative.
Yes, that's
we
true.
need a
That's very
shared
true.
narrative that everyone can be proud of. We're storytellers. I mean, we should be working on that shared narrative. You got fucking Quentin Tarantino rewriting history every other movie. Like, why aren't we rewriting this history?
Prince
Django
Charming for
Unchained is
$10.
pretty good. That's a story you can be proud of.
What story?
Django Unchained.
Oh, sure. I like that movie. Sure.
Yeah,
I like that movie. I didn't like the Nazi one, the Hitler one.
Oh, you didn't like it? Really
I don't see-
interesting.
So I like Django because it's just a fictional story. I don't see what the
Inglourious
point
Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards. I don't see what the point of making a movie where it's like, this is how I wish history went. Like, okay.
Because it's a shared narrative. It becomes a history. It becomes the emotional history.
That's not how it works.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. You like Inglourious Bastards and Schindler's List should be a double feature.
Oh my God. So Prince Charming for $10
Completely
says,
different stories.
equal societies are oppressive to warlords. The collective man keeping me down. I could have been the next great Khan. Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Yes, Mad Robot in the chat says Sitch is no bear Jew.
What's that?
From Inglourious Bastards. Remember the really big
Oh,
Jewish
yeah,
guy
yeah.
that
No,
would beat
that-
people with a
yeah.
bat?
I can't believe you don't like Inglourious Bastards. That's such a great movie.
It is good. Like when you're watching it, you're really emotionally invested. If I watch a movie and at the end of it, I question what the point of the movie is, then I can't enjoy it anymore after that.
I
say,
thought
what
it was
the point of this movie?
badass because I was bored the whole movie thinking, oh, I know how this ends. And then I was like, holy shit. I thought this was some version of history that actually happened. And like it was a failed attempt to get Hitler. And then they got him. I was like, what the fuck?
That's hilarious. So that's
This
so
is
funny.
amazing.
Me and Adam literally had the exact opposite experience for the same reason. I'm watching it's like, oh, this is interesting. I'm invested. Then when I find out like, oh, this is just bullshit, I go, oh, I'm not interested anymore. And then Adam's literally the opposite. He's like, oh, this is boring because they're all gonna lose. Oh wait, no, they won, so it's interesting now.
Yeah, it's totally different. I like the idea of
Okay.
changing history in that way. I do.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's because you don't believe in objective truth as being very important because you're a
You can
dirty,
only do it. Well, no, I do believe
dirty
in.
pinko commie like Jordan Peterson.
I believe in the thing that I believe in.
Exactly.
Philosophy or analyzing things that views the ways that social structures and power dynamics influence social problems more than individual beliefs or actions.
Okay, so to be fair, he wasn't saying
Critical
only-
race theory is
To be fair, he wasn't saying you have no control. He was just saying that you have less control than over your life than inherent power structures, which I would argue is probably true for most parts. I
Sure.
don't like the conclusions that critical theory comes to based on that.
We have a very important super chat from Derek Drummond for $5. Sitch has trash movie takes. Another reason to be A-team, baby. That's right.
So, okay. First of all, Adam doesn't like the movie Aladdin. Not the remake. He doesn't like the original Aladdin.
Well, I never seen it. Maybe it's great. I don't know. It looked
He
like there
hasn't
was
even
singing.
seen the original Aladdin.
It looked like there was singing in it. I was like, this is a kid's movie, right? I don't like kids' movies.
No one can ever say that Adam has better movie takes than I do. This is a man who loves rubber and hasn't seen a fucking Aladdin, hasn't seen Lion King, hasn't seen the original Mulan. Okay.
Listen to this. But back when I was sneaking into R-rated movies when I was 12 years old. Like you seem to be obsessed with kid movies. I always wanted to see adult movies.
I just like the idea that Adam, like at 12-year-olds, Adam, he's like smoking a cigarette. He's got like the black sunglasses on.
I'm smoking a cigarette in the theater.
From, like, the
I'm
80s,
watching
Like,
Porky's.
he's watching
what
Porky's
are you doing?
and Terminator, and he's like, ugh, I'm too cool for this kid shit. Aladdin,
You're describing my
does anyone
life.
Get shot? Does anyone get shot and bloodily decapitated in Aladdin? If not, I'm not gonna watch it.
Totally. I'm sitting in Phantasm. You're at fucking Aladdin.
Ugh. Lion King. Fucking, I think I'm gonna watch a movie about lions fucking each other. Fuck that. I want to watch a tire blow up a person's face.
You do. Oh my God, that's the best part of Rubber, dude. That's the best part of Rubber. Don't get me. We're gonna watch Rubber clips after this. Don't get me started.
Oh, so wait, have you seen The Emperor's New Groove?
No. What is that? A Disney movie? Jesus, all these Disney movies. You're like Disney obsessed.
My God, guys, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. He hasn't seen any of these fucking movies. He hasn't seen Emperor's New Groove. Doesn't even have singing in it, I don't think.
I've seen all Nightmare on Elm Streets, even the bad ones. I've seen all 13 of them.
Have you seen? Okay, wait a minute. What about Nightmare Before Christmas?
Yeah, I saw that. I told you I tried to get a job working for Tim Burton.
Oh, that's right. I don't remember
because of that movie. I loved it. Well, Danny Elfman got dicked on that movie, so that tainted my first viewing. But on second viewing, I thought this movie's amazing. Right. Fuck Danny. He can live.
Okay. I'm just bringing up Disney movies because I'm trying to think of like musicals that everyone likes, that are universally beloved.
Happy
Feet.
I love Happy Feet. Happy Feet's a great movie, and that's kind of a musical.
Is it Happy? I guess it sort of is a
It's
musical.
borderline. Yeah. It is borderline. I like Happy Feet. My feet
I will agree
stop
with you.
moving, Daddy.
I will agree with you that most live action musicals are terrible. I'll agree with that. Okay. I will agree with that.
Yeah, totally.
Is that method?
No. This is very important. Super chat. ThunderSun4228 for $5 says, a question I've been meaning to ask since the musical stream. If Adam doesn't like musicals, then how is he even alive?
I know. I know. I should never have told my secret. I feel like I feel like everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Oh wait, so have you seen Lilo and Stitch?
Yes, yeah. That's
like
not
that,
really a
okay.
musical though.
There's no music in it that I
No,
remember.
yeah. I
Wait, so
remember.
okay. Reed and Nice Wonder in the chat says Little Shop of Horrors is the best live action musical.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm anti-musical, but Reed Nice Wonder also says Happy Feet is definitely a musical. So yeah.
Yes.
I loved Happy Feet. Man,
What
what
about the producers?
No, bullshit movie.
Oh my God, you haven't seen Springtime for Hitler? Oh no.
Nah. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch my own movies. You watch your movies with the singing and dancing and all the.
Yeah, like South Park, Book of Mormon.
Nonsense.
You know.
I'm gonna watch Hardcore Henry again. Okay.
Hey, you watch Hardcore Henry again.
Do what you do. You do you. All right.
Adam is like, I can only watch a movie that has at least 30 deaths in it. Okay, so I have to watch only Hardcore Henry, Taken.
Hardcore Henry, I think, has 30 deaths in like one scene. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Now.
So it's perfect.
Were we watching a Thought Slime video?
We were watching a Thought Slime video. This is how uninteresting the Thought Slime is.
Applied to race and racism. In this view, racism is not simply a product of individual bad actors, but is also reproduced unconsciously in systems and institutions.
See, that's a fucking nonsense. Bullshit.
Well,
total bullshit.
Well, see, this is the problem. This is why I hate these terms, systemic racism and all this shit, because they conflate a bunch of different ideas together.
Yeah,
because you could make the argument that historically racist institutions or systems have created long-term effects that are still being felt today. Right? You can say that.
Mm-hmm.
I think everyone agrees with that. That doesn't mean that there's a continual right now magical, unconscious, unprovable racism that still permeates in these systems.
Well, but they look at the outcomes, and that is their evidence for the racism, exactly. Which is fucking bump kiss bullshit. It's total bullshit. Like, if you have a job and 0 black people apply, how can you say because no black people do that job that it's racist? You can't fucking say that.
Well, yeah, it's a total causation correlation fallacy. But then on top of that, it always gets Motte-and-Baileyed. It always gets bait and switched because people will say like, oh, they say ACAB, all cops are bastards, all cops are racist, right? And then you say, wait a minute, you can't claim that all cops are racist. And they say, oh, no. I'm not suggesting that each individual cop is racist. I'm suggesting that the police is an institution mired in historical racism and systemic oppression, and that it comes out in these unconscious blah, 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 right? But then
totally,
whenever you have an incident where a cop shoots someone who's black, they immediately say, oh, it's because that individual cop is racist, and that's why they killed that black person.
Mm-hmm.
So they try to that's why it's so bullshit. They try to have it both ways. They constantly try to bait and switch.
All to support this phony narrative. It's so evil. It's so evil. They need a better narrative. They do. How do we do that? We got to get the re-education camps up and running. Hopefully Trump gets a second term and we can get those re-education camps going. Those FEMA camps.
We got to promote the colorblind society. Okay, that's what we got to do.
If we're re-educating for good, is that acceptable? Like, what if we re-educate them for a colorblind society?
What'd you say? I was reading Streamlabs.
What if we re-educate people for a colorblind society? It sounds bad because it's kind of brainwashing, but you got to do what you got to do.
Right.
Times are tough.
Well, are you taking the Scott Adams approach that all education is technically brainwashing?
He says that? What a weirdo. He probably hates artists. That sounds totally irrational.
Yes.
That sounds like an irrational artist. Is he an artist?
Paradox says, I was worried for a second I was forced to miss 1 hour of the show, but then I noticed you were only 3 minutes into the video. lucky. I know, it's sad. It's true.
Come on.
Alex for $1 says, Nigerian and Kenyan immigrants is a death blow to critical race theory and much of the systemic racism arguments. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You can make...
We lost you for a second. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Oh, did you hear the super chat I read?
I did. Yeah. No, we cut out with what you were talking about critical race theory. Go ahead.
The problem, I agree with what Alex said, that Nigerian and Kenyan immigrants is a death blow to critical race theory and much of systemic racism
Yeah,
argument, because
totally.
this is why you have to separate the ideas of the institution has some magical, unfalsifiable, unconscious racist bias, and the history of racism has created a hole too deep for many people to climb out of on their own. These are two very different concepts that need to be separated, and unfortunately, they're not.
I can't remember the Blogging Heads TV guy, but he talks about immigrant pluck because that evidently is the counter argument to that,
That
and
is,
I had
yes,
never
that
heard
is,
that
yes.
argument before. Black people here are saying, well, you can't expect us to have that immigrant pluck. Those people came here, so they have a lot of gumption, a lot of
Well,
motivation.
it's sort of true, but not in the way that they're saying.
Mhm.
So I think you could make an argument that'd be fair to say that a person who's more likely to immigrate to another country has a personality type that is striving towards success.
I
naturally.
agree. We've been pilfering those.
Right.
We've been poaching those people from around the world forever. Why do you think
Now,
America
obviously
rules?
not everyone immigrating to a country, but I'm saying more generally, if you were to say the average person immigrating to another country versus the average person staying in their country, especially if their country isn't, a good country. I think
Lazy
that would be
people
a
are
fair
going to
assessment.
stay. It's so obvious. Lazy people are going to stay put. They're going to hunker down. They're going to stay home.
Paradox for $1 says, I was not able to enjoy anything from Quentin Tarantino since Death Proof. True. Death Proof is one of the shittiest fucking movies ever made.
Man, this fucking
You
guy.
like Death Proof, Adam?
Well, there's one scene that you have to fast forward through. When they're in the coffee shop. Yeah, that's unwatchable.
That movie is fucking... It's an attempt to be woke feminist, and it's like the literal opposite.
Oh,
which
totally.
I don't think was
That's
on
what I love
purpose.
about it. Like,
Yeah, but I don't think that was
fuck-
on purpose. Okay.
Come on. They got the cheerleader the whole time. It's like every movie needs a cheerleader.
He also says, remember Four Rooms? I didn't see Four Rooms.
Four
Now, that
Rooms was
good.
awful. Four Rooms was terrible. But
He likes Four Rooms. I never saw that. Django trash. Disagree. Inglourious Basterds delusional. True. I heard the last one was good, but I just can't bring myself to watch Tarantino's Oppression Olympics. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, this guy's background is a sewer because all his opinions are absolute shit.
Perfect.
True. See, this is the problem. He's in a sewer with shit and slime in the background saying that he's just making shit up, like right in the start. He's very upfront about it.
Racism is baked into how we do things in ways that we may not realize and may not even intend. I'll give you an example.
Yeah, when you cut an onion in your kitchen? Racist. What the fuck? There's no better way to just drive people crazy than tell them their entire lives that racism is the ultimate evil. Oh, and by the way you take out the garbage is fucking racist.
Right.
It's like,
Again,
what the fuck?
And to be specific, not the ultimate evil, but this, like the ultimate force on your life, that it's always
Totally.
there, pervasive.
Yeah. Yeah. No wonder people hate this shit.
Yeah, I know.
Eurocentrism in history education. That's when you focus on Europe or the descendants of people from Europe in history and kind of ignore the rest of the world, where things also happened. An educator may not set out to center Europe.
So we talk about this with the Adam Neely stream a lot too. I don't know what your experience is. I really didn't learn very much European history at all.
Yeah.
So was that your experience too?
Well, I learned a bunch of European history. Yeah, totally.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, I learned about World War I, World War II. I took
No. But I'm talking about, okay, obviously I learned about World War I and World War II. I'm talking about like
those happened in Europe. FYI,
right,
just so you
okay. Okay. When he's talking about European history, I'm assuming he's talking about pre-American European history.
Oh yeah, fuck that. Who cares? Get out of
Yeah,
here.
but you didn't learn about
You
that.
think
right?
I
didn't learn about
No, yeah, the history of France beyond like them helping us in the American Revolutionary War? Hell no.
Maybe this is his Canadian bubble here, because maybe the Canadians, since they're technically, the serfs of the UK, maybe they learn a bunch of British history. But here in America, damn it, we don't learn a lot of history pre-American founding because, let's be honest,
Totally.
it wasn't really, the world wasn't really that important before America was founded.
Sure.
So
I took a world cultures class that the fucking instructor was amazing. And most of the stuff that I know, I learned from that one semester as freshman year in high school.
mhm.
And he went through like World War One, World War Two. We learned about Russia, like Russians always wanting a freshwater port. That was a big driving motivation for them, invading a bunch of countries and stuff like that. But everything that we learned about the world was how it related to America. Like America was like, we learned a lot about the Cold War, but we learned about the Cold War because it was relevant to America. So, and they did
Right.
call that class, they did call the class world cultures, but it was
I mean,
basically the world cultures that affect America.
I went in my school. We had 1 year in high school of world history,
Mhm.
freshman year too. I don't remember anything about it. It was incredibly boring.
So you had a terrible instructor. We had an instructor that just
Yes.
fucking killed it. Like he came in and just, he told a story that was a narrative story that, like, he told all the fucking drama, all the drama that
No.
went on with the different
Well-
SARS and Caesars and shit. It was
So
fucking
for
great.
some reason, our world history teacher required us to read Nicholas and Alexandra, a tomb of a book about the last Tsar of Russia, and it's so fucking boring. And I'm like, what is the point of this? How is
There
this
was no
relevant
reading.
whatsoever?
There was no reading. It was like audiobooks. It was like an hour of audiobooks, and I just loved it. Is it Tsar Nicholas the First was started World War One? The guy called him the Nut. I still remember it to this day. Like on the exam, he called him the Nut so much that he let you answer questions on the exam, like instead of Tsar Nicholas the
Say the
First or the
Nut.
Second, you could say the Nut. Yeah, exactly. So
So basically, you
definitely
had
remember.
Robin Williams as your world history professor.
Dude, he was
That's what you're saying.
amazing. Yeah,
He
exactly.
said, "Take
It
off
was
your
like-
shoes, stand on your desk, carpe
Good.
diem, Adam."
Yeah, exactly. He had a toothpick in his mouth. He always had a toothpick. The class was right after lunch, and he always
That's
had
how
a
you
toothpick
knew
in
he
his
was
mouth.
cool. He always had a toothpick in his mouth. He
No,
was the
we would
toothpicker.
watch the toothpick because the toothpick was like, how is that thing staying in there? Because it was like barely, like sometimes it'd be out of his mouth, like stuck on the side of his.
That's actually that's interesting
And
to say.
he'd
That's
still be
actually
talking.
I don't know if this was intentional. But that is an intentional strategy to distract people.
Really,
Yeah,
it
there's
worked.
what's the name of the lawyer?
It's like a
from Inherit the
hypnotism
Wind?
thing, isn't it? Yeah, we would be fixated on that toothpick. Is it gonna fall? Is today the day the toothpick falls?
So what's the lawyer from Inherit the Wind's name? I'm blanking on.
Inherit the Wind, that musical that I never watched. What are you
Oh my god!
Inherit the
So
Wind?
Inherit the Wind is a fantastic movie about the Scopes monkey trial where a person was arrested
I've
for
seen that.
teaching evolution
Yeah,
in school.
I've seen that. Yeah,
Okay.
it's black and white, right?
Yes, it's an old movie. It's black and white.
Mhm. I've seen 12 Angry Men. Come on, I'm cool. I've seen
That's
a
good movie,
face
too.
in the.
Henry
I've seen a
Drummond
face in
is
the
guy's
crowd.
name.
Have you seen a face in the crowd?
So
we should watch
Henry
a face in
Drummond-
the crowd with surfs.
Anyway, the lawyer from Inherit the Wind, in the real life lawyer, whatever his name was, if it was Henry Drummond or if that was a fictional version of the real guy, I don't remember. He would do what you just said to distract. Like when it was the other attorney's turn to present evidence to the court, he would have like a cigar that would like the ash was like baked onto the
Oh,
cigar
yeah.
somehow, so it would never fall. But you would
Oh,
keep
yeah.
staring at it because you keep waiting for the ash to fall off the cigar, and it would just keep getting bigger and bigger. And you're like, how is the ash not falling? And he would purposely do that during the other lawyer's testimony, just so that the jury would be distracted. And not
He'd
hear it.
stick a wire in it. I've done
Yeah,
that
he'd stick a
for,
wire in it,
for a
yes.
movie scene. Yeah.
Yes.
That's how you get the ash to stay. You stick a wire in the cigarette and you can do like a super long ash. It looks really cool. Little movie
European
magic
history.
for you guys.
But the tools and information available to them might treat that as the norm. Regardless of intent, this results in the history of people from other continents
I love it how. So
We've
we
got
have
2
to
seconds, Adam. No.
Well, it's just the idea that it's wrong for you to study your history. Like, you have to be egalitarian about studying like, what the fuck, dude? Imagine this in the Star Trek universe. Not only do you have to study Earth history,
Human history,
you have to study every fucking history in the galaxy.
I mean, like, we don't even have to go to science fiction.
It's like, get fucked.
You know,
it's too much to learn.
If I immigrate to India, I'm not going to demand that in history class we learn about, you know, American history in India. Like, I don't understand, you know, they're going to teach about their country's history. So that's what I'm saying. My experience in America is that we learned primarily only about American history. And I would assume that European countries learn about like their specific country's history as the majority of it. They're not going to learn about, you know, a bunch of other bullshit that's not super relevant to them.
They go to the good stuff. They want you to feel proud. They're like, you know, French people have a tough enough time. They want them to feel proud of being French.
I mean, I don't, again, maybe me and Adam just had some very specific, you know, special education, but I'm assuming most Americans learn primarily American history. It's not this huge focus on the rest of Europe.
That book, White or Black Rednecks and White Liberals, goes pretty hard on the Scottish, which I thought was hilarious because my favorite philosopher's David Hume, and he's Scottish. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Bunch of drunks.
Everyone, even no matter what, you just got to go to the good stuff. You find the good people in your past.
Was he white, Adam?
He was Scottish. Get the fuck out. Of course
I'm not making assumptions. Okay, I'm not a bigot. I'm not going to make that assumption.
Oh, okay.
Was he a white male, Adam?
David Hume, of course.
Yeah.
Do you think women are interested in philosophy? Come on.
Proof that Adam is a racist, sexist bigot.
Actually, you know, I know there's I know a couple.
You know that you're a racist, sexist
No,
bigot?
I know a couple women that are fucking obsessed with philosophy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thereby presenting their story.
Did you call me a sexist?
I did, yes.
Oh, okay,
is less important than that of whitos like myself and less worthy of study.
Wait.
He should have said honky.
He should have said honky. I like whito.
That is the norm. Regardless of intent, this results in the history of people from other continents being neglected, thereby presenting their story as less important than that of whitos like myself and less worthy of study.
This is so fucking stupid. Okay, obviously, and if he is Canadian, which we're assuming, I don't know. I'm assuming in Canada you learn Canadian history, and then you probably learn British history because you're fucking Brits. Like,
no, they learn American history. There you go. They're so beaten down. They're like, it'd be too boring if we learned Canadian history.
You know how much Canadian history we learn in America?
Zero.
Yeah, I know nothing about
Canadian history. You know why? Canada's never been. Canada's never been a threat. We know all kinds of shit about the Soviet Union.
No, but I'm just saying this destroys this whole white racist narrative. Because if it was about race, then yeah, we would learn about Canadian history because they're white, but we don't because it's fucking relevant to Americans whatsoever.
Yeah, totally irrelevant. How's it feel to be irrelevant?
Study. That's all it is. Well, okay, obviously that's not all. I'm not going to do like a semester's worth of critical race theory education in this YouTube video.
I'm not going to do 5 minutes worth in this. 5 minutes in, and I've done one sentence of what critical race theory is, and it's not even accurate.
Yeah, social dynamics over personal beliefs or actions. It's questionable. I'd love to hear an argument on this, but I doubt. Well, he doesn't give us one. Spoiler alert.
Well, so like the bare bones take of what he gave was what you. How did you describe it?
Social dynamics over personal beliefs or actions.
Right.
You basically. I had a friend of mine, this guy Dan, who always, man, he was so depressing to hang out with. He was such a pessimist, and I've been a lifelong optimist. So I always have worked and tried to get ahead and stuff like that. And every time I would do anything, he'd always tell me, "Oh, you can't do that because society's stacked against you. All this shit." I'm like. That's exactly what this critical race theory sounds like. It sounds like, dude, you can't do that. Nah, no, power's against you.
Right. What I was going to say is that his explanation of critical race theory is so broad and bare bones that essentially it would be like saying, "Oh well, Nazism is just a form of nationalism that originated in World War II in Germany or pre-World War II in Germany." Like that's what that's like the same comparison. He's giving you this very like broad, vague, useless definition of critical race theory.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Obviously, it's more complicated than that in a lot of ways that I'm particularly ill-equipped to discuss.
But that's not going to stop me from making a 20-minute video on the subject.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I have the education, life experience, or just...
Why do you think he picked this video? You seem to go at him for not doing his research and stuff like that, but
Because
not everyone is
money.
Not everyone is PSA Sitch, man. No,
He wants
like
the clicks, Adam.
Okay.
Okay, and also because you know why? Because right now there's a narrative about critical race theory, and he has to fight back. Or maybe,
yeah, his patrons are at him like, "What are you going to do? Critical race theory."
Here's the conspiracy theory, Adam. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but Thought Slime and the Surfs regularly stream together.
What? I did not know that, and I should.
I don't know if regularly. I know that I think they stream together pretty often. Okay.
Terrifying.
Maybe just
terrifying.
Sometimes. So here's the conspiracy theory. Maybe Thought Slime watched our conversation with the Surfs.
No
saw
way.
The Surfs get blown the fuck out on critical race theory, and then decided that he needed to create a counter narrative that the breadtubers could draw on.
Oh,
but he needed to do it quickly, and so that's why he just kind of shat this out with no research very quickly.
Blown the fuck out.
That's just a theory. Look, that might not be true. That might not be true, but that's just my conspiracy theory, you know.
I think that was my favorite clip on the Clip channel when you blew him out. When you blew out the Surfs on race theory.
Just natural brain smarts to do the subject any justice. But if you just want a simple answer to the question, what is critical race theory? It's that. It's that thing I said. If you're looking for an answer to the question, how come everyone's mad about it? Stay tuned. Now, it doesn't sound...
Why is everybody mad about it, Sitch?
Because it's terrible and racist and bigoted and anti-American democracy.
Yeah, well, also, you got a bunch of people who've been raised to see society as a colorblind society, and now people are actively telling them that's racist. So you've had all these people socialized, dare I say indoctrinated, with this philosophy that we should treat all races equally, and now you're saying that just saying striving towards that is actually just lip service, and that you really haven't done.
But think of the argument that he's just made. He's saying, you know, he gave this very bare bones definition of critical race theory. He said, "That's it. I'm not going to explore it further. I'm just now going to totally pivot to why people are mad about it and totally strawman that." This would be like saying, "I don't understand why people are so against fascism. I mean, I'm not going to look into the history of fascism. I'm not going to look into examples of fascism. But look, here's the definition of fascism, okay? It's about, you know, the word fascism just means a bundle of sticks joined together. It's about strength through unity. That's all fascism means, guys. It just means strength through unity, okay? That's all you need to know, you know, when I then pivot into now talking about why people don't like fascism and totally strawman them. I don't have to go into any further detail about fascism.
Do you know that the fascists and the Marxists were at one time in league? Did you know that?
Yes, they were in league to destroy the terrible centrists.
The fascist and the Marxist wanted to achieve the same thing, but the fascists thought you could only achieve it on the national level, and the Marxists believe you could achieve it on the world,
a global level.
On the
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's why. I mean, that's why. As much as they hate to say it, that's why Nazism is called National Socialism.
Exactly. Exactly. Yep.
Though, I mean, to be fair, though, there is another key difference is that fascism focuses much more on ethnic groups, where communism obviously focuses on class groups, not ethnic groups.
Yes.
But it is believing that whole strength through unity, you know, power of the people, collective, you know, stuff.
But they found a way, and this is where the cultural Marxism, which is I know triggers Thought Slime, so I'll say it again: cultural Marxism. This is the whole idea behind the cultural Marxism being blurring those lines, saying, well, a good way to discern class is through race, which is just, that's so evil. Like, there are black people that actually have money, guys. I know it's hard to believe with this stereotype going around that the left is always talking about, oh, blacks, poor people, poor, living in poverty. It's like, no, that's so wrong. Why put that stereotype out there? I would hate that stereotype.
Explosive X for €5.49 says Edinburgh University has recently renamed its David Hume Tower.
I know.
Over the philosopher's comments on matters of race.
To George Floyd Tower or something like that. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that. Is that true?
They threw David Hume under the bus for George Floyd.
Wow.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck about some tower. Who cares?
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, that is so obvious. I studied history in Mexico and I learned about Mexican history mostly. We didn't even study World War I. True.
Exactly.
Very true. Careers Buggin for $2.79 Canadian says, so I assume show some respect to your Canadian fans. If you're a Canadian and you're watching or listening to the stream, obviously you're one of the few elite Canadians, okay, who is super amazing. And obviously, since you donated, you have free will, critters. Okay, you have free will.
Special Forces Canadian. We have
You have evolved beyond petty things like race or nationality. You are a true enlightened centrist.
Very much so, yeah.
But all those other Canadians,
Thought Slime in particular,
controversial. Just that institutions and like society-wide trends can have a meaningful impact on your lived experience. But there are a few reasons that it is. The first is,
you know what's going to really impact your lived experience? When you think every single thing that happens to you, every single exchange that you have in public that doesn't necessarily go swimmingly is due to racism. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really going to ruin your fucking outlook on life.
That's true.
To think that white supremacists are gang stalking you, that's really going to be helpful for your mental state.
Yes, that you cannot succeed in that this white supremacy in every corner. Yes.
Oh yeah, that you might as well not even try. Why try to get that scholarship? You know, you're great at math, but the world is against you.
Is obviously, let's get this out of the way, some people like racism. This is a Thought Slime video, so you know I have to call something racist. That's the whole trademark thing that I do in every video.
So maybe you did see Surf's fucking video.
He did. He watched the debate. See, he knew, Adam. He's calling you out right now.
Holy shit. He is, isn't he? Isn't he? I got so many comments from people just that love the fact that I did that. We're cut at Sitch and Adam. We cut through the fucking bullshit here. We like to cut through the nonsense.
We should change our channel name to No Bullshit.
Oh my god! I take everything back that I just said.
So just to tide you over for now, okay. Like when a medieval king or knight eats a big turkey leg, that's racist. That's racist now.
See, all you guys, when you go to the Ren Fair and you get your big turkey leg, now you got to wonder, is this racist? Am I being a racist right now?
It's funny because he's saying this as like, I'm going to pick something random as a joke. But
I know.
I'm sure that if you talk to an avowed critical race theorist, they would say that the fact that America has these Renaissance fairs and these jousting shows is just proof of their Eurocentric white supremacy racism, because you don't see them having medieval Asian shows or medieval African shows or medieval Indian shows, right? Why is it medieval European night shows?
Do I really have to answer that?
Yeah, we know the answer, Adam. It's because of racism.
So let's see. The solution to that.
The big turkey leg is racist, Adam.
The solution to that is for us to find some other culture in the world and appropriate that culture as our history, right? We
You're
can have
right,
a,
but
we can
oh
have
my
a
God, we're not allowed to appropriate things. That's cultural
Oh,
appropriation.
really? Oh, we can't do that? Oh, shit.
It's almost like no matter what you do,
You
you
lose.
lose.
Yeah, it's horrible.
What
Are
is the
you
line from War Games?
have you been to Ren Fair?
Of course.
Okay. Of course. He's like, of course. I like
The
cleavage.
only way
I
to
go to
win
Ren
is
Fair.
not to play.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'll be
Yeah.
honest. I've only been to a Renaissance fair once in my entire life. And there's and you know why?
You went for the cleavage, right?
Yes, actually. There was a girl I liked in school.
He's like, should I lie here or not?
No,
okay.
there was a girl I liked in school who was part of a Renaissance fair. So
Of course.
I went to hang out with her. That's the only time I've ever been to Renaissance.
Was
fair.
she hanging out with you?
No, she worked there. She was one of the
Oh
Renaissance
my God, she was one of the
nerd people.
wenches.
She was in, you know, like they always have the chess games.
Yeah.
Like she was like the queen or something in the chess game.
Oh, in the chess game?
So I was like, I gotta hang out.
Zero
Yeah,
sum chess game?
that's right.
How'd it go?
It went all right. It went well. It went well, you know.
Good for you.
You
Ren
do like
Fair
at
is
the
a-
Renaissance fair, they wear those amazing like push-up bras where like their tits are like up to their chin. It's like, oh,
No.
fantastic.
I didn't want. I was dragged to the Ren Fair, kicking and screaming, but that was the pitch. Come on, Adam, you'll love it. There's
By
cleavage
who?
everywhere.
By whom, sir?
A friend of mine, a guy friend.
Okay.
He loves Ren Fair. Like he would go every year. He's like, you got to do Ren Fair this year. I worked there for like 3 weeks. I'm like, dude, you're kidding. Like who wants to hang out at Ren Fair for 3 weeks? That's nuts.
better than Ren. I mean, I've only been once, but better than Ren Fair was I love those jousting shows where you get to watch them like attack each other on horses, and they give you those like the turkey legs. They give you the big like custom Cornish game hen meals. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's good.
No, there was good food, and there was. I mean, I couldn't complain about the cleavage, man. It was everywhere. Like they got their game going. I think that's why he worked there for 3 weeks.
Probably.
Kings and knights are canceled. Anyway, some people like racism.
Wait a minute. Desert Runner for
Who
5
likes
Aussie bucks says.
racism?
Desert Runner for 5 Aussie bucks says, Sitch, you missed my super chat from last week. I demand satisfaction. Desert Runner,
We already gave it.
Yeah, I guess you came in late. I literally read your super chat right in the beginning of the stream and apologized for your amazing super chat that I missed.
Yeah. And I got angry because you super chatted on my live stream, and I didn't know you were coming out as S class. You traitor!
Class!
You traitor!
Or unconscious. And they think racism is very good. So when you're like, hey,
Who would think racism is very? Oh wait, critical
Richard
race
Spencer.
theory.
Yeah,
Well, and
people.
critical race theory. Yeah.
Critical race theory.
Richard Spencer, who's now endorsed Joe Biden.
No, he endorsed Abraham Kendi's proposal that it's racist for white people to adopt black children.
Yeah, the horseshoe is real. You've convinced me. After all this
Yes.
time.
Or all this, it's so funny. Like, you have best-selling anti-racist author was saying about how it's like white colonizers who are adopting black children.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah, it is terrible. And you got Richard. Like they should do a collab.
And Richard Spencer literally retweeted it and said, like, this is true.
Yeah.
let's do something about all the racism. They're like, nah, racism is tight. Let's not. By no means is this the majority of people or the majority of people that are opposed to critical race theory.
You
So
know,
at least that's fair, right? He says that that's not the majority of people opposed to critical race.
oh yeah, that is good. That's good. Yeah.
That's fair.
But you know,
Credit where
Richard Spencer
credit
is
is
like
due.
maniacally rubbing his hands together about like, oh, these critical race guys, they get it. They're like racist too.
Well, no, he's trolling.
I think they're both, but I think that a lot of the critical race people are patently racist against white people. He wants the accelerationism. He wants it to reach. He wants the race war.
So I'm glad you brought that up because I had forgotten. I want to talk about this, but I had forgotten. So someone had said something in a tweet, and I looked into this. I couldn't find the exact sourcing, but So apparently, Ibrahim Kendi, if I'm saying his name correctly, the guy who's his best-selling author for how to be anti-racist or whatever.
Yeah.
When he was in college or high school, he thought two things. He thought white people were aliens.
Nice.
He thought white people were aliens, and then
Are we
he
the
revised that.
Are we the good? Hold on.
Yes.
Which kind of alien? Like the xenomorph? Are we like the terror? Or
Yeah,
are we like
exactly.
the
Yes.
good
You
aliens?
know, they have that white people have a secret mouth that, like, when they unhinge their jaw, it comes out and it sucks the
Don't leave
blood
me
of the
hanging,
innocent
man. Don't
people of
leave me
color.
hanging.
Yes.
Is it the Arrival or is it the fucking? Is
No,
it
it's
like
the xenomorphs.
aliens?
It's the xenomorphs, Adam.
Oh my god.
We're not friendly octopus monsters trying to communicate through painting. Okay, we're ripping out
my
the throats
God.
of innocent people of color and ingesting our eggs in their chests. Okay,
Well, the acid blood is at least cool.
that's true. But then later he revised it. He went down. He downgraded. He said, "Well, humans aren't white people aren't aliens, but they are a different species of human than people of color."
Oh my.
Okay. So he went,
God.
and I couldn't, and I want to find this. Apparently, he wrote an
my
op-ed about this
God.
in college that I was trying to find, but I think it's been erased from the internet. If anyone knows, send a link to me on Twitter because I'd love to read it. I'm assuming that he got sucked up into Nation of Islam, Yaqub
Sounds
bullshit.
like it.
So, yeah,
Oh my god. Parasitic aliens roaming the universe.
right.
But obviously they exist. Let's just get out of the way. Moving on. The second reason is because critical theory was first developed by the Stinko Pinkos at the Frankfurt School. Hearing that something was created by a bunch of Marxists is enough to get a significant portion of people to reflexively assume it's designed to take away your freedom and make guns, soda, and the Bible illegal somehow. Like if we admit that
Here at PSA for Sitch and Adam Friended, we don't want to make soda illegal. But we do want to drive poppers out of existence. Down with the poppers. Soda forever.
When he made the soda reference, this has to be like he is completely. He's sending us secret messages right now.
It's all
like
about
the
us.
soda, the
It's all
soda
about
thing.
us.
Like I think he might be a fan. I'm starting to feel bad.
Maybe he's a fan. That's true.
institutions can be racist, that means no.
No, but what I was going to say seriously, though, is that it's also very disingenuous because while it's true, if you find out that some ideology is created by communists or Marxists, I guess specifically, it should make you raise an eyebrow. And I shouldn't instantly dismiss it, but you should be critical of it. You should say, well, that's interesting, and you should look into it. And when you look into a series of thought created by Marxists or even if it's not created by, but bolstered by Marxists, and you find out that they don't believe liberal democracy can solve your problems and that a revolution is needed, it kind of seems like maybe then it's an existential threat to America. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the word existential threat means, but that's how I interpret it.
It means a threat to your existence. It's really.
I tend to think when someone says an existential threat, it means they want to destroy the very foundations of your existence. And when you say you want to overthrow liberal democracy, it seems a little bit like an existential threat to me. I don't know.
Have you seen Aliens 1? The xenomorphs. That's like an existential threat. Like they're trying to get back to Earth.
Yes.
Stephen Hicks' book Understanding Postmodernism just completely annihilates the argument that postmodernists, and a lot of this critical race stuff comes out of postmodernism, isn't just repackaged Marxism.
Bobby Nobody says basic Sitch, Disney, and medieval times. This is why we are A team. Wow, someone doesn't like medieval times or Disney.
Wow,
terrible, terrible. But Skip Mayfield for $10 strikes back and says, "Thank you for making discount Will Wheaton watchable." That's a very apt comparison. Also, S-Class is best class, mostly because Adam lives in California.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's leaving California. Rogan left. Ben Shapiro left. I'm looking around. I'm starting to think, is it really that dangerous here? It just doesn't seem that dangerous.
We can believe it anymore. The third and most relevant reason is because it sort of contradicts the conservative principle that one's individual choices are the sole factor in determining whether or not someone will succeed in life. This is the moral foundation of their worldview. I say sort of because a more reasonable conservative might argue that even if the odds are stacked against one group of people, you as an individual could still work hard enough to counter those odds and succeed despite that. But they're not going to make that argument though, because then they'd leave themselves open to the criticism that even if it's possible to succeed despite injustice, you still shouldn't have injustice. Injustice is still bad. So it becomes necessary to pretend at the same time that this injustice does not exist, but even if it did, it wouldn't be that big a problem. Here's Ben Shapiro.
Any comment on that, Adam?
Yeah, it's the immigrant pluck argument right there. They're like, the injustice does exist, but obviously people overcome it. But I mean,
Well,
I think everyone faces injustice though. Like, come
Right.
on, just because you're born white doesn't, there's so many other factors. Like, I wasn't born rich. My parents weren't rich.
he's saying that conservatives will never make that argument because conservatives will never they never will state that the world is unjust
Yeah,
systemically.
that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
I mean, I'm not conservative, so I'm not going to comment on that. I think the world is unjust, but I'm a disaffected centrist, enlightened centrist liberal. So
I don't think
now?
conservatives, I think basically believe in the law of karma, even though they would never, like, they're not for Eastern.
Right.
I'm-
No, I know. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
They're worried about creating a world that doesn't respond to incentives, where people, where injustice is propagated and people get ahead. But both sides are worried about that, correct?
Right. I think Jordan Peterson said this, and if he didn't, I'm just going to attribute it to him, even though I don't think he's really conservative. He said that even if the world isn't just, it's beneficial for you to act like it is on an individual level, because that's what's going to help you strive towards success. That's what's going to help you, keep being motivated. And I think that's what you're talking about when you said there's sort of this belief in karma, because it's like this belief that if you work hard and try hard, you will be eventually rewarded for that.
Yeah. I don't know. I've faced injustice. I'm sure you faced injustice.
Sure.
Everyone faces injustice. It doesn't, like, to promote this narrative that white people never face injustice and black people only face injustice is just, it's toxic. It is terrible for society.
Right. Definitely.
I'm
But
sure
it's-
Thought
it's-
Slime has faced injustice. Like,
I'm sure he has.
look, he's
look at
facing
him.
us right now.
Oh, but no, but it's not. I don't think it's a question of that. I think it's more a question of, and we've talked about this a lot. If you just, whatever you focus on primarily, that's going to become your world.
Yeah, your reality.
And I think that's why if all you focus on is one thing, if all you focus on is, this oppressive racist system, that's your reality. That's all you're going to see reality as, is a racist oppressive system. And you're basically preparing yourself for failure your entire life.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it is when failure comes, you don't necessarily want to blame your own actions. You don't want to say, I should have done different things.
Right.
It's tough. It's like a case by case basis, obviously.
Sure.
I hate saying that because that's what fucking
Well,
Surf said.
But the thing, and again, the thing that's more important about this, is what I've always said, is that even if you don't believe in conservative political ideology, it's still beneficial to believe in the bootstraps argument on an individual level. That's what's going to help you personally succeed in life. Because yes, a lot of times in life, you're going to be met with failure that's completely something that you don't have control over. It's going to be some unfair part of the universe or the system or someone being an asshole or something, but you don't have control over that. All you have control over is yourself.
Yeah.
And that's all you can change, really.
Ruining my YouTube recommendations by destroying systemic racism.
Shouting institutional racism does not actually combat racism. You have to find individual instances, and you have to show me who the racists are so that we can fight them together. I hate racism. I think it's evil. But if you're just going to say institutional racism...
He's like, I hate racism, but...
But
as if he really does. I mean,
racism every time something bad happens, there's no way to fight it. I need a policy that you're proposing, or I need a person who's actually racist so that we can fight it together, or we can determine whether the policy is good.
You can see the old switcheroo Ben is pulling here. You say that racism is not the result of a few individuals, but rather systemic problems, and he says, well, if these systems are truly racist, show me the racist individuals. The framing of
Wait, is that what he said? Wait, let me go back a second.
systemic racism.
Shouting institutional racism does not actually combat racism. You have to find individual instances, and you have to show me who the racists are.
Okay, so he didn't. Okay, so again, so I don't know what Ben Shapiro said because, and again, obviously, if you've been listening to the stream for a long time, I'm not some big Ben Shapiro fan or anything, but
I
he's
read his
cut
book.
off-
It's awful.
Yeah, he's cut off the beginning of what even is the topic. All we know going into this is that Ben Shapiro says it's not helpful to just shout institutional racism. You need to point at a specific person that's causing the problem, or you need to suggest a specific policy that can be looked at. Okay, which that seems. What is the contradiction there?
Yeah. Well, he's gonna pull the, if there's bad outcomes, then obviously there's racism baked in, even though you don't necessarily know. Like that's their
Right.
whole argument. Their argument is, because this is the argument that goes back and forth. They're like 13% of the population isn't rocket scientists, and since
Right, they're
there's
not
13
represented across all fields and economic.
Yeah, exactly. So
structures,
they're
blah,
like,
blah, blah, blah.
obviously there's some racism in the rocket science field that we can't determine. And Ben Shapiro steps in. He's like, come on, you got to show me like the individuals that are being racist in the rocket industry, or, you got to show me the policy that says
Right.
we don't hire black people to do to work with rockets.
So
And
this
you
is
can't
why-
find that, but they're like, so it's baked in somewhere subconsciously, unconsciously. It's like the secret sauce of the rocket industry.
Right. And this is why I hate the term systemic racism. It's so useless because the term is too broad, it's too vague, it refers to too many different too many different things. Because I'm sure if you asked Ben Shapiro, and I think he's talked about this in other videos, he said that yes, he does think that the history of racism has put certain groups of people in the position that they are in today.
Disadvantages,
Okay, he's not
yes.
denying that, but there's a difference between that and saying that there's some magical, invisible, unconscious racist bias that is, forcing white scientists to not hire black scientists to be rocket scientists or whatever.
But I wonder, and this is the left's argument, but I never hear making it. Is the disadvantaged stereotype threat? Like, is this stereotype? Blacks are poor. Blacks can't get ahead. Blacks face systemic racism everywhere. Are they living up to that stereotype? Like, it's so ironic that the left is the one who the left is the one who buys into stereotype threat. I don't know that the right buys into it, but they're like not reading their own research, because they're the ones that are literally saying stereotype threat is a thing. People live up to the stereotypes we create of them, and we shouldn't put those negative stereotypes into the world. And at the same time, they're like, black people are poor and can't get ahead and face systemic racism and get shot by cops. Can't interact with the cop. It's like, what the fuck? You're the one who's creating the stereotype. I don't like that stereotype of blacks.
Very true.
Blacks are hardworking Americans that want to get ahead like everybody else. What the fuck?
Yep.
Policy that you're proposing, or I need a person who's actually racist so that we can fight it together, or we can determine whether the policy is good.
You can see the old switcheroo Ben is pulling here. You say that racism is not the result of a few individuals, but rather systemic problems, and he says, well, if these systems are truly
But he didn't say that. He just said the problem with randomly shouting institutional racism is that which I agree with, is that it's so nebulous and amorphous that how are you supposed to solve that problem?
How you fix it? Yeah, we want to
can't.
Employ American exceptionalism here and fix the goddamn problem.
It's like if someone went up to the courthouse and said, the reason there's all these problems with crime is because ghosts have possessed the Constitution. You're like, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. There isn't the Ghostbusters. I can't call someone to to exercise the constitution of ghosts. You need to be a little bit more specific of what you're referring to.
Racist,
Oh my
me the
God.
racist individuals. The framing of the question makes systemic racism impossible to demonstrate by the dishonest rules he has established. In order to give him evidence he will accept, you have to pivot from systems to individuals. Otherwise, you're
He is ignoring the fact that Ben Shapiro did say individuals or policies.
Yeah, totally.
You know, just a little thing.
giving a cop-out answer. Generously, though, he'll also accept explicitly racist policies, but not the discriminatory.
Did he say explicitly racist policies, or did he just say?
Well,
policies?
he's saying that Ben Shapiro's doing like a where he pivots back and forth between these two things. But
No, but
there's
did Ben Shapiro say? Wait a minute, let's go back. We're at 8:41, so that's what we'll come back to. I don't remember Ben Shapiro saying explicitly racist policies in this clip.
He does. He says explicitly.
Shouting institutional racism does not actually combat racism. You have to find individual instances, and you have to show me who the racists are so that we can fight them together. I hate racism. I think it's evil. But if you're just going to say institutional racism every time something bad happens, there's no way to fight it. I need a policy that you're proposing, or I need a person who's actually racist so that we can fight it together, or we can determine whether the policy is good.
So he's not even talking
Policy
about
or individuals.
Right, but he's not even talking about policies being racist. He's saying suggest a specific policy that you want to implement.
Yeah. That's so funny because there are plenty of racist policies. It's like affirmative action. It's totally based on race.
Right, that's true.
Policies which are not explicitly racist. Racism has to be a choice that a person made, not the result of implicit or unconscious racism in systems or institutions.
It's so funny because there's like so little evidence for this unconscious implicit racism.
There's none. What are you talking about?
Because it's like, no, because they'll say like, oh, the evidence is, people will take like 0.5 seconds longer to like look at the faces of people that aren't the same race,
Totally.
in terms if you do the eye test or whatever. It's like, it's so insane. It's so crazy.
And the
Like,
name
this is really what we've reduced ourselves to. We're looking at these tiny microaggressions, these tiny differences. We're looking like we've done, our society has done so well, right? Obviously it's not perfect, but it's done so well at combating racism for 20, 30, 40 years that no longer are we talking about fucking people being enslaved. No longer are we talking about fucking separate but equal. We're talking about like, oh, well, you have a super secret, unconscious, unfalsifiable, can't be proven subconscious racism, and that's controlling all your action.
Yeah. It's
Why
bad.
do they think if everyone has unconscious biases and unconscious racism, why can't you just say the same thing as the reverse is true? Like, oh, all the non-white people are actually just racist against white people, so you can't trust what they're saying either, because they're unconsciously racist.
Well, because they are. They're consciously racist though, and they've developed a way for them to be consciously racist and it to be a-okay because they're
Right.
oppressed, and like you should be
Exactly. Yeah.
You
But that's
should
what P plus P
be.
equals R is. Yes.
Yeah, you should be against your oppressor. You should be violently against your oppressor. It's why this narrative is such horrible bullshit. Because it's like, oh, some random dude is oppressing me because he started a business.
Well, it's funny because earlier in the video he talked about he was criticizing, saying like, oh well, the people against critical race theory, they don't have any solutions, and yet the whole ideology is so fatalistic. It's all, you're unconsciously racist and it's impossible for you to not be. You have all these biases baked into you, hardwired into you, and that's just reality. And you just have to accept that you're a bigot.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way to prove that racism is the result of implicit or unconscious racism in systems or institutions. So, for example, sentencing disparities between powder cocaine possession and crack cocaine possession can't be entered into evidence in Judge Shapiro's courtroom. The fact that the latter tends to fall more heavily on black Americans is irrelevant because the law doesn't expressly state that black people receive longer sentences.
Wasn't this law changed? I believe it was changed.
So under Obama, it was the sentence disparity was reduced but not removed.
Oh,
And that
really?
should tell you something. The fact that it was reduced but not removed probably means that there's some reason for it that
Some third
they're not
factor.
talking about.
It's some third factor. It's always
this
that
is what's-
goddamn third factor.
This is what's so annoying, because it's what you said, and it's what I've said why I hate the term systemic racism, is that it only looks at outcomes. It's only saying, oh well, if the black population is disproportionately affected by crack sentencing versus cocaine sentencing, therefore this is proof that there's some sort of unconscious implicit racism in the system. It's like, wait a minute, before you make this claim about ghosts inhabiting the minds of people and controlling their actions, you need to go back to when this was created. You need to look at the facts and say, why was a sentencing difference created in the first place between crack and cocaine?
Yeah, exactly.
Which none of these people have ever fucking done. They just say,
I
like,
want to know. I want to know, what is it? What's the disparity?
Right, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is racist, but I don't know. These people
why.
have never fucking proved it because they don't give a shit.
This is why I love Sitch. Sitch is my go-to guy. He's too curious. He has to look it up.
Yeah, exactly.
He can't wait. He has to know.
I have to know, because I'm like, because there's a reason. Okay, even
There's
this is the
some
problem.
reason here. Someone's lying. We have to get to the bottom of this.
This was in like the early 90s or the late 80s. Okay,
Totally.
So
it's probably just an accident. It's probably some dumb.
Well, no, like,
fucking bullshit.
So there's obvious, like, politicians are always going to give a reason for something, and generally that's always going to be a bullshit reason.
Totally.
But right. But so you have to know, well, what's their bullshit reason they give? But then what's the actual real reason? Because I thought that the crack cocaine disparity had all to do with, the crime wave of the late 80s, early 90s that everyone was freaking out about. And there was some sort of panic where they were blaming, crack as this causing all the violence in the streets. And so it's so funny because it's like, if that's what it was,
the black community probably made him do it. The black community
if it was some
like
irrational panic over something that was spurred on by the fucking mainstream media, and then that gets the politicians to act a specific way. Like, it's like, well, you're saying you're going through like this very complex social system that happened, and you're just going to dumb it down to implicit racism.
Yeah. Well, he's making it sound like white people were like, we really got to stick it to the black people. How can we do it? Well, they like crack cocaine more than regular cocaine. So let's change the policy. Oh, that's a good idea. That's not how life works. Not at all.
Nathan Ravenstein for $2.82 says, my wife says I don't appreciate hard work. I said, hun, that's nonsense. I give super chats to Adam and Sitch each week. She asked me how I'm going to make our marriage great again. I told her I don't have time for tribalism. At least now I can watch Sitch and Adam show in peace.
Oh my God.
True fan. Nathan is a true fan, a true enlightened individual, true man of free will. Nathan was like, be gone, thought.
Oh my God.
Watch Sitch and Adam.
Oh my God. Don't cry to us when you need marriage counseling.
That's just the result of the law. That doesn't matter, you see.
We hadn't made it clear. If you ever have to choose between your loved ones, your family, and us, you better fucking choose us.
Because in theory, if white people were to use crack as much as black people, which we don't, because statistically white drug users can afford to splurge on fancy cocaines.
Is that true?
I have no fucking clue.
I don't know.
I know that's the narrative, but I don't know.
I feel like we should do a side-by-side comparison just for like, just for research purposes.
Yes.
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not doing coke. Get out of here.
Well, come on, live a little, man.
I'm strictly
Stop
hallucinogens. Man,
Stop
okay?
being so stuffy, okay?
I'm strictly a
Loosen
coffee
up
and
already.
hallucinogens, okay? I'm not doing coke. You get out of here.
Come on.
You're a bad influence.
We'd be
This man's a
sentenced
bad
the same
influence.
way. So Ben is essentially saying here, prove to me this thing exists, but only using evidence which does not prove it exists. Oh, you can't do that? Guess it doesn't exist. Checkmate, libs.
We are arguing though over whether or not it exists. So, I mean, that's a good question. How are you like? You can't just point to this one policy, which was fucking changed. Do you think this guy knows that it was changed?
Well, but that's what I mean. We keep saying is that the problem is they've constructed a system, a term, systemic racism, that basically says I don't have to actually find evidence for my claim.
Yeah, exactly.
Period.
Yeah.
You just have to accept it.
Well, the evidence for the claim, though, is any disparity in outcomes, which is that's fucking bonkers. That's bonkers. There's a disparity in outcomes in the number of people that buy romance novels.
Right.
You know why? Guys don't fucking buy romance novels, okay? Like, it's not sexism. It's not a sexism thing. It's guys aren't interested in buying romance novels. Like, there are things like that that happen in the world all the time. Like, you can't point to the disparity and say this is evidence. You know, on average, guys like sports, and then women.
Yes.
Reality check.
Here's Steven Crowder with the slightly less piss-minded take that systemic racism and sexism,
Speaking of piss-minded, I'll be right back.
existed in the past, but nowadays everything is fine and dandy.
So again, let's compare this to examples of actual institutionalized racism, like being prevented from voting, being forced to not being allowed to sit at the front of the bus. That was a big one.
Yeah.
Now, almost all of these movements.
See, I hate this too, because a lot of times people are conflating systemic racism with institutional racism. And it's good that they're making it clear. I was supposed to debate, I was contemplating debating Skylar Fiction on this, but he wouldn't, I couldn't iron out which he was talking about, systemic racism or institutional racism. And he kept on vacillating between the two, using the two interchangeably when we were talking about setting up the debate. And I was like, man, this is nonsense. What's your definition of systemic racism?
Movements today, if you contrast institutionalized racism, and if you look at that, by the way, they were won legislatively.
Institutionalized racism is a institutional policy that is racist. It discriminates against people based on their race or ethnicity.
They were won through education. Whereas in this case, these modern day movements, these modern day movements are won by keeping people in the dark. Almost all, let's look through all of the major movements in recent memory, and the catalyst was something anecdotal. So as a matter of fact, there is zero evidence. Just like there is zero evidence that women are oppressed, and there is zero evidence of systemic institutionalized discrimination and or rape.
See, he used it interchangeably there. Systemic and institutional.
Racism. But rape culture now, people believe it. It's hedging your bets on failure. It's giving you an excuse for your poor behavior, for your failure, because you chalk it up to some discrimination that doesn't exist. That's the reason people use this right now.
I say that this
Hard to argue with that. I don't necessarily know if I have a good argument. It seems like a lot of people do use it to justify their own failure, which I understand. You know, I'm a human being. I've fucking failed at all kinds of things. I guess maybe because
I've
I'm
never
a little
failed
more...
at anything ever, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? Come on, you failed at
Never.
some shit.
Nope. Perfect. human being.
I wonder if a little bit of masochism is actually good for you, because like the fact that I failed at a lot of stuff, I think I actually enjoy blaming myself a bit for that failure. Where I know other people just like they can sleep at night if they thought they were to blame for anything. So. Yeah, I blame myself for lots of shit.
Well, more important than that, it's almost sundown. And you know what that means? Happy Yom Kippur, my fellow Jews.
What does that mean? You got to go? You can't like talk on the phone or something?
Oh, I'm not going to go. I'm just saying Happy Yom Kippur.
Oh, so you're basically a bad Jew is what you're saying.
Yeah, I've said this many times. I don't fucking observe any of this shit.
What are you supposed to do?
I got to
What's
keep up appearances, Adam.
What's the Yom Kippur what's the thing that you're supposed to
Yom
do?
Kippur
what is
the
the ritual?
Holiest.
This is
of,
the holiest
holy.
day?
Yes, the
Oh, wow.
holiest of holy Jewish holidays. This is the day where God decides whether he's going to inscribe your fate into the book of life or the book of death.
You're fucking playing with fire here, and you're just
I
going to
know.
live stream that and say,
I
like, we
know.
could be saying profanity and stuff.
God loves me.
That's good.
Adam,
We're
okay?
talking
He
about
doesn't care.
We're
He's
talking
fine with
about
that.
doing a side-by-side comparison between crack cocaine and regular cocaine.
Look, I'm doing the Lord's work, okay? God wants America to be a free, democratic, colorblind society. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So God loves this. This is, he's put my name. He's not only put my name in the book of life, he put it in full caps. You know, he wrote it in with like a wax seal. He's bookmarked it. It's solid. Solid.
We're here. We're trying to red pill people. And by red pills, I mean ecstasy. But
take is less piss-minded because it allows for the possibility of systemic racism or sexism. It just denies that it's currently a thing. Make no mistake, however, his mind, it is still pissy. He claims that white people are more likely to be arrested by the police than black people, which is A, demonstrably not true when accounting for the percentage of each type of person in the general population, and B, in the fictional world where it were true, that would be an example of systemic racism. It's worth noting, however, that in the real world, the world that you and I live in, there can't be systemic racism against white people because we're the system. The system in question is us.
That's not
interesting.
true. That's
yeah,
not even
we're the
remotely true.
system. Because the system is based on the majority. Is that what he's saying? I guess?
What he's saying is bullshit because it's also inherently simplistic. You can't say that there's like one unified system, right, that controls all systems in America.
No, the whole point of the Constitution is checks and balances, like overlapping.
No, but I mean,
systems.
like, you could have an institute. You could have like colleges, for example. You could have colleges could be, you know, Princeton and Yale. Like they're being sued right now because they're racist against Asians or whatever. Okay, so you could have institutions like that could be systemically racist to Asians or white people. Just because they're the majority in the country doesn't mean that they're free from all systemic oppression everywhere. It's not how it works, buddy.
Princeton's like, man, you know the race analogy where they're like running the marathon thing? You know that analogy they like to use? Like black people never got to start the race. They're like, no.
They started further back and they had a bunch of weights on them, yes.
Right. The Asians at Princeton are like, dude, slow down, you guys. Come on. Like, fake a limp or something. You're killing it here.
Nathan Ravenston for another 141 says, for real though, shout out to my beautiful wife, Sue. Aw. We are road tripping today to a resort as we haven't celebrated the conception of our COVID baby. We found out she'll be a baby girl. Okay. Make sure that you don't start any forest fires as you reveal the gender of your baby. Okay. Nathan says, I was thinking about naming her Sitch after the best girl I know. Oh, do it. She'll forever be grateful that you named her Sitch.
Oh my God.
The true best girl. Yes.
A baby Sitch. That'd be
baby
crazy.
Sitch. Do it. Do it.
Do you know anyone with COVID yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ouch.
COVID survivors. I'm like racking them up.
Jeez.
Yeah, you don't like it's 98% recovery or something like that.
Yeah, I know, but still the problem is that there's unknown long-term possible effects.
Oh man.
For some people, I don't know if it's for everyone.
Yeah.
Crowder class civil rights movements have been responses to specific injustices, but current civil rights movements are just whiny babies who want to feel like victims.
Well, see.
Yeah, he got that part right.
Well, I mean, because you
whiny
had
victim babies.
Well, and it's true to the extent that, so you have with previous civil rights movements, they can point to something very specific. They say, okay,
yeah,
blacks need to be able to fucking vote. Blacks need to be able to do everything that white people can do. Okay, it's very specific. It's enshrined in law. It's easy to point to. But the current one is like this amorphous, oh, well, there's this racism that's not really in the law. It just kind of vaguely exists somewhere in this blob. And we can't really point to it. And we don't really know what the solution is other than to like overthrow the entire country because it's baked into the system of America. So, yes, it's not really helpful. I would totally agree with that.
Blacks need to be able to resist arrest, Sitch. It's really easy.
Okay.
Like, just let them resist arrest. Come on.
So,
why you got to make this so complicated?
Oh, I want to talk about this. So there's a story. I don't know if this is true. We'll find out if this is true or not. The lawyer for the cop who shot Floyd.
I know.
Or not Floyd. I'm sorry, Blake. That shot Jacob Blake.
Jacob Blake.
says
suing for defamation.
Right. Says that that the cop who shot Jacob Blake says that cop was told by, I guess, Jacob Blake's ex-girlfriend that Jacob Blake was attempting to steal her children.
Yeah.
In the car, and that's why he shot him. Who said that months ago? Who said that maybe that was the motivation for the cop months ago? Who speculated? Who reached deep into their gut butt and pulled that speculation out?
That was clairvoyance, Sitch. What are you talking about?
Me, PSA Sitch. And if that turns out to be true, I'm a fucking prophet.
Yeah, totally. Crystal ball time.
Crystal ball,
nice.
Motherfucker.
I need some stock picks from you, Sitch. Please.
And
do me right.
I'm just shocked that no one else had thought of that or pointed that out.
Yeah. Crazy. But, you know, he's the alleged kidnapper. Everyone is celebrating now.
But, well, here's the thing, and that should be really easy to prove because you just ask the lady, did you say this or not? Right? And if it turns out that that's true, if it turns out she told the cop that he has the keys and the children aren't his and he's taking them, oh my God, it's going to be like, there would be the biggest mea culpa due for all these fucking people. Like, why did he shoot him even if he had a knife? Why didn't they tase him? Why did he shoot him 6 times? Blah, 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 blah. They're not going to fucking do it, but it's going to have to be a fucking reckoning. It's going to have to be a fucking reckoning.
That reckoning will never come. They're really, I do not believe in justice in the world. This is the kind of injustice that you have to live with. There is going to be no reckoning.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. The Covington kids got some justice, so maybe, I don't know.
That's true. Well, I think what will happen is if it turns out that that's true and the woman told the cop that her kids are being kidnapped, they won't admit that they were wrong. They'll just quietly never talk about it again.
The Jacob Blake's dad is on CNN all the time. Like, why isn't the girlfriend on the one that made the 911 call? Why isn't she on CNN?
Right. What's what I'm saying is this should be really simple to find out if this is true or not. Just ask.
Yeah. They don't want the truth. They want this they're like, Trump, TDS, oh shit, I gotta get him out.
It
Fascism!
That they think the best way to win the election is just to promote this racist narrative.
Oh God,
all
it's
this
awful.
Stuff.
The death of the Democratic Party is if the Republicans elect a black president. Oh my God, it's over for Democrats. The Democratic Party's toast. Like, all they have is racism. That's the only fucking thing they have these days.
It's true, unfortunately.
Yeah. As soon as the Republican Party puts that notion to bed, oh, it's over. Democrats can't. They don't hold a candle to anyone.
Warden of the North for $5 says Princeton is being sued because the president tried to virtue signal and said they were institutionally racist, so the education secretary trolled them.
Hilarious.
That's
awesome.
I think I did see that, yes. Stacking Damage for $5 says, what do you make of the mere exposure effect as applied to race?
Is that something like stereotype threat?
The mere exposure effect is a psychological phenomenon by which people tend to develop a preference for things merely because they are familiar with them. In social psychology, this effect is sometimes called the familiarity principle.
Yeah, that's real. That's totally real. Yeah. It's more real with conservatives because the liberals are open to new experience. Conservatives are more fear-based. Like I said, you know, conservatives worry about security. Liberals worry about freedom. I know everyone, they always want to come at me. What? Oh my God, the liberals hate freedom. What are you talking about? They fucking hate freedom.
Well, then you throw the libertarians in there and it throws everything off.
Libertarians only care about freedom. That's like all, that's all they care about.
They care about.
Liberals care about, or progressives care about freedom and
fairness.
Taking care of the poor people.
Yes.
Oh my God, the oppressed people. Take care of those oppressed people.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, I don't know, Sitch, you don't want to end up like the last Jewish prophet.
True. Oh, uh-oh.
True.
Was that Jesus?
Kind of see
that was Jesus.
how this rhetoric lines up with Shapiro's. Unless you can point to a specific, discrete instance of a problem, you shouldn't complain. It's not worth analyzing or attempting to fix larger societal problems.
You don't know that they're fucking problems, though, dude. This is why,
Well,
what he's saying a problem is there aren't like mirroring demographics in every single vocation. That's the problem they're pointing to.
well,
Is
okay,
that
so
a
let's be real-
problem?
Well, no, that's not a problem. But let's be fair and say, I assume you agree that it's a problem that the black population in America is disproportionately lower income than the white population.
It depends. It really depends on their.
What do you mean it depends?
Well, if the black population doesn't want to get jobs and they're like lower income out of their own free volition because they don't want to get jobs, then what are you saying?
You moved 2 steps ahead of the question. Okay. I'm not saying why the problem exists.
Why the
You're
fuck
saying
is the Asian community like trying to kill it? Like, why are they trying to get more?
Okay, you're going
PhDs
Adam,
and all this.
You're going too far. Adam, stop. Slow down. You're going too far ahead. Going too far ahead. Okay. We're not talking about why anything might be the way it is. We're just talking about whether it exists. Okay. So we know for a fact that the black population in America, which
Is low
again,
income.
obviously, it doesn't make sense to lump all blacks in together. Obviously,
Yeah,
we shouldn't be
totally.
lumping in
It's totally offensive.
black Americans with black immigrants, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Sure.
I understand that. But
Dave
throwing all that
Chappelle,
aside-
low income.
Right. Throwing that all aside, we do know it is a fact that black Americans in America, okay, are disproportionately, on average, disproportionately less wealthy than white Americans.
Right. Okay.
So you agree that's a fact. That's a thing. Okay. So I'm saying
Allegedly.
I would categorize that as a problem. Okay. Now I'm not saying why the problem exists. I'm just saying I would categorize it as a problem.
Right.
Okay. So you agree that it can be or should be classified a problem.
Well, I mean, if it's the like, I don't know, if I was in a situation where I like wanted to work a dumb job instead of working a harder job for more money, and that was my choice, then that's not really a problem.
Well,
But
of course it is.
It
If
is
you
a
make
problem if I want to be a doctor and I can't be a doctor.
I don't agree with this. If you make of your own free will volition, which I don't think most people have anyway, so I don't know why I'm saying this, but if you make the own choice, if under your own free will you make a bad decision, it's still a problem because you're still making a bad decision, right?
Micromanage my life. I'm gonna try that crack cocaine, motherfucker. Micromanage my life.
Like, it could be someone's decision to get addicted to fentanyl, but it's still a problem, right? Just because it's your decision doesn't mean something's not a problem. Like, okay, here's an example.
I understand what you're saying.
It's a lot of
Look
young
at this
people's,
liberal wanting to structure society here.
Here we go. Let me use an example that I know that you'll be more in tune with. Okay. Lots of young people want to make the decision to get gender reassignment surgery. Okay.
Oh my God.
Without going through the process of trying to figure out whether they actually have, whether a doctor will.
Okay, you won. You won.
Gender dysphoria or not.
Uncle,
even though that's their decision, isn't that a problem?
It's a huge problem.
Okay.
It's a gigantic problem.
Okay. There we go.
So what was the point of that?
Well, the point of that is, so when I say that there's a disproportionate amount, the black community is disproportionately lower income and lower wealth than the white population, I would say that's a problem. Even if every individual person is making the choice to do that, that doesn't mean it's not a problem.
Well, I would argue that they're probably making the choice to do that because society's stacked against me. Of course, I'm not work for the man. Fuck you.
Yeah, but when you say that they're making the choice, you also don't think that people aren't making the free will decision of that choice. You think they're being influenced by all these negative aspects of society.
Totally. They're making the choice based on bad information, which is awful. Like, it's the same thing when, you like some salesman sells you something you don't need. You're making a bad choice on bad information.
The bad information is the problem.
Yeah, totally. But
okay.
I mean,
So you would be in favor of broad social changes that are aimed at fixing the bad information that is polluting the minds of lower income people who are disproportionately black.
Yeah. I think that's
Okay.
what we're doing now. We're arguing for that.
That is part of what we're arguing, yes.
Yeah. Like,
Because all this stuff definitely pollutes the minds of people. Yes.
It does, yeah. Gives you a defeatist attitude that
Right.
is not going to get you anywhere. But it's difficult for me because there are people who are not. I don't even like saying that because I think
there are
everybody
lots
has
of people. Let's remove race from it, okay? Because that makes it too.
Well, I wasn't
sticky.
even talking in terms of race. I'm just talking in terms of people. Like there are a lot of unmotivated people out there.
Yes, exactly. There's
it's
lots of
hard to
unmotivated
say.
people, and there's going to be a disproportionate amount of unmotivated people in lower income situations, obviously.
Right.
And this is why the simplistic, naive solution of let's just throw money at people will never solve the problem.
No.
Because the problem, I mean, of course, there's some people that's all they need, but I think that's the minority. There's some people that just getting some amount of capital will fix their problems. For most people, I don't think it's not just giving them money, it's fixing the motivational problem. And that's such a complicated, difficult problem to solve that no one's really addressing it properly.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the right's position on it is basically to throw their hands up and say that's an impossible to solve problem, so fuck it. And the left is not even addressing it, and they're pretending like it's not a problem. So
yeah, I think LSD could fix this.
I agree. We should all do shrooms. That would fix everything. That's the solution. You know what? I agree. That's Adam 2020.
It's a lot of motivation. I mean, I know when I did hallucinogens, it completely motivated me. I was like, God, life is amazing.
That's right. When Adam's running for president, guys, and his policy proposal, when I say, what are you going to do about the problem of income inequality, Adam's going to say,
LSD.
LSD. Shrooms. We're going to get all these people fucking
psychedelics.
High. We're going to expand their consciousness, and they're going to see the truth. Okay.
Yeah.
They're going to progress.
They're going to see it's so much. There's such a big world out there to conquer.
Even though I'm saying this as a joke.
Oh, wait.
I do think.
The white just slipped out of me.
That if you gave every single person in America one dose of shrooms once, I do think that would make the country a significantly better place.
They're talking about it. They've discovered like you can give ecstasy to soldiers with PTSD and it like goes away. It's like, hell yeah.
Well, it's funny because that originally ecstasy was used. I don't know if it was designed, but it was being used to treat PTSD and marriage counseling. Because people would take it together and they'd be able to overcome problems that they had. And then once people started using it in clubs, that's when the fucking, the feds say, we got it as class 1 narcotic, schedule 1 narcotic.
Ruin everything.
Gotta ruin everything. It's terrible. War on drugs really has ruined everything.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5. Adam 2020. LSD for thee. But especially for me.
There you go. Lucifer for 499 says Adam is wrong. I'm assuming I'm seeing that scene from My Cousin Vinny. Adam is wrong.
That's
Leftism
good.
Cares. I know, right? Leftism cares about security while people on the right value liberty and order. Confusing order with security is a leftist tactic. Ooh.
Confusing order with security is a leftist tactic. Oh, I don't want to make that tactic, obviously. Like I said, I'm not really a conservative. I've never really been a conservative.
I agree. I think order, I think it would make more sense to categorize it right as order and stability. Though obviously that tends to manifest insecurity.
Yeah.
But I guess that'd be a nicer way to put it, right? Order. I don't know. Everyone has problems with
order is a better term. I do agree.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Wolf's panel 00 for $2 says, I was gonna go to court, but then I got high.
Oh, did you re-listen to it? I listened to that. I hadn't listened to that song since the early aughts, and that song is very problematic. Let's just say.
Aussie R for 10 dingo dollars. 10 Aussie says, another did you hear? And oh, by the way, we're not reading all the super chats or streamlabs when we get them in. We just kind of pick and choose what seem to be sort of topical.
If they're on topic. If you guys want to send stuff that's on topic, we'll try to read it.
Yeah, I try, but I miss them a lot. An Atlantic Black Lives Matter activist spent 200 G's of Black Lives Matter donation money on guns, a house, and fancy clothes for himself, and he was charged with wire fraud.
Yeah, so there's some individual choices going on there. So it's like, what am I supposed to do with that? Is that a problem? Is that a problem that they're basically race grifters, that they've discovered a way to make money by fucking stoking racism? Is that a problem?
Yeah, it is a problem. Obviously, it's a problem. Sure.
I would argue that's systemic racism.
I agree.
Their whole organization is based on racism.
Yes. Black Lives Matter is unfortunately a failed organization that at its best is completely incompetent, and I don't think will ever enact positive change, and at worst will make everything worse. So.
Yeah.
Deluxe Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, I understand your point on freedom versus security, Adam, but, wow, you've triggered everyone with this, but libertarians who are on the right want to get rid of the Patriot Act like some on the left. Some liberals voted to renew it. You can look at the votes of who wants to repeal it, not all libs. Let me defend Adam for a second here.
Good.
I think you have to sometimes separate people's moral foundations versus what politicians do, because they don't necessarily always line up one for one.
Yeah, totally. You can't.
So.
Yeah, the rank and file are way different. Go ahead.
Right. Because I was going to say, because oftentimes politicians, things are spun the way they are for political reasons that oftentimes aren't based in moral philosophy, that are based in some cynical thing.
Yeah. Quid pro quo. They want to get voters. Right. Like, Trump doesn't care about critical race theory. Let's be honest. Trump is like, how do I get these disaffected liberals on? Oh, I know. Stephen Hicks talks about there being left libertarians and right libertarians. So he makes a distinction between the two different types of libertarians, which makes things even more confusing, I know. But Stephen Hicks is a philosopher and a libertarian. So you think that
isn't he an Ayn Randian? Isn't that what made me?
He is an Ayn Randian.
Question him.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes me question everything he ever said.
But is Rand a Randian, a right or a left libertarian?
She's super far right.
Okay.
I would imagine. Well, I guess how are you categorizing left versus right libertarian?
I don't know. I just heard him use the term. I don't necessarily know. The thing is though, and I always make I always make this distinction because libertarians are completely skeptical of government power, but they buy in 100% to corporate power. And progressives are exactly the opposite. They're completely skeptical of corporate power, but they buy in 100% to government power.
Right.
And so it's the faith in the two different systems. The progressives have faith in democracy. That's why they throw their lot in with the government. And the libertarians have their faith in markets. So they throw their lot in with the corporate side.
Right.
So, but they're both equally afraid of being subjugated by an institution. Just different institutions.
By a boot of some sort. Yes.
Yeah, totally. So they both
and then Ayn Rand is just another level of craziness, which I guess we shouldn't even bother getting into. But.
Yeah.
Only specific instances of those problems as they prop up. To them, fighting racism is a game of whack-a-mole, where racists pop up out of nowhere for no discernible reason, and you deal with them one by one, forever. Acknowledging systemic racism.
Yeah, that's how you grow your YouTube channel, dude. We know what you guys are doing. Like, you guys are over there. Surf needs these whack-a-moles. Stop fucking ruining his game. He'll tell you.
Compels you to do something about it. But pretending that racism is simply the actions of individuals means you can just sit back and say, well, we'll deal with it when it comes up on a case-by-case basis. Atomizing racism into individual actions also has the added benefit that it makes it that much more difficult to establish a larger trend if you can present a reasonable-sounding alternative explanation for individual actions. Think of it like this, okay? I'm trying to explain that the ice cream stealing club keeps stealing my dang ice cream. And my friend, Dave the Conservative, says, hey, you can't generalize the ice cream stealing club that way. Give me specific examples of people from the ice cream stealing club who stole your ice cream. So I say, okay, the treasurer of the ICSC, the PR manager of the ICSC, and the president of the ICSC all stole my scoops, my precious scoops. And
This is literally the dumbest, worst analogy of all time.
Yeah, it's confusing.
So, well, okay, it's so funny because I said earlier in
Stealing
the
is
stream,
illegal.
I said it earlier in the stream. I said a big problem I have with the concept of systemic racism and all this stuff is that they do this Mott and Bailey, they do this bait and switch where they say, well, it's not individual actors that are doing this. It's some unconscious ghost in the shell system, right?
Yeah.
But then when you call them out on that, when they say like, oh, you know, all cops are bastards, and you say, wait a minute, all cops aren't racist. And they say, oh no, I don't mean all individual cops. I mean the system of policing is racist. Okay. But then when you turn around and walk away from the conversation, then they turn around and say, oh, every cop that shot a black person is because that individual cop is racist. You know, that cop that put their knee on George Floyd's neck did it because he's racist. The cop that shot Jacob Blake did it because he's racist. The cop that shot Breonna Taylor, they did it because they're racist, you know?
Yep.
So they do this bait and switch where they keep jumping, but they blame the individual for being racist. And then when you tell them to provide evidence, then they mott themselves back to, oh no, I'm talking about this amorphous system that you can't really prove or disprove. Okay. So knowing that, isn't it the perfect irony that in his own example of systemic racism, he provides a system where the people in the system are individually stealing his ice cream.
I was going to say, yeah.
He's done the very thing I talked about. Okay. He's complaining about a system being this amorphous thing that's not about individual actors. But then the example he gives is individual fucking actors in the system stealing the damn ice cream.
Yeah. They all these individuals love to steal ice cream so much that they formed an institution around it.
Around literally stealing ice cream. Like this is so it's shocking.
What is the institution that's formed around racism?
Policing. That's what he gets at the end. He says policing is literally this is the leftist fantasy narrative that policing literally exists in order to subjugate black people.
But there is a system that's formed around racing, though. It's grievance studies.
That's true. It's true.
It attracts all the individual racists. They all take those classes. They all learn together.
And again, I've never heard any single person ever provide evidence to this claim that the police literally exist and were created just to be racist. They say like, oh, they were created to be slave catchers. I'm like, oh, do you have evidence of that? Are you suggesting that before slave catchers that there was no form of policing in the entire country, like, and that we wouldn't need policing otherwise except to catch slaves? Do you think that there weren't a bunch of white people running around in colonial America causing problems that needed to be thrown in jail and arrested?
In the book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals, he goes into the history of slavery in all the European countries and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When he says every single ethnicity on earth has a history of slavery, has a time when they were slaves. Yeah. Which just puts everything into perspective, because you're like, wait a second. Like, if that was part of the American narrative, if they said we were slaves in our past, and we could say, yeah, we were slaves too. It fucking sucked.
Hey,
like,
I'm
literally,
Jewish. We fucking built the pyramids, motherfuckers.
Exactly. The fucking this is the thing about Judaism. Like, they turn
the
that
we
into
was kings made us build the fucking kings.
But you've turned that narrative into we've like come so far. This is like the rags to riches story. This is like we were slaves and now we're on top of the world. Like, why can't I hate saying the black community, because it's like, it's not some amorphous community. There's probably black people that want that narrative. They want, like, isn't Kanye West, isn't that his whole life a testament to that narrative? Like, him going around talking about slavery's in the mind, man. Like, you have to fight it. Like, you need a better narrative. Agreed.
And Dave says, well, the treasurer didn't have groceries that week, so he was probably hungry. The PR manager might have thought it was her ice cream, and the president claims they don't even like ice cream.
So these are all the police shooting things. That's what they're trying to say.
But
The
see,
excuses was.
yeah, but this it's so
Those are
funny
bad
because-
examples. Like,
Well, no, it's so funny because his example of, because remember, the whole section of this video started by him saying that Ben Shapiro is being dishonest because when you talk about systemic racism, Ben Shapiro wants you to point at individual actors. Okay. So then the example for this is that literally individual fucking actors doing the things that are bad.
yeah, he's
This
laying
is
out
an
a police
example of what he's
department that
talking
is.
about.
He's laying out a police department that was founded by the Ku Klux Klan.
Well, but and then his criticism is, oh, and then when you call them out for doing that, you say, oh, well, there's some reason, there's some explanation for the events that happened.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so there was. Doesn't it change? Again, like we just talked about earlier with Blake, if it turns out that the cop who shot Blake thought he was kidnapping children, doesn't that completely change the entire fucking situation?
Dramatically.
Of course it does.
All
It's
the
the same thing with
facts in
Kyle
the
Rittenhouse. All the
Kyle
people,
Rittenhouse.
yeah,
Yeah.
people they come to all these conclusions about Kyle Rittenhouse, but then you say, well, wait a minute. If he was just running away from a person and all he did to spark the spark everything was that he put out a dumpster fire, doesn't that change the situation? Of course it does. But
Yeah,
no, it's all, it doesn't matter. You just have to accept it all on face value. That's all racism.
We got a narrative here we're pitching. Come on.
It's
People
true.
are getting rich off this, Sitch. Stop being so
So it's their
stuffy.
word.
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so boring and stuffy and autistic. I actually want to, get to the objective reality truth behind the claim. I don't just want to accept the narrative. Oh, so terrible.
It's all metaphorical truth, man. You just got to learn to live with it.
Sam Harris was right. Jordan Peterson was wrong. Sorry.
Never.
Sorry, Adam. Sorry.
Never.
Yours. Seems to me like none of this has to do with the ice cream stealing club, but just a few bad apples. And yes, perhaps it is reasonable to think that any of these actions taken in isolation is unrelated to any sort of systematic ice cream theft. Each one of them could be a coincidence, but when you look at all of them together, it's pretty clear that there's a trend that might require changes and new policies for the ice cream stealing clubs. Like perhaps they could be defunded or abolished. You can.
It's so crazy. Like,
Yep.
Imagine if the ice cream stealing club was the only law enforcement in your community. It's like, well, not only are they the ice cream stealing club, but they actually keep us all safe. So weird.
Until in this metaphor, the ice cream stealing club is the police, and ice cream is human lives.
Do they not think crime is? This is what I was talking about over the freedom versus security. Like, they're not. Yeah, how can you tell me that the left is concerned about security when they're talking about defunding the police? Like, they live in a world where crime, like the police are the criminals.
Right.
Like, crime just doesn't exist to them.
Well, and the thing, and this is what's so disturbing, is that I do think that the police need drastic reforms. I think there's tons of problems
Sure.
with policing. There's a video. It's so funny. There's a video. Well, there's two things. There's the incident of the 12-year-old white autistic kid that was apparently shot multiple times by a police officer while running away from him. Okay.
Mhm.
And you're like, wow, why is this
Awful.
not like blasted all over the news 24/7? The police shot an autistic kid running away, like in the back, supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay. It could turn out that narrative is bullshit, but this is the narrative being pressed. And you're like, if that kid was black,
Oh
there'd
my
be
God.
rioting in the streets, the media would be talking about it 24/7. Okay. And this is the problem, that they pick and choose these stories in order to create a narrative and to give
Yeah.
everyone a false perception of reality.
Totally.
And this is what's so disgusting. It's not even the normal person's fault. Like, I have so many conversations with people that they believe this narrative that the police are like this racist institution just gunning black people down because that's what they see on the news. They don't know the numbers. They don't know the facts. They just see this continual story.
Yeah.
And so when when I come along and I say, oh, I think the problem is that police just need general reform with lots of things. And I think the biggest problem is that they need adrenaline training, and they all, things like that. And they say, no, it's because of racism, Sitch. Why you got to try to change it away from, the Black Lives Matter narrative?
Yeah, because you're evil.
Apparently.
Evil
did you see
incarnate.
that? Because we did the great T-Jump versus Jake debate, modern day debate stream. And you see T-Jump's going to be debating someone else on modern day debate about the exact same topic.
Really? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Brent Lengel, I don't know who that is, but so we'll see if it's an
Another one.
equally lolsy conversation or not.
Anyway, you can watch this principle in action whenever a black man is murdered by the police. They must have been doing something wrong. He had a criminal record, or he must have reached for something that looked like a gun, or he's probably on drugs. He did drugs probably one time. You see, there's a reasonable explanation for the hundreds of times this happens every day. It's not a structural problem.
That hundreds of times every day. That's what made me look it up. I remember now. It was like will you look it up real quick? Like, what is it? They had
Look up what?
The number of shootings, police shootings for 2018. I think it was like 1,000. Well, he said hundreds of times every day, and I was like,
Well, yeah, he's being
times,
incredibly hyperbolic, obviously.
hundreds of times every day. This is like, holy shit, this is Sharknado shit. Like, sharks are in tornadoes eating people.
Yeah, not exactly.
So if it's like 1,000, it's like 3 a day maybe for.
Let's
I
see.
guess it is pretty bad.
In 2018, Sally trend of.
I saw an article in USA Today. I couldn't believe it was USA Today that was like, this narrative is false. The idea that there's an epidemic of racism in law enforcement is total bumpkiss. And I was like, USA Today has this? Wow.
Well, this is worded so strangely. I'm going to read this, and you're going to tell me if you can decipher it. Okay. Sadly, the trend of fatal police shootings in the United States seems to only be increasing, with a total of 661 civilians having been shot, 123 of whom were black, as of August 30th, 2020. In 2018, there were 996 fatal police shootings, and in 2019, this figure increased to 1,004.
Oh my God.
So
it was up 8.
This is why I'm confused. The way they're phrasing this is very confusing to me. Okay, so they're saying that in 2018, there was 996 police shootings, and in 2019, there was 1,004, right? That's what they're saying?
Yeah. It was
Okay.
up 8 killings in 2019.
Right.
So we're talking about 1,000 people here, which fucking sucks. But even you were saying 661 of them in a different year
This
were
year,
white.
This year, it's been
that's this year.
661.
So 661 white people and 123 black people.
Yeah.
Why? What?
Yes.
Why aren't white people rioting in the streets about this?
Well, I told you, this is what's so funny is that, well, and again, this is just people shot by the police. There's nothing about who's justified in being shot by the police. Okay.
Well, I'm wondering if I'm going to hazard a guess here that the large majority of those people were resisting arrest. Like, that seems to be why you get shot by the police.
Right.
But there are situations and we've seen them all, where the people are not resisting arrest at all and just stupid fucking cops. But I mean, I'd like to know how many of that number is people like the stupid fucking cops people. The thing that's infuriating about the Jacob Blakes and all that stuff is they're throwing in people who are resisting arrest with the stupid, like, cop fucked up thing. Like, they're turning people resisting arrest into cop fucked up, which I don't classify as. Like, if you're resisting arrest, like, put that guy out of his misery, for heaven's sakes.
So it says so far this year, 661 civilians have been shot, and 123 of them have been black. Okay.
Okay.
So that means that 18% of the people shot this year by police are black. And if we're going for perfect racial distribution, 13.4% of America's black. So look, we're getting there, Adam. We're only 5% away from being perfect. Okay.
Well, this is the year for it. This is the year to nail it.
This is the year. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. Police shootings, finally, they're getting there. They're getting on track. Just have to have the cops shoot a couple more autistic white kids in the back, and we'll be like right there.
Oh my God. Yeah, we need some police
No, but
training.
and I forget because we brought up those numbers on another stream. There was some Washington Post article or some other article that was talking about how many police shootings there were where people didn't have a weapon on them. And it was only like last year, like 9 black people were shot that didn't have a weapon on them or something. There's some tiny number. And it was like 22 white people had been shot that didn't have a weapon on them. And again, it doesn't mean that they were unjustified. It just didn't mean that they didn't have a weapon on them. So it's so, and then when Thoughtslime just comes in here and he just barfs up this idiotic narrative. Like, well, when the police shooting happens, people like do this amazing thing where they look at the facts of the case and they try to determine whether it's a justified shooting or not. Like this Thoughtslime want us to just stand here and just spoon feed, drip down our mouths, open our mouth wide and accept that every time a cop shoots a black man, it's because of racism. Should we just swallow the BLM narrative load straight down our throats?
Yeah. What if the judicial system worked like that? What if they just walked in and were like, obviously, we don't need to see the facts. Obviously, this is racism. Case closed.
Well, I'm curious, does he think that, remember the guy in the Wendy's parking lot, Rayshard Brooks?
Yes.
Does Thoughtslime think that was justified?
That guy was resisting arrest so hard.
He stole a weapon and shot a taser in a cop after punching him in the face. It's like, this is insane. This is totally insane.
Yeah. Never let a good narrative get in the way of the truth.
Yeah, exactly. Very Dead Horse for $1 says, actually, Adam, libertarians believe you don't get giant corporations without the big government and generally aren't pro-large corporation. Oh, and my last Streamlabs message, our shit's not on fire. Oh, I see. So that's good.
Don't burn it down. Good. Be skeptical of corporate power.
Problems. The guy did drugs. If you do drugs, the police are supposed to kill you on sight. It's a
Please don't. No, don't do that. Don't kill the drug addicts. Peaceful. What nonviolent drug offenders? Let them go. Let them all go. Let them go.
I mean, this is a big problem. I don't know if we really want to get into it. This is a big problem.
Legalize all drugs.
With the what's her name?
No, Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor situation is that there was a very great Vivo LaFry, I think, did a great stream on this he had Nate the lawyer and Eric Barnes talking about this, and they both,
that sounds awesome.
And Nate the lawyer, who generally takes, he's black. I hate to have to bring that up, but he's black, and he generally takes a more liberal left approach to things. When I've seen the stream. Even though he has worked, he used to work for the cops and be a prosecutor.
He did a great video. He did a great video on the Breonna Taylor thing.
He did
I shared
great
it on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah, he did a great video on Breonna Taylor. And basically him and Eric Barnes took it seemed like they came to an agreement, which is that while yes, there was lots of fuck ups with the police in terms of how they handled the raid, including the fact that they did knock. They actually, ironically, it might have been better if the cops didn't knock, but there's lots of problems with how the police handle the situation. However, the media totally has lied and distorted the truth about the case, claiming that the police didn't realize who was in the house and that it was the wrong warrant or blah, 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 blah. But actually, no, it was the right warrant. It was a warrant for that place. And they actually do have direct evidence that Breonna Taylor was involved in drug trafficking.
Her name was on the fucking warrant.
Yeah, her name was on the warrant.
They had text messages.
They have a recorded phone call of her and her ex-boyfriend talking about, moving
package
drugs
delivery.
and money and package delivery. They have video supposedly of her receiving packages. So yeah, she was definitely. This is why it's so complicated, because it's definitely 100% that the police knew that she was involved in the drug trafficking. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the police handled the situation correctly. But we can't have this kind of nuanced, complicated conversation publicly. Everything has to be this, excuse the term, very simplistic, low resolution, black and white, look at the world, where it's either this woman is the total angel who's innocent and she, the police are evil, or this woman's totally evil and the police are totally innocent. We can't have like a complicated conversation about anything.
Well, that's because Thought Slime's not smart enough to figure that out. We have to dumb it down for him, man. Of course.
True.
He's not going to be able to comprehend the nuances of this situation and decipher it. Come on. We have the other people of the world that just want to see it. It's so funny. Isn't that the charge that the left is always making about conservatives? They're just black and white thinking. That's all it is.
Right. 100%. Which is the irony of everything they talk about.
Totally. Because everything they do is black and white.
Yeah.
So, some issues. If you're motivated, if your tribe's motivated, if you're like an activist over this kind of stuff, it really makes it hard to see things clearly.
Police's job is to shoot the criminals and kill them without a trial. And none of this even has to do with the conclusions that scholars...
It's so funny, too, because literally, this is such a strong man. No one is saying the police should wander around the streets like Judge Dredd and just start executing people they think are committing crimes. It's that the police are in a struggle where a person is doing something usually that's fucked up, and then the police kill them. Okay? Like, it's just, oh my God. Like, fucking Jacob Blake is such a perfect example. This is a guy that's tased. This is a guy that has a warrant out for his arrest for sexual abuse. This is a guy who potentially could have been kidnapping children. It's a guy who they're claiming was grabbing a knife. But none of these facts matter. It all doesn't matter. They go... It's so funny. When someone's full of shit, they'll bring up useless points. They'll say like, but why did they have to shoot him so many times? Why didn't they just shoot him the one time? Like, how is that relevant to the, like, do you understand that the cops shoot you until you stop moving? Like,
yes, totally.
It's not like they shoot you once, stop, take your pulse, see how you're doing, and then shoot you again.
Have you seen the video of that dude that gets shot like 20 times and doesn't go down? Like, he's still like swinging and he's coming at the cop
that's why
with a
they
knife.
shoot you till you stop moving.
Yeah. God, it's so crazy. I was thinking, oh my God, they were saying he was on PCP or something like that. It's fucking nice. Can you imagine a guy with a knife coming at you and you shot him and it doesn't even slow him down? Like, he's still like, you just pissed him off even more.
And there's another video that I haven't seen any nationalists talk about, which is, I forget where it was. There's the police knock on this guy's door and the guy kind of like half opens the door, and he's white. I think he's white. And he kind of half opens the door and he sees that it's the police. So once he sees it's the police, he fully opens the door and he has a gun in his hand that was hidden behind the door. And he starts to bend down and put it on the ground. Okay. And as he's putting the gun on the ground, the police just fucking unload and kill him.
Oh, wow.
In the doorway. No one is talking about. There's no mainstream media outrage over the fact that the guy who's placing a gun on the ground is getting fucking gunned down in his doorway for answering the door with a gun in his hand.
Yeah. We might have been
which you're legally allowed to do.
He might have done a fake out. He might have been like, gotcha. Thought I was putting it down. It's just crazy the job that they have to do, and then for a bunch of people to go around calling them racist. It's just fucking, especially since the police force is so integrated now. Like, it's half black guys, half white guys, half, like, there's so many, especially in Los Angeles. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that an organization that's as integrated as the Los Angeles Police Department is being accused of racism on the reg.
Dylan Todd for 5 Aussie bucks says, I would love to watch these YouTubers who criticize cops for justified shooting spend a night on patrol in a dangerous neighborhood.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Do a ride along.
Someone says someone named Duncan Lemp was literally killed in his sleep the way Breonna Taylor is being claimed. I don't know anything. See, and I don't know anything about this. I've never heard of this name until just now because he's white. And so it doesn't get, any attention on it.
Yeah, that's what T Jump was saying. He brought all those examples out. He dug up all those examples. I'm sure they're on the local news.
Right. So according to Wikipedia, it says Duncan Socrates. Oh my God. His middle name was Socrates. Maybe
That's the guy putting the
Well,
gun down? Oh,
no. This is
uh-oh.
a different guy. This is a different
Bad
guy.
mojo.
This is a different guy. Here's a tip. Okay, name your baby girl Sitch. That's fine. Don't give them the name Socrates. Okay.
Socrates was killed by the state too.
Exactly. He's asking for it. So Duncan Socrates Lemp was fatally shot at his home in Maryland during a no-knock police raid. The police have said that Lemp was shot after confronting an officer during the execution of the raid, but Lemp's family attorney has said that based on an eyewitness, Lemp was shot without warning while he was asleep. So
That sucks.
I don't know. Oh, wait. Lemp has since been described as a martyr for the far-right anti-government extremist Boogaloo movement. Oh, great.
Whoa, man.
So there's a lot to unpack in this Lemp situation.
I can't. I'm a deep sleeper. I don't think the cops wouldn't even wake me up.
I think I would wake up if someone was busting into my fucking door.
Based on critical race theory. This is just resistance to the way that they view the question itself. The answers tend to involve shit that they hate even more, like affirmative action, police reform, or just like not using the N-word. They like the
Who hates police reform? Like, white people don't want to get shot by the cops either, dude. Like,
well, this is so stupid because they're literally making it like a race war issue and framing it as a race issue. You'll never get, and this is the thing, they're making white people not want to reform the police because of the way they're framing it. If they wanted to actually achieve police reform, they would frame it, they would draw everyone in and they'd frame it as this is an issue affecting everyone.
Right.
They wouldn't say, it's the white people subjugating black people because you're a bunch of fucking racists. That just makes people defensive.
I wonder if some dumb white people have fallen for this narrative and they resist arrest thinking they're going to get away with it and they get shot.
Probably, I wouldn't be surprised.
They're like, oh, Black Lives Matter told me white people can do anything. I'm running.
the conclusions that scholars make based on critical race theory. This is just resistance to the way that they view the question itself. The answers tend to involve shit that they hate even more, like affirmative action, police reform, or just like not using the N-word. They like to use the N-word and they very much don't like it when they cannot use the N-word. That maybe
Who's he
if some people...
I know, nice
What?
assertion there.
What is he talking? I don't even know what he's talking about. That's why I reminded it. I didn't
Sis,
have any clue what he's talking about.
you love to use the N-word. You know what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, totally. Just fucking right before the stream starts, I just spouting out with the N words. I gotta do it, right before the stream starts to make sure I get them all out of my system.
We don't have Tourette's, dude. It's not like
Like, what is? But I don't even understand what he's talking about. I'm just lost in this conversation now.
he's just making shit up now. This is the making up shit portion of the video. Like, this is the what conservatives hate portion of the video. And they eat babies. Don't you know? They love to eat babies. The taste of babies drives them. They'll drive across town to eat a baby together.
have all of the shit, and they have it for unfair reasons, we ought to take some of their shit and give it to people who have less shit for those same unfair reasons. That maybe...
Oh, okay. So this is the
looting.
the communists, but
The justification
elite have
of
all the
looting.
shit. We just gotta take it from them. Yeah.
It's so fun. This is what happened in Nazi Germany, man.
The Jews have all the shit.
Jews
We just
have
gotta
all
take
the
it from
shit. Exactly. No doubt. I mean, they were expropriating their property and their fucking artwork and their fucking businesses. They were in their fucking factories.
And it's so disgusting because I definitely agree. I think wealth inequality is a huge problem in America. But
Yeah,
the
but
solution
turning into a
isn't to just
fucking genocide.
yeah,
Like,
right. The
come
solution
on.
isn't to just eat the rich. The solution isn't to just steal people's shit and fucking have the government redistribute it out. That's not the solution to the problems of wealth inequality in America. Okay,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous.
if some people got rich off of other people being oppressed, that the oppressed people should at least be entitled to some of the proceeds.
We have to be real specific on that. How is the average white American making money off of the oppression of black people?
Yeah. off of oppression in general.
I mean, there's got to be way more white people being oppressed by the system than black people, right? Just by the numbers.
You would think.
Critical.
Are you okay? Sounds like you're choking.
I
Dying
do.
over there.
Yeah, I don't
Drugs
know
are
what happened.
bad. Drugs are bad. That's what happened.
No. This wasn't drug related.
Adam was trying to take a big identity politics load down his throat, and it was too big for him to swallow. So I started to choke and cough.
Gross.
Race
Probably all
theory
that weed I smoked yesterday.
Critical race theory dislikers like to use the word divisive. This rhetoric is...
Yeah, it's literally incredibly divisive to say that racism is inherently part of America, cannot be solved in our current system, and that all white people will not only never help black people, but that all white people will continually gain power and resources by oppressing black people. Like, how are you ever we've talked about this a million times. How are these people so fucking stupid that they literally don't understand the only way to move forward, okay? The only way to build a coalition is to expand the in-group, okay?
Yeah.
You have to have you have to have Americans look at other Americans and say, that's an American citizen who I want to help, instead of saying, that's a black person and I'm a white person and I don't want to help them because they're a different skin color. That's the problem. You need to expand the fucking in-group.
Wasn't he just advocating for like just taking people's shit a second ago? Like, I can't think of anything more divisive.
But this is what's so insane. This is what's so fucking bonkers. For so long, okay, growing up, you know, it seemed like the left was all about dissolving borders, right? Like not the physical border of America, but dissolving borders between saying, you know, the categorizations of people don't matter. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. We're dissolving the borders between what it means to be white and what it means to be black. And we're saying that these things don't matter anymore. Okay. That's the way forward. But now the fucking super leftists are doing the exact opposite. They're saying, no, we need to solidify the borders. We need to say this person is black, this person is white, and because of that, this white person is accrued benefits, this white person is oppressing this black person, this black person is entitled to XYZ. We need to solidify the racial borders in our country. Like, that's what's so fucking insane about this.
Yeah, this black conservative is a sellout. This black conservative is not black enough.
They're not black. Yeah, they're not truly black. Yes.
It's so weird. Oh, God.
It's dividing us. It's everyone against one another. Right against left. Black against white.
It's fun.
Yeah,
I can just say what's happening in a sarcastic voice, and suddenly I'm not actually giving an argument. There was, as much as Scott Adams has been pissing me off.
I know. He says that.
He said that, and it's very true.
Sarcasm.
He said a lot of leftists will substitute sarcasm for an argument.
It's true. It's totally true.
Very fucking true. This is a perfect example of it.
Hot dogs against hamburgers. This country is falling apart. But what do you think is the more divisive message? That your problems are your own fault, and if things seem unfairly positioned against you, it must be because you and people like you personally suck.
Dude, you got a bad attitude. Fucking fix it.
Does he know? That's not, people don't think of being divisive on an individual level generally.
Yeah.
Right. It's thought of in terms of being groups. Okay. So if you're saying, and I disagree,
though. There are people that are fucking divisive as fuck. I just stay away from those people. I stay as far away from those people as I can.
Right. But but in this conversation, it's generally thought of as groups, not individual people. Okay. So you're not really creating division by telling individual people, well, your problems are your own. But guess what? There's a flip side to that, which is that means you can solve your own problems.
Yeah, totally.
Right? It's both a positive and a negative.
Yeah, his solution is to tell people your problems are not your own, and there's no way in hell that you could solve them. So you might as well just give up and fuck off.
Yeah, unless you like overthrow the government in the country.
Burning down a Wendy's is not going to solve your problems, dude.
No,
I'm telling you, like, it's not the key to solving anything.
Well, I mean, that's the perfect example. He's mocking this idea. He's like, oh, they're just saying it's all divisive and stuff. And it's like, okay, well, you look at what happens, okay, when you have these the riots. Okay, what do people do? They just burn down random buildings that have nothing to fucking do with anything, right? They burn down the random local businesses and they destroy all the random local properties that they fucking the community benefits from. Okay, they destroy what's around them. Why? Because people are fucking stupid. And people in a protest and a riot are even fucking stupider because they don't give a shit about whatever the problem is. They don't give a shit about solving the problem. All they give a shit about is, I'm angry and I want to lash out to let my anger go somewhere so I momentarily feel better. That's all that's all rioters fucking care about. Okay. And this is exactly this is the attitude you're promoting when you tell people your problems are not because of you. They're because of some oppressive society that you can't really change without destroying everything.
Yeah. I just think it's an excuse. I think it's totally an excuse. It's like, I don't feel like doing any of this shit. I mean, I'm there. I get demotivated sometimes. I understand. I know how you guys feel. Like, life is hard. You don't want to do that hard shit. You just want to do the easy shit. You know, you want to get an eighth of shrooms and just chill at the beach. You don't really want to. Why would you want to go to work?
Why can't I just put myself in creative mode in life, like in Minecraft? Okay, I just want to be able to just summon objects and fly around and be invulnerable. This is survival mode is too hard, people.
It is. It is hard. Creative mode is where it's at.
Everything is fucked up real bad in a way that's still fixable, and if you try to see it from someone else's perspective, you'll understand.
Except if you'd bothered to do a modicum of research, you find out that critical race theory specifically says the problem isn't fixable. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of inscrutable forces that have enormous malevolent influence over our lives but are invisible to most people, hello and welcome to the Eyeball.
So that's the end of the video.
That's it?
That's it.
What?
The rest of this is just a shout out to some other leftist channel.
Oh, Eat the Rich. See? Look, he's even got a bag that says it. I guess he's really into that.
And both the words.
Real the Canadian super rich. That's what be honest, he's Canadian.
A lot of these only really work if you're Canadian, like this one.
I guess he's Canadian, and we figured it out.
See,
another dirty Canuck. It is interesting to me that so many Canadians think they have like this deep understanding of American politics and history and culture and blah 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 blah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys do. Do you guys just learn nothing but American stuff in school or something?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense. You should, because America is the greatest country in the world.
That's the most popular grocery chain in Canada. Both the words "Eat the Rich" instead of their name. Trust me, that joke scans if you're Canadian. Just take my word on that. Of particular interest to my audience is this anti-landlord shirt. You can wear it whenever your landlord schedules an apartment to let them know how you.
He must really hate his landlord.
Yes, I can pay a mortgage. Ask my landlord.
Because you're paying your landlord's mortgage, right?
Oh, I see. But
yeah,
I am generally the amount. Okay, so maybe I'm just a naive fool here. Okay, I'm going to assume that generally the rent a person pays for renting a place is going to be less than it would take for them to take a mortgage out and buy a home. Right?
Not necessarily. No, the mortgages are in many cases cheaper than rent. Yeah.
So why would anyone choose to rent over that?
Because they don't have good credit, or they haven't saved up for a down payment. I mean, this is the problem of the housing crash because they were giving.
So you think the majority of people renting just don't have good credit and they can't get a mortgage? I mean, it's possible. I'm not.
They don't want to. Well, the down payment is the tough part because you have to save up.
Yeah, I understand.
20%, right? So you got to think, I want to buy a house, and you got to save long enough to get a down payment for that house, and that's the snag. So, but I guess if you're just squeaking by and you can't really save any money, you're never going to be able to save up for a mortgage. It just, I mean, it depends. I know my personal situation. I don't know other people's personal situation, but the housing crash happened.
Well, yeah, but the whole thing, but here's the thing though. The whole issue with the housing crash, this is why I have difficulty believing this, The whole issue with that housing crash was because they had lowered the requirements so drastically that anyone could literally take out a mortgage.
Yeah, they really did fuck people over, though, by giving them. Well, I guess if you're going to go in and get a mortgage with no down payment, of course there's going to be a catch, right? If you're getting a 30, if you're bringing in, a good chunk of money and putting 20%
No,
down.
but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is sort of a hypocritical problem because you say what caused the housing crash was that because of their own greed, financial institutions lowered the requirements for giving out mortgages so much that they had too many toxic assets.
Yeah,
okay?
Anyone could get a mortgage. Exactly.
Anyone can get a mortgage.
This
so
is
now
why
the
housing prices went up and up and up and up because
Right.
you had all these people who were financially illiterate. All of a sudden, banks were throwing money out at them. So they said, okay, I'm bidding against 20 other people on this house. Let me bid twice as much as it's worth.
Right, exactly.
And
And also
like,
because
what?
people were flipping properties very quickly.
Yeah, because there's dumb money out there. Of course, you're going
Right.
to start flipping properties. You're going to be like, dumb money. What? They'll pay what? They'll pay double for this shithole? Fuck yeah.
So, okay, but my point is that, so the greatest financial failure, which has led to the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest political failure of all time in modern history, was the housing crash. And that was because the banks were way too easy throwing money to everyone.
Easy
so now
money,
the complaint is that the banks are being too strict because they don't want to have a repeat of the housing crash and not just give everyone a free mortgage.
Not to straw man the case,
Mm-hmm.
the leftist case. If you're in a situation where you're working a minimum wage job, it's going to be tough to save money to own a home. Like there are plenty of people.
Yeah, no, 100% agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I'm the one that's always in favor of raising the minimum wage. You're the one who's against it. Okay.
Well, I don't know. Like, there's a good argument for like it being bad. I mean, you got to weigh the business interests and the employee interest. You really do. But I mean, we got to have a conversation about UBI every time.
I agree.
Like we're in a situation.
Look, I'm all for making housing more accessible. It's just interesting to me that so much of the communist rhetoric is so focused on like landlords and
because
they suggest like people aren't allowed to own property that they don't live in and then rent it out to other people.
There's two motivations driving the anti-capitalist, and I think it's probably very few of the love of the poor. It's probably like 2% love of the poor, and 98% is hating the rich. They just want to fucking stick it to the rich.
Right, but what is the solution here? Is it to say, oh, well, people who own properties that they don't live in, does they just get taken away from them and given to people? Like, how does this work? Like, I don't understand how was the process of this. Does nobody pay for it?
People need to. Yeah.
How do you build the house in the first place if no one's paying to build the house in the first place?
The problem, the thing about the UBI debate, like a lot of people hate the UBI debate, but the UBI debate is attempting to solve a problem that is in our future. Like there not being enough jobs for people to be able to afford buying a house and having a family. So UBI is the attempt at creating a situation where you can, own a home and have a family. It'd be interesting to see what happens with UBI as far as like people relocating to places where they could live off of it. I don't know exactly what would happen, but I mean, we're headed towards an untenable situation with the job market. Self-driving cars are going to be the ultimate fucking.
That's true.
And self-driving cars are going to take over as fast as as much as the cell phones and social media has changed our environment, self-driving cars are going to just be even crazier. Sometimes I wonder if all this stuff is all this anti-capitalist stuff, because we don't necessarily know how bad it is out there, how many people really are suffering, and the news isn't reporting this shit. I mean, they're off in la la land with all this race shit. If Trump loses the election, which is possible, I think things have to be terrible in the economy, because like you've got people voting for a literal dead guy over Trump, which makes me think the economy is just fucking awful. Like I don't think Joe Biden is like, I don't know what a Joe Biden presidency looks like. Does it look like him clearing his schedule every day? And it's like, I don't know. I'm under the impression the presidency is a tough job. Like it's a daily grind for a schedule.
Maybe. Creator's Buggin' for $13.99 Canadian says, many Canadians know more about U.S. politics and history than Canadian history and politics because of how close the two countries are geographically. We have laws that require the media be a set percentage Canadian because of it.
What?
He's saying that in Canada, they have laws that require a set amount of politics and history be focused on Canada instead of the U.S. because U.S. culture
U.S.
is so
more
prevalent.
Interesting.
Yes.
Hilarious. Everyone's like, we have to study Canada today. Fuck.
Oh,
so boring.
Guys, look, just admit it. You want to be part of America. Why? Canada should just be the 51st state, all of it. Just one giant state, okay? 51st state of America. Canada.
Everyone's making fun of my Tim Pool hat.
Your Tim Pool beanie. They should make fun of it. You deserve to be made fun of it.
There was only one size. I didn't know it came in sizes.
So the population of Canada is 37 million. And the population of California is 39 million. So look, we could take the entire country of Canada, make it a single state, and it would still be a smaller state than California.
Well, that's cool. As long as California's still on top, I'm cool with it.
So look, there you go.
I want him to beg. I want Thought Slime to do a video fucking begging us first. He's got to beg. I have to believe it. It's got to be a good performance.
You guys know you want it.
He's
if you literally
really,
have
really
to make
want it.
If you guys literally have to make a law that forces you to stop talking about America, I think,
Yeah, it's time. It's time. It's like you're in love. We get it. We're irresistible. We understand.
Yeah, we're pretty awesome. Look, we get it.
Stop being
Michael.
Go ahead.
Michael Gounod for $4.99 says, to be fair, France also has laws requiring French language songs on the radio because otherwise everything would be American. USA, USA.
Don't encourage us, man.
Taking over the world.
We're insufferable already.
No, we're taking over the fucking world. Every fucking country. This is the thing. All these fucking woke leftist bitches, they'll cry, oh, America's too Eurocentric. America cares too much about European history. Fuck you. Bullshit. Guess what? There's a new paradigm now. Europe is going to be studying nothing but American history. That's right. Fuck Eurocentrism. This is American centrism coming back. I think all European countries should only play songs in English, should only be learning American history. This is fucking USA, bitches. We're taking over the world.
Yeah, American history is world history, for heaven's sakes.
That is fucking true. Oh,
you got Canada over here begging for us to colonize her. Like she's saying, come hither, colonize me.
Could we even, is there any proof? Is there any actual evidence that that reality itself existed before America?
None.
I don't think so.
There wasn't even evolution before America.
No. I think what happened was on the first day of creation, God didn't say, let there be light. He said, let there be America.
AOL says, fuck you guys. We have a culture. I'm done with your channel.
Who said that?
AOL.
AOL.
AWOL. AWOL.
AWOL.
He must
We
be
are saying this
Canadian.
in jest.
He
sort
must
of.
be Canadian. We're just joking, guys. Come on. We're all friends here.
I mean, we're joking, but
Don't
you know,
hate us.
You know you want it. You know you want it. Critters bugging for 279 Canadian says, God save the Queen. Long live the Commonwealth.
Adam, draw a manga beanie on Sitch. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
You should not do that. You should not do that.
I wonder if I could do that while I'm on the stream here. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a
Wolfsbane00 for
beanie.
499 says, well, I'm off to destroy Canada. They've had it too good for too long. Somebody will get this reference.
We have super chats going. If someone DM'd me,
Wait, let me
Well, I
see
don't
if
know.
this is the end of the video.
if
I
someone
really feel the fine folks over at Left Merch Apparel are being deplatformed from Facebook. And if you were upset a week or so ago when I had a video deplatformed on YouTube, this ought to frustrate you too.
Yeah, we don't want your videos to be deplatformed, dude. I don't know what you had deplatformed, but I don't approve of that. That's nonsense bullshit.
They were.
Go follow.
He was complaining about Crowder for some reason. The Carlos Mazza thing, I think.
Oh, really? Carlos,
And then
fuck
I-
that video.
And then the algorithm, because they don't make any distinction. They said like, oh, he's promoting hate speech or whatever. I believe. I could be totally wrong. That was I've glanced at it, and that's what I thought was going on.
I'm checking my DMs. If I happen to get a PNG with a Tim Pool beanie hat, I could put a beanie on Sitch, but I can't
Oh
do it.
my
and
God.
I would have to
Aussie
remember.
Yar for 5 Aussie bucks with the best super chat of all time says, America was the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Fucking true. That's what they don't want. Look,
True.
that's what they don't want you to know. Okay.
Yeah.
This is how history. This is a real conspiracy. This is how history lies to you. The Revolutionary War wasn't America versus the British. It was America versus the fucking dinosaurs. Okay. That was the beginning. That was the caveman rising up and destroying the dinosaur overlords,
Yeah.
creating the one true nation, America.
Those were, yeah, exactly. We came from fucking space. Maybe we are aliens.
But not white people, Americans.
Yeah, Americans are the real aliens.
Americans.
You guys got to watch out. Space Nation. That's where we came from. I think the Gulf of Mexico is actually where the asteroid hit. So we are technically right in that zone.
There you go. That's very true.
Yeah. Holy cow.
What?
CT did an amazing art thing for us.
Oh,
Saving it
putting it
right
up?
now. Yeah. It's not a Tim Pool beanie that I could slip on your little Sitch head over there. Then we could both, the conversion will be complete. We've transitioned into Tim Pool.
it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Anyway.
When are we
So
gonna
let's start
when are we gonna watch a Tim Pool video so you can debunk it?
Oh God. We
I mean,
should-
Tim
we
Pool
should.
might respond. That one video you were saying is all a bunch of nonsense.
It wasn't. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so
But I can
bad.
fight back. I have the unbiased perspective.
I know you're a fucking bigot.
I just don't read anything, so I'm too busy.
P Funk Malfunction for $14.99. Thank you very much, P Funk. Says doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I'm sure you've heard that this guy thinks communism is somehow going to be different and not cause mass slaughter.
Well, that was state capitalism, dude. That was totally different.
Yes. I made a meme video about that. We should actually watch that right now. Let me
State
Try to go find it.
capitalism is crony capitalism. What happens is the socialists take over and they're like, hey, we need to turn all the businesses into co-ops. And they're like, fuck that. I'm going to give this business to my buddy. He can run it and get rich off this shit.
exactly.
No, we need co-ops.
Gentlemen.
Oh, is
Hey,
this
can you
a
take
meme?
down the super chat thing for a
I
second?
did.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
Here's an
Modern day
old-
communism
old goodie.
explained
Yes.
in 26 seconds. Oh, it's got to be good. In depth.
Gotta
I
be
like
good.
that.
Gentlemen, I bring you more
Communism.
Yeah, I don't know.
know, man. I mean, after last time.
This time shall be different.
Yeah, well, all right. Because I am hungry again.
It's not different at all. Is it, Steve?
It's Bosch.
Remember when I used to make videos?
It's Bosch. It's Bosch.
It is Vosh, yes. There it is. There it is, folks. That's Vosh.
Are you not
Thought
making?
Slime.
Are you not spending an hour a day on videos making? Videos?
I'm spending more. I'm almost done. With
Really?
My next video, yes.
Amazing. Amazing. Nice. I'm working on the
Gonna be good.
Fuck video.
I know.
Oh. I thought about making a video one time.
What happened?
I got bored. Started drawing.
Wow. Classic. P-Funk malfunction for another $9.99. Thank you, P-Funk. Says, anybody can arrange for him to be sent to Beijing. I swear I would pay millions. I would work for you forever.
Who are we
Would be
sending to
funny.
Beijing? Bosch?
Thought
no,
Slime.
Thought Slime. Yeah.
Thought Slime.
Totally. Yeah. Do it up.
North
Korea.
Korea for $5 says, no, the video's not going to come out tomorrow, but it's close. Okay.
Isn't it like
says-
an hour-long opus that you're working on?
No, I have a very long Watchmen video that is not finished, but there's a lot of progress on it. But that's not the video I'm talking about. It's going to come out.
What is the video about? Can you say, or is it top secret?
Yeah. It's about everyone's favorite pedophile movie.
Cuties?
Cuties.
You're doing a Cuties response?
did a
Oh my
Cuties
God.
An honest
watched that?
Cuties review. Yes.
You watched that?
Of course I watched it. I have to
Dude.
get to the bottom of things, Adam. Okay, I gotta
Yeah.
know the truth.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably throw up if I watch that movie.
It's got a lot of JoJo memes in it.
Oh man.
I Baron Getorix for $5 says Sargon at MythCon did great. It's a prime example of why this ideology is laughable on its face. More discrimination is not the answer, except poppers. True.
Ooh, poppers.
Very true. Get the poppers out of here. There's a great picture that CT made where I have noodles on my head.
Love it, love it, love it.
Wait, why do I have noodles on my head?
Yum, yum, yum.
So I've got spaghetti bowl on my head and I'm eating spaghetti. I'm saying yum, yum, yum. Oh, that's right. There was a spaghetti meme. That's true. There I am. See, Adam, you're wondering how to draw me emoting love in the comic right there. You got it.
Yeah.
You got little hearts in the eyeballs.
That
got
was
the
my
squeaky eyeballs.
suggestion. You were like, nah.
Yeah.
I was
So-
gonna put. I literally put in the script. Sitch has hearts in his eyes, and says,
Adam is
"Oh,
determined to
God."
make Sitch a beta cuck in the comic. It's very sad.
That's my secret. That's my goal. Of course,
Anyway.
I want to destroy your entire reputation. So,
Mhm,
we
mhm.
spend all this time developing this intellectual property, and everyone hates it. Come on. That's not what's going on here. I want you to be relatable. I want you to be relatable. Not relatable like a beta cuck, but just relatable.
Hey, I don't have a pasta problem. Okay, I can stop eating pasta whenever I want.
You eat a lot of pasta? That's funny.
I don't eat a lot of pasta, actually. I don't eat very much pasta whatsoever. I try not to eat gluten because I'm a fragile boy.
Mm.
I don't want my dick to fly off.
Wow, eating pasta will make your dick fly off.
You
I
know
had
that
no
eating
idea.
gluten makes your dick fly off and explode. I thought you knew.
Fly off and explode.
This. Yeah, this is a fact, Adam. You
Fly
should look into it.
away.
Yeah, you should look into this. You should really make sure you're not eating too much gluten or your dick's gonna fly off. And explode.
Let me just Google gluten dick launch explosion.
Google it. You'll see. Type it in right now.
I'm not gonna type in dick.
Type it in.
explosion
Type
into
it in, you
Google.
coward. Gluten dick fly off.
Not
Let me
gonna
see.
happen.
Boom! Right there. First result. Okay.
Gluten dick
First
fly
result.
off. You're such a fucking bullshit. That's total nonsense. Don't
Wow.
Google it, guys.
Look at this guy. He doesn't know anything. Anyways,
Must be a
Derek
joke.
Drummond for $2 says, Thought Slimeball is my favorite lol cow. Yes, it's very lol cow. It's true.
Look at all this amazing artwork you sent me. Where's the Tim Pool hat? I'm only in here for the Tim Pool hat.
Yeah, I sent you the artwork that I received. None of it, fortunately, is a Tim Pool hat. So,
Unfortunately, you mean?
no, you're
I'm
despicable.
listening intently. I'm ready to respond to super chats.
Stug for $5 says, does anyone anywhere ever know what they're talking about, particularly on YouTube? I mean, except
No.
Stitch and Adam, they're great. Oh, Stug is so fucking true.
Yeah.
So true.
That's the problem. People figure out that, oh, I can just cater to these dum-dums and tell them whatever they want to hear, and I'll be popular. People will like me. It'll start a race war, but who cares? I'm cool.
Matt Magnum for another $5 after the 100 he just dropped. Oof, what a king.
Wow.
Says, just an extra $5 to tell you that was $100 well spent. You're always great at responding to my super chats. More super chats in the future. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate
That's a lot of free will.
That's a lot of free will. That's 105 units of free will that Matt has just shown the world that he has.
Yeah.
Scott Fang for $5 says, not gonna lie, I only watched this show because Sitch is in it. Dab.
What's it?
S class.
Oh my god.
S class is best class. No one likes your fucking harmonica. Alice Karras for $5 says, Adam, the next time you buy a Tim Pool hat, make sure that it is the right size. Shots?
I didn't know there was a size. What's going on here?
So what's the problem? Is the hat too big or too small?
Everyone's
too
saying
big.
it's too small, but
It looks too big on your tiny head.
what are you talking about?
It looks. Tim Pool's head is not. I mean, Tim Pool's beanie is like tight. Like it's like cutting off the circulation of his brain. Like that's probably why he's going the way he's going. Okay,
Going the way he's
yours looks
going. What is it?
big,
A secret?
What do you
Is
mean?
this gonna
Becoming
make-
a
is this
partisan
hat
hack
gonna
for
make
money?
me-
Is that a secret? I don't know.
Is this gonna make me lose my hair? Is that what you're saying?
That
Is the
maybe,
Tim Pool
ask
beanie
Tim.
bad for my hairline? Maybe I
Maybe
don't
it
want to
is.
wear this Tim Pool beanie.
Maybe that's what made Tim Pool go bald. Is that it wasn't? We thought the beanie was covering up the baldness, but actually, it caused it in the first place.
I do like his. I mean, that's a go-to attitude. He's like, I am going bald in my 20s. That sucks, but I can
It
just
does
wear
suck.
a beanie. I can.
That's
just wear
true.
A beanie.
Look, lemonade out of lemons.
Totally. Yeah.
Kaz back on Discord for $5 says, thought slime exists to be laughed at. I refuse to believe these people accidentally make themselves ideological straw man. It's true. He provides content just for us to laugh at. It's true.
Well, he's way more popular than we are, though. So what the fuck? That's talk
not
about
if you
systemic
include
injustice.
Our main channels.
Talk about systemic injustice.
Wait. He's not more popular than us if you include the main channels. He's only more popular than us because he doesn't stream for 10 hours on Sundays.
Oh, okay.
So. Put up some of that other art. Jeez, Adam.
Oh yeah, art.
Get in the game.
Forgot. I was waiting.
Got
I'm
too
here.
distracted
I'm
by the
refreshing my
beanie.
DMs.
Oh my God. Waiting for that
I
beanie.
know.
Trying to get that beanie. Nobody give Adam a fucking beanie, okay? Nobody send him a beanie.
My man Sam. It's not a. It's not a P. You got to send like a PNG through like a.
No. Send a JPEG with like a big white background and just make it like totally.
I'll try to make it work. I'll make this.
Make
work.
it totally not work or anything like that. Actually, yeah. You know what? Keep sending those to Adam on Twitter. Wink, wink.
I'm gonna make this work just to.
You realize that you can't send people transparent PNGs on Twitter, right?
You can if you send it a link through like a Google Drive doc.
Oh, okay. Wow, look at all the work he wants you to do. It's like, oh, you gotta send me a fucking link through a Google Drive, blah 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 blah.
No, you already sent me the beanie. I'm doing it up myself.
No, I don't
this.
want. Oh, you motherfucker.
I don't. This
Look at- this
doesn't
is-
look like a Tim
look at-
Pool beanie though. This isn't the actual Tim
This
Pool
bad
beanie.
psychic. Okay, bad sidekick. Give me a pirate hat. I'll take a pirate hat. Go find a pirate hat. Somebody find a transparent PNG of a pirate hat and send it to Adam. Brian K for $10 says, Was an aerospace engineer major, switched to psych, now in philosophy and abandoning my degree, lol. Last semester took an ethics course and wrote a paper combining Haidt's social intuition with virtue ethics. Wow.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Crazy. That is awesome. Very cool, Brian. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, you lads catch T-Jump versus Jay Dryer on the kill stream. No, I did not catch that. That sounds interesting.
Was that another Black Lives Matter thing? Jay Dryer is a like Christian conservative. He destroyed Matt Dillahunty, which I thought was pretty good. Destroy Matt Dillahunty's pretty easy to destroy, but
wouldn't it have been? Wait, you said he's a religious guy?
Yeah.
Oh, so wouldn't it be about religion?
It was about religion, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I guess
we'll check it out.
I'll put some artwork up instead of doing the.
Hey, look, it was interesting. Usually, that debate that T-Jump had with Jake was the first time I've ever been on T-Jump's side in a debate. So.
Oh, I know. Usually he's like crazy stuff. He's like the best of all possible worlds.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, here we go. Atheist Tom Jump and Orthodox Christian Jay Dryer battle over the nature of the existence of God and get into a discussion about cognito ergo sum. And then bombs fly as Dick Masterson and Andy Worski face off regarding whether lolicon should be banned or if it is considered free expression.
Is that modern day debate? Is James killing it or
No, that was
what?
on Killstream.
Oh, it's Killstream. Ethan.
It's on Ethan, yeah. Ethan Ralph.
Ethan Ralph's killing it.
As someone who is a theist, I have literally no interest in watching people debate the existence of God. I think it's the dumbest, biggest waste of time.
Stephen Biggs for $4.99 says more harmonica. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. I was so excited about that super chat.
He's so happy. So, finally. Okay. So I see. So the picture that you put up was by another picture from last week was by Yemi Acosta David. Another hand-drawn picture. Here
Freshly
I am.
Squeezed white male tears.
Freshly squeezed white male tears. I'm drinking in the white male tears while I'm reading some sort of communist source material in order to destroy it, in order to pwn it. Yes.
Look at you. Look at you.
Because I care. I read the source material. I deconstruct it.
It's good.
Call it out.
It is good. I listen to it.
A hack CSGO for 20 knock dollars says, Duck, Marry, Kill, Vosh, Destiny, and no BS. Oh, Jesus.
What? Kill them all. Kill them all.
Oh, God. Okay. Adam.
No, I'm not.
Fuck, Marry, Kill, Vosh, Destiny, no BS.
It's all guys. I'm telling you, I'm straight. Sorry.
You have to. It doesn't matter. You have to. By the laws of fuck, Marry, Kill, you have to answer.
There are no laws. I make my own reality.
Oh, look at this guy. Adam's gone full anarchist all of a sudden.
I make my
doesn't believe in social order or anything anymore.
I make my own reality.
You don't believe that.
I do. I'm writing the simulation.
The secret. Oh, you're so now you're into the secret. You're into intuition.
I am the author. I am the author of the simulation. Come on, I told you the simulation people reached out to me.
That's true. I forgot about that.
I'm dealing with them directly.
So I guess, we did promise a long time ago that if you gave us enough money, Adam would put in a good word with the simulation people. So I guess you got to make sure you put in a good word for Matt Magnum with the simulation people.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know,
oh, yeah. He's in.
Throw some good rerolls his way.
Be time traveling, no problem. We could do immortality, eternal youth, everything you want. Simulation people work it out. What's this picture here?
Another picture by Yemi Acosta David. Here I am reading some more source material while next to a person who is an ACAB anarchist. She's
cute. I'd ask her out.
You think she's cute? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm not.
You won't fuck, marry, kill, Vosh, Destiny, or no BS, but see how it is.
Well, she's obviously an attractive woman, though.
Someone in the chat says Adam hasn't seen Destiny in a little black dress. True.
What?
I don't even know what that's referencing. Drew Malcolm for $5 says, can't watch live, but have really been enjoying the podcast feed. Would like to hear your thoughts on Lindsay Ellis's J.K. Rowling video. I think that's a video on the list of potential videos.
Yeah, I wanted to do that.
We never
video.
got around to.
Yeah, she comes out hard against J.K. Rowling in ways that are just, oh man, it's just weird. It's so weird. I don't know how you could look at J.K. Rowling and just think the things that she's saying in that video. It's so offensive. It's not for me to get offended for literal billionaires. I mean, how much money does J.K. Rowling have? But
well, it's funny because, she calls out J.K. Rowling. She's like, J.K. Rowling is a transphobe who's criticizing a position that nobody has, that sex isn't real. And to prove to you that nobody thinks sex isn't real, I'm going to link to a Riley Dennis video where Riley Dennis literally says that sex is a social construct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like
way to go.
Dumbest shit ever.
Riley Dennis, PhD.
Yep. Who literally sang the exact thing you're claiming nobody says, but
Yeah.
So okay, I'll add that to the list. If it no, it wasn't a list. Okay, I'll add it to the list. That's definitely something to look into.
Are we gonna do
this picture,
the other one next week? We have I did a killer thumbnail. I want to do that video.
We did. I don't know. We'll see. So this
that's the most requested video ever.
I know. This picture was by Starry-Eyed Optim. Starry-Eyed Optim on Twitter.
I love this. This is CT like butt fucking you with a knife.
So this is me. This is me playing Among Us, and like I think it was either the first or second game. CT is the imposter, and she literally just murders me. Like the game starts, everyone's in the cafeteria, and she just fucking stabs me and breaks my neck and stabs me in the back in front of everyone, like instantaneously. So
that's some cruel stuff, man.
There it is. So there, immortalizing
this was the game.
Moment.
This was that game. Let's
yes,
kill her.
Yeah, you would like it. CT's trying to guilt you into playing it, Adam.
I would like to play. I would. Just a time thing.
The games are very short.
What are you guys doing at 6 a.m. California time?
6 a.m. on California time? I'm asleep. Oh no, 6 a.m. California time. I'm awake, but I'm working. I don't have I'm playing. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have time to play video games.
Give me a heads up.
You mean 6 p.m. California time? Maybe that's something swingable.
Yeah, we could probably do something. Okay. God, I want to play some games. Go ahead.
CT sent you a Streamlabs that just says, and years 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 of therapy, Adam. Sad face.
What does that mean?
It means this is all the years of therapy she'll need because you're not going to play Among Us with us.
I'll play. Everyone's talking about it.
Okay, there you go.
It must be
CT.
fun. I had fun playing that porthole game.
Okay, so that's Harker. So Starry-Eyed Optim is Harker, who I recall who we played with on Among Us. So thank you, Harker, for immortalizing that moment.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Harkin. I'm sorry, I'm calling it Harker. Harkin.
Was anyone recording it?
Or no, it is Harker. Wait, is it Harker? Harkin? I thought it was Harkin. I'm so confused. CT said Harker, so if I'm wrong, Harker, blame CT. Anyways.
I think I uploaded a video of you killing me in Human Fall Flat on my Adam Friended secret channel.
As it should be.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, it's shill time. Just uploaded a new video for Let's Read. Go check it out. Sitch has the link.
Let's read.
So Amazon.
Post the link.
Lieutenant Amazon made a very long, it was like 2 hours, like a read of a comic. So check it out. If you type in LT Amazil on YouTube, you can find his channel.
I'll post a link. Oh, look at that. That's good. Yes,
What?
Sam, you're doing great.
Oh God, did you put the beanie on?
Not yet. I gotta cut it out first. I don't know if I can do that. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
I think I can. I think I can.
That's the American attitude. That's the difference between America and Canada. Hold
Is that
on.
why you like Fully Cooley so much?
Is AWOL gone? I don't want to offend anyone here. Like, let me scan the chat.
So I put
here.
Lieutenant Amazil's video link in the chat.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Save me doing that. Good.
Alida Hillajord for 20 knock knock says S class is best class. Stupid videos are greater than debates. Yes. There you go.
Stupid videos?
They like us critiquing stupid videos over debating.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Yeah.
So,
although we got well, Destiny versus Vosh, man, that video blew up. It's almost to 100,000 views.
I'm assuming they're saying stupid videos over us debating.
Oh, people over us like debating.
Look, we gotta mix it up. Okay, gotta go back and forth.
That Surf's conversation was awesome.
That Surf conversation was awesome. Yeah, people loved it.
That was fun.
People loved Adam getting very triggered. Alex Karras for $5 says, yeah, I mean, what is up with all these Canadians? Even Jordan Peterson. I mean, Dev, Thought Slime, CT, DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci Resolve is Canadian? Oh, shit. I take it back.
Yeah, there you go.
That should be like your opening salvo.
Look.
If DaVinci Resolve is your... is like a Canadian thing, you got to put that up front.
Look, that's just more of a reason to annex Canada, okay? I want Jordan Peterson to be fucking American, okay? Then he can be an American hero. Canadian hero doesn't really have a ring to it, right? You've never heard someone say, he's a Canadian hero. That's kind of like an oxymoron, isn't it?
He had a bad take on Kavanaugh, though, so he can stay in Canada.
Jordan Peterson, American hero. It's a nice ring.
Jordan Peterson, bad take on Kavanaugh, stay in Canada.
Wow. He didn't have a bad take on Kavanaugh. We've had this conversation a million times. You're totally strawmanning him. I can't.
No, he had a terrible take on Canada.
I cannot believe I cannot believe what a strawman you are, Adam. It's incredible.
Not straw. I love Jordan Peterson. Seriously. I wouldn't strawman my man JP.
Diogenes for $5 says, no rest until I get the call-in stream so I can debunk socialist sidekick and bring A-Team to the right side of reality. Trump 2020. Wow.
I did put the call-in stream on my calendar and then I worked right through it. I'm fucking obsessed with the comic right now.
So are we going to do a call-in stream this Wednesday?
I mean, I could put it on my calendar again, but I looked at my DMs. I'm like, okay, if Sitch says something, I'll do it. But
well, I didn't want to do. Here's the thing. I didn't want to do a surprise call-in stream. I want to tell everyone on Sunday that we're doing it.
Yeah, that's the
give
thing
them
to
notice. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you want to do it this Wednesday? This Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. PSA Sitch and Adam Psychic Forever call-in stream.
So
we're gonna do it.
Okay, we'll do it this Wednesday.
Cool. Jaffer of Love, thank you very much for the 2 Aussie bucks. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Madrano for $2 says, wasn't Jamestown something like a commune? I don't know.
Yeah.
Was it?
They all had voting rights, and it was like a cooperative.
Oh my God! So it was evil.
It was Vosh's dream thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! I think I need to make the pool hat flip the other way. Hold on a second.
Alex Karras for $5 says, does Thought Slime use his turn signal? Oops, I mean I have free will. I like that. True. Whalers for $5 says, if he researched his subject, he may have to admit that his opponent has a point. Yeah, there you go. Look, if I don't actually research anything, it's just I can just strawman you. I don't have to actually like address anything that's a valid criticism. Very true. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Madrano for $2 says, "Oh, never mind. That was Plymouth. Damn commies everywhere." We just have to. I think if there's communism in American history, we just pretend it doesn't exist, right? Like Quentin Tarantino, rewriting history. We just rewrite history.
Yeah, what's that movie where I think it's a Woody Allen movie where all the writers are on the blacklist because of communism.
I don't know. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, there's
I saw the one where he goes into the future.
Oh yeah, that's
Sleeper.
Sleeper, yeah. There's a movie where it's about the communist blacklist in Hollywood, and he's like an office secretary or something, and he gets this idea that he gets some. Everyone's going to give me a hard time because people have actually seen the movie, and I saw it like 100 years ago, but he gets some opportunity to write screenplays, so he's hiring all of these blacklisted writers to ghostwrite for him, and he's basically taking the credit.
Oh, that's funny.
Which is a great scam. It's totally a great scam.
Raffle Meow Kittith for $4.99 says, "I think he said layperson, like layman, non-professional in a given field." Yeah, Adam. You don't say layman anymore. That's sexist. You say layperson.
Oh, really? Layman? I can't say
Layperson.
layman.
Duper Duh for $5. Thank you very much, Dupa.
I am sexist.
Diogenes for $2 says, "Restrict Californian immigration. Lone Star never blue." Ooh.
Restrict California.
It's gonna happen one day, Diogenes.
Are you saying
Texas
I can't move
is
to
gonna go blue, motherfucker?
What?
And you're gonna be so mad.
There are a lot of Californians moving to Texas.
That's true.
Yeah.
Shem Dupe for $5 says, "Live streaming is zero sum, only a finite amount of attention. Love you guys. Keep it up."
You can grow the audience. I mean,
disagree.
Yeah.
Because it's technically true. There's only a finite amount of attention. It's not as if anyone's ever going to reach the full capacity of attention. And generally, with a lot of YouTube stuff, since a lot of it is reacting to other shit or commentating on other shit, like we were doing in the stream earlier, you could say it's not a zero sum. Because ThoughtSlime produces some bullshit communist crap, and then we respond to it. So good job. Duper Dow for $5 says, "That pause of ThoughtSlime looks like a rat that's seen a particularly stinky piece of cheese." I think that was the screenshot picture. Yes.
That's hilarious.
Oh, there was one more picture I sent you that I don't think you've put up yet.
The Tim Pool beanie is so close to your head.
Oh my God. Fuck the beanie.
No.
Fuck the beanie.
Oh, it's not doing it. I can't grab it.
Good. This is you thought you controlled the simulation.
Oh no.
This is the simulation.
It's docking.
Telling you.
It's docking.
No.
It's docking with the head.
It's like the Darth Vader thing, like coming down. Dun, dun, dun. It's like sealing on my head. I'm going, no.
Here it is.
Wasn't there already? I know there's some other streamer.
Make it nice and snug right there.
I know there was some other streamer. You already did this.
Really?
You put a beanie on my head. Yeah. This is old. This is old.
No,
We've done this
come
before.
on.
Yes.
Then why it would be in the thing?
I don't know where it is.
No, this is.
Well, I'm telling you, this has been done before. Been done before.
Look at this. We're twins now. How's it feel?
It feels really bad. It feels really terrible.
I need to get my tie on.
I don't look like Tim Pool. I look like a South Park character now.
It's perfect.
Yes. That's right. Contrast. That'll stunt the brain cells. Very true. Very true.
All right. We have one more art. Oh.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, "Sitch has trash movie takes. Another reason to be on A-Team, baby." Oh, someone likes rubber and hates Disney movies. Terrible.
Yeah,
Terrible.
I read that super chat.
I know, it's awful.
To rub it in your face.
Gemini for $2 says Edgy Adam is pretty cute too. Not gonna lie, Edgy Adam is pretty cute. I will.
Hell yeah. Born edgy.
So there's a picture of Zofrats where she's using me as a human box when we play Portal 2. Just picks me up and dumps me on a button. Yep.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Sitch the human box. See, like a real man, I make the woman do all the work.
Yeah. It's just like cuttlefish or something.
What?
Aren't the cuttlefish the men or the women? The men make the nest.
I have
or
no
something
clue.
Like that.
I don't know anything about the cuttlefish gender role. Sorry.
Okay. Research.
Gemini
that.
for $2 says, "Hey Adam, have you checked out Igor yet?" Igor, 3 R's.
I didn't. It was a good recommend. I can't remember.
Oh,
what
is this a musician?
No, I think it's an app that synthesizes the news. If I remember correctly, it's like a
No, this is a
centrist
musician.
thing. No, Igor. It's like an app.
No, this is a musician.
Well,
He makes
Google-
really weird artsy fartsy shit that you'd probably like.
Really? I thought it was an app, but okay.
I know. You would probably like this. It's really weird.
Igor music. I'll check it out.
IGORRR, 3 R's. Anyways,
GOR.
Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says Lion King is low resolution Hamlet. That's true. That's true.
Oh, I did. I watched I did watch that music video. It's fucking crazy. The very noise one. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is weird. Sitch Cube seems like something that should be in the merch store. I like that. Zofrat's had another picture of Sitch as a literal cube. That would be funny merch. A companion cube Sitch.
Yeah, let's throw it in.
Let's do it. Thunderson4228 for $5 says, Adam doesn't like the producers? No wonder he's not as funny as Sitch. True. Very true.
Everyone says I'm the funny one.
Very true. Also, you were thinking about the seahorse, not the cuttlefish. Dum dum. Anyways,
everyone says I'm the funny one.
Barry Bluebird for $5 says, "What about historical war films?" Yeah, I like war. My favorite war film is probably Platoon. That's a good one. And Saving
Platoon
Private
is
Ryan.
great. Full Metal Jacket.
I'm not a huge Full Metal Jacket fan.
You don't like Full Metal? Stanley Kubrick.
I don't like Stanley
nuts?
Kubrick. We've talked about this.
Me love you long time.
Oh my
Me
god.
so horny. Come on.
There are many weapons. This one is my own. Yeah. Anyway,
my weapon is my friend.
Oh, yeah,
it is my life.
historical
I will
war
worship it as I worship my life.
Historical war films are great. Fantastic. As long as they don't like rewrite the ending of the war and say like, oh, but then, this thing that didn't happen actually happened. That's my only contention.
It's actually, this is my rifle, but anyway.
Whatever. I don't remember.
Dumb.
Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says, my first year as a teacher, I taught history class starting with the Levant and ancient Near East and ending with the fall of Rome the next semester. Yeah, see, you didn't get very far, did you?
History's too long. They need to shorten that shit up.
I know. History is too long. So I'm saying start when America was founded, and then that's all that matters.
True.
The snack that smiles back. Taven Burner for $5 says 70 rule. 70 divided by the annual GDP growth equals the number of years for the DGP to double. Long-term economics is greater than short-term economic thinking. Keep this in mind.
True.
There you go.
Yeah, long-term thinking's much better.
Yeah, I don't like Stanley Kubrick because watching shit float through space to classical music while nothing happens is fucking stupid and boring. 2001 is a piece of shit movie. Suck it.
Gotta put the 2001 background in with Sitch.
2001 book is fantastic, and I'd highly recommend every single person read the 2001 book.
Oh man,
It's very short and awesome.
That's so elitist. That's like elitist scum move every
It's
time.
super
Like,
short.
oh, the book is so much better. Oh my god, I love the book.
I'm reading all these books about philosophy and history and blah 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 blah,
Yeah, but
complaining that someone read a book instead of watched a fucking movie. Wow.
Yeah, but I don't compare the book to the movie. I don't go like,
Because
oh
there
yeah.
is no fucking movie for the books that you read.
Well, true, but so I guess I'm not in that position. So that's good.
Derek Drummond for $5 says Sitch's shadow brother Literature Devil talks about fairness and heroism in his new video. It was very good in my opinion. That's right.
I
Here's
have
new
to
video
watch it.
about is Superman. I think it was is Superman relevant in today's world?
Yep, it's like an hour long. I was like, oh, this is great. I can cue it up when I draw. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
Hoppet Spartan for $10 says define injustice. I think conservatives have a different definition of the word compared to the left. I think conservatives would use unfair that unfairness can be overcome at an individual level.
Yeah. Fairness, cheating, moral foundation is answered the same by libertarians, conservatives, and progressives. It's one of the reasons why I thought Donald Trump would win the election in 2016, because Donald Trump has this way of framing everything in terms of fairness. It is really a blind spot of the progressives that they don't think that conservatives believe in fairness in the same way that they believe in fairness. Fairness cheating is a moral foundation. I was going to bring up the chart. I think I actually have the fairness cheating. So yeah, go ahead.
No, you continue.
So yeah, I think they do conceptualize it the same individually, but I think that they believe the other side conceptualizes it differently than them, which is super ironic.
Troublemaker for $3 says, have you heard Sitch released a video? Oh, wait, that was the other better shadow person. So, hey, Adam. Wow.
Hey, what's up? Yeah.
I'm assuming that's Zofrat's being sneaky. I sent you, Zofrat's made a animated GIF of me and Literature Devil to see who would finish their video faster. So.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter.
I DM'd it to you.
How do you do that? How'd you save it? To DM?
Oh, I just sent you the link.
Oh, okay. I'll pull it up.
Yeah. Yeah, Twitter's stupid. I don't know why it's so complicated to save GIFs. Delove Dr. 69 all day for 150 says, Watch Vosh recently ranked his debates, and he gave both his debate with Adam and Sargon an F, saying that he got angry in his first debate with Sargon and didn't perform very well. True. Very true. He called Adam the book guy and said, you never listen, LOL.
The book guy, yeah.
Yeah, the book guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think reading books is probably a good thing. I think I'll take that.
Shut up, book guy.
Yeah.
You just said I was being elitist for saying you should read a book instead of a movie. And now you're like, I think reading books is good, Sitch.
Well, reading books for information about like a debate is probably a good
2001 is a book about the human soul. Okay.
It is.
You're not going to get that from
2001 is about artificial intelligence. It's about UBI.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Ultimately, it's about UBI.
My God. That's why the book is so much better than the movie. It's about something so much more profound and deep than artificial intelligence. Okay. It's about the human soul, Adam.
Where's that? I want to hear. No, actually, I take it back. I don't want to hear it.
You don't. Analysis paralysis for $15. Thank you very much. Analysis says, A-Team, S-Class, you are both God tier to me. Oh, there's the enlightened centrist position. We appreciate it.
I do love it. Yeah.
Paradox engine for for $3 says, yes, Sitch. I might switch teams to S-Class since you think critical race theory is an existential threat to the United States. To United States, not just United States. Critical race theory goes against almost everything America stands for and says it does. It's a threat that wants us to think it's not a threat. Very true. Very true.
Yeah,
Keith
I
Ryan
don't know.
for
I don't know. I think America's kind of invincible, but I could be wrong. Like
That's
an
true.
existential threat. I mean, I think I don't know. It might just be a bunch of hooey. Might be a bunch of fuck. It's it is definitely annoying. I'll give it that.
Something could be an existential threat without a strong likelihood that it would succeed.
Okay.
Right?
Not necessarily. I think success is part of the equation. Like you wouldn't say it's an existential threat unless it had a chance of succeeding.
I guess we're just sitch-lawing it up here then, I guess.
Oh, on the word existential?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the term.
Well, it has to be a real threat to your existence, right? If there's no probability of success, is that a real threat?
I think that's a different question.
Existential
it's posed as
threat.
An existential threat. Okay.
Well, hold on. Existential threat means a threat to your existence.
Well, I think critical race theory is definitely a threat to our existential existence. Sure.
Okay.
Keith Rhymes for $6.39 says, just ask the race obsessed if black folks are oppressed by disparate impact, then outlaw the acts of murder and contract breach is then in fact also anti-black. That by itself shows commie logic blows. We must thwart their scheme. Also go A-team. Got a little nice rhyme.
Oh my God. You sound so dour when
been,
you say that.
I know.
You sound so depressed.
I guess the whole thing I should have read as a rhyme. Let me see if I can do this again.
Oh,
just ask the race obsessed if black folks are oppressed by disparate impact, then outlawing the acts of murder and contract breach is then in fact also anti-black. That by itself shows commie logic blows. We must thwart their scheme. Also go A-team.
It's worth it. You realize you're encouraging them by how depressed you sound.
Hey, who's going to read your rhymes, Keith? It's not going to be Adam. It's going to be me. I'm the one putting in the effort. I'm the one reading the rhymes. Adam's just going to read it off and go, buh, 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 buh. He doesn't care. He can't even read.
I cut out the PNG for the Tim Pool beanie. I even made it symmetrical, so it fits on his head perfectly.
He only cares if he can mock me. That's it. That's all he cares about.
We're a team. We're the Tim Pool team. We're the T team.
Jesus Christ. Ben Toki for $5 says the argument for an interpretive phenomenological. I don't even know what that word means.
Phenomenological. Come on.
What is that?
Phenomenological. Yeah.
What is that?
Logically based on a phenomenon.
Oh, that sounds a lot more complicated than I thought.
Phenomenological.
Perspective is so boring. What critical race theory is doesn't matter because his interpretation of it trumps the racist's interpretation. True.
Yeah, that's what he's thinking.
Well, that's what he's saying. Yeah, that's true.
So I brought up the moral foundations. This has got to be like a guesstimation thing this is like a terrible chart, but it has the exact same outcome for fairness cheating for libertarians, progressives, and social conservatives. So on the moral foundations questionnaire, that means those people are answering those questions similarly, which is...
Yeah, that's great. CT says S-team forever, so I think that's a win for me.
Yeah, but it's CT.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
She's really A-team. She's really...
S-team forever right there. That means since it's S-team, that means the S is before you, therefore I'm the best. Okay. The best.
Cone Burner says, height hasn't answered my questions. Okay.
That means your questions are wrong. I'm just kidding. Jesus Christ. You're right. I can't read. Philosophaster for $5 says Sitch's law is just the linguistic turn. Ask Adam's philosopher friend Gary Edwards because he probably knows about it.
The linguistic turn?
Yeah, never heard that term.
Holy shit. Sitch's law isn't even your law. It's a linguistic term. Sitch, I can't believe it. You don't have a law.
The linguistic term was a major development in Western philosophy during the early 20th century. The most important characteristic of which is focusing of philosophy and other humanities primarily on the relations between language users, and the world. That doesn't seem like it has anything to do with Sitch's law.
Sitch is so that's the pinnacle super chat of this show right there.
Except
Sitch's
that it's wrong.
law isn't even Sitch doesn't.
Except that it's
Sitch
wrong.
stole a law from philosophy. Oh my god!
Look, if it's good enough for Thought Slime, it's good enough for me. Okay, I looked up linguistic term on Wikipedia, and it has nothing to do with Sitch's law. So therefore, ergo, prod ad hoctum, so forth, etc. I am correct, and you, my sir, are wrong.
I don't know. It depends upon the I don't want to argue over definitions, but what's prod act proctor?
Yeah, exactly. Get stuffed, bitch. Okay. The Love Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, why is it that history teachers are the coolest teachers? I swear I've never had a history teacher that I haven't at least liked, even if it was a boring subject. Do all the lame teachers just gravitate towards other subjects?
Oh my god.
I had one really good history teacher, and everyone else has been really lame. So I don't know if I agree with that, but
yeah, it's so weird because teachers, it's hit or miss. It's totally hit or miss. Like that teacher made me fascinated in history, made me want to learn more about the world, made me fascinated with politics because he related so much of what was going on in the world to politics. That if I hadn't had that teacher, I might just be completely disinterested in politics.
Yeah, he would just be sitting here smoking pot, drawing pictures of not a comic.
Yeah. Well, our comic is very fascinating.
A very dead horse for $5 says, I love how when you guys in the audience hear something that sounds off, we use our superhumanism powers to get to the bottom of it. Also, Adam, yeah, exactly. That's what Sitch is all about, using superhumanism to get to the bottom of it. Also, Adam, move to Nashville before your shit burns down. It's cool here. We got arts, music, hot women, and hot chicken.
We might. Yeah, we might. We might escape California. I guess if everyone's doing it. You know, I'm one of those people that falls for
They're going to go to
fads.
Nashville? They're going to move to Tennessee, Adam?
Nashville sounds cool. I lived in the South. I lived in New Orleans, and I loved it. I loved living in New Orleans. So
Nashville.
Why not?
Sure. I've actually never been to Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm sure it's cool. Come on. I will up the cool factor by, exponentially just by moving there. I Googled Sitch's Law, and I'm amazed that there's as many references to it, but like no one's done. I gotta hit the Urban Dictionary quick and make it like Sitch's Law.
Holy shit, this is hilarious. If you type in Sitch's Law, the first thing comes up is my tweet. Sitch's Law, 99% of arguments are arguments of definitions.
Yeah.
There you go, buddy.
From September 2019. That's like a year old. September 19th. What's today? Oh, it's not the birthday of Sitch's Law.
Oh, no, but Sitch's Law was around way before then. So.
And it's got one.
And technically,
for me.
that's not even the true Sitch's Law. Sitch's Law is 99% of arguments are arguments by definitions. You just don't realize it.
Oh, that's what Sitch's Law is.
Yes. So you don't realize that that's arguments about definitions.
Why is this under Sitch's Law? Another tweet came up of me saying the definition. The doctrine or systems of moral conduct. People always want to argue over the definition of morality with me, and I'm like, it's right there. It's in the dictionary.
The Love Doctor 69 all day for $2 says, yo, apparently Trump only paid $750 a year on his taxes, and libs are freaking out while not realizing how taxes work. Good stuff. Can't hate because nobody understands taxes, but this is pretty hilarious. Even Destiny is defending him. LOL.
Destiny is defending Trump for that. That's the main reason why I didn't vote for Trump was the tax thing. Because I just fucking, like, I can't stand the thought that people don't pay taxes. I know what you're saying. You're saying, oh, of course he didn't pay taxes because, you know, he's a business owner. He has all this stuff tied up in assets and shit like that.
Yeah.
But that's still unfair. It's totally unfair. Like,
totally unfair, yes.
Middle class gets fucking worked for taxes, and it's completely unfair. And fuck that. So I didn't vote for him for that reason. Agreed.
Genos Kuhn for $3 says, Adam, you were 100% right getting triggered by the surf's bullshit. He turned so red.
Yeah, everyone said that. I got to go back and watch it because I didn't notice that during the stream, but everyone said, oh my God, look, he totally turned beet red.
Forget about the JoJo question. A-Team for life. Boo. Is what I would say if you actually read One Punch Man. Oh, he hasn't read One Punch Man, so I guess you'll never be A-Team for life. It's true.
What? I've read One Punch Man.
No, you haven't. You've looked at the pictures.
Well, that counts.
No,
it's a comic. It's for the.
Doesn't. Oh my God.
I make up my own story when I read a comic. I do. Don't laugh at me, bitch. I do. I make up a great story.
I look at the pictures and make up I'm a true postmodernist, okay? You can't tie me down by your words, your story structure. I don't look at that shit. I just look at the pictures and make it up in my head.
Our comic is going to look cool and have a cool story. That's how you know that Adam is a
true artist, okay?
If you just want to look at the pictures, we got you covered.
See,
that's allowed.
This explains a lot. This is why you like Rubber so much, because unlike me, you weren't paying attention to the lack of a story. You just made up a story that wasn't in the movie, and then you enjoyed it. You made it enjoyable to yourself.
There's a perfect story in Rubber. I don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. You're kooky.
Genos also included a short poem. A-Team, rims, S-Class, ass.
What does that mean?
I think that means that you rim my ass.
What? Oh my God.
That's how I'm going to interpret it. Point contrast for 141 says, point of personal privilege, ass monkey McTitties, ETA on guest shoe. It's getting harder to fap to Adam, even though the beanie does spice things up. On an unrelated note, Adam, can you do your best Tim Pool impersonation? Squall.
Well, it's complicated. I don't know if I can do it. You know, civil war's coming. You know, get out of the city. You're going to die. Don't look at Trump. I'm voting for Trump because, you know, the other guy's dying. How'd I do?
Good.
Did I do okay?
I liked it. I thought it was good.
What was the video that he made that you were like, this is just garbage. This is totally garbage. Trump being spied on?
It was deep state proven true. Everything about Obama spying on Trump proven true. Tim Pool.
Yeah.
And then you watch the video and it's like, a random unconfirmed report claims that someone said this, some FBI agent sent this one text with no context. You're like, oh, this proves the deep state is real, Tim? Okay, gotcha.
Tim has really fallen off the deep end, man. He wouldn't have done stuff like that in the past.
No.
Now he's like, hold up. He's literally gone Alex Jones. He like bought a big house out in the middle of nowhere.
You look at it, he fucking rakes in the money, rakes in the views. Okay, he knows. He knows what's up.
He's like full Alex Jones now. He's like, this conspiracy shit is fucking making me rich.
Where am I? The Warden of the North $5 says, new to the channel, I'm very much a classical liberal libertarian and a stoic. What would you guys call yourselves out of curiosity? Loving the stream.
I'm stoic is good. I like that. I get a little too triggered to be a stoic, though.
That's true. You are not a stoic.
I don't know.
I mean, we like to call ourselves enlightened centrists.
Yeah, it's like getting old, but
yeah. Well, the problem is that the centrist term has been appropriated by the dirty leftists to basically mean secret conservative. Is how they interpret it.
Totally.
Right. Though when we say enlightened centrist, what we mean is anti-tribal, someone who was able to try and look at the facts objectively and unemotionally, and will not be a team player and just go, oh, if the left did this, it's right or wrong, and if the right did this, that's wrong or right automatically.
Yeah.
Though we also use the term disaffected liberal pretty often too to describe ourselves. So
Yeah, that was the old term, disaffected liberal.
yes.
Everyone
Funk
calls us
malfunction.
conservative. Every once in a while, we even today, we tried to think, what do conservatives think? And we're still a little mystified. So
Exactly.
it's pretty funny.
Funk malfunction for $14.99 says French Revolution is real valuable right now. Read about the French Revolution right now and what happened in the beginning. Yes. We're living in the French Revolution right now, Adam.
No, we're not.
It is an existential threat, Adam. They're going to be chopping heads soon.
Do you think so? Come on. I don't know.
No, I'm not that concerned about it.
It can't be. There's like 100 protesters, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
There are millions of guns in the suburbs. Like, I can't imagine. As soon as this is what the people don't realize. As soon as they defund the police, these riots stop, because Kyle Rittenhouse is in jail right now because he defended himself. As soon as that stops, like, people are literally worried about being in a Kyle Rittenhouse situation. As soon as they know the Kyle Rittenhouse situation ain't coming, people are getting shot in mass numbers.
Yep.
Like
Shot and run over. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. People are plowing into these crowds. Like, they're going to clean this shit up fucking immediately. I mean, we're more likely to go towards the right end of the spectrum, especially with them milking it, trying to make everything ethnic. Like, we're much more likely to go, like, the Nazis are going to win this. Like, the leftists are not going to win this. That's a stupid thing, because this is exactly what happens every time communists take over. They come in, like, the leftists, they have this philosophy for redistribution and everything, and then they don't have the wherewithal to maintain the power, because ultimately it comes down to knocking fucking heads. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Exactly.
They come in, they take power. They don't turn the businesses into co-ops. They give them to their buddies, who are also fucking mercenaries, killers. The psychopaths
That's what happened with Chaz.
take over.
That's literally what happened with Chaz.
Yeah. So this is why it is scary, because it always, like, the left never can hold on to power, because their ideology is incapable of holding on to power.
Not the left, leftist ideology. Obviously, the left in America includes the Democrats, who have held on to lots of power at many points in history.
Institutional power, yes.
Right. Even governmental power.
Yeah, but once might makes right.
Who was president for 4 terms, Adam? Was it one of the most left-leaning presidents of all time?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, I do believe. He was talking about packing the court back in his day, too.
FDR, motherfucker.
If you haven't read Dictator's Handbook, you should definitely read, because it's very...
explains so much.
He has this one example in there where he's like, it's funny because the reader's so... I mean, there's like an undercurrent of him just giggling at this thought experiment. But he's like, say you have, 100 people in a room and 10 automatic weapons. Do you remember this example?
I haven't read Dictator's Handbook.
You haven't read Dictator's Handbook? Oh, man.
No, I don't read books. You read them and then you tell me about them, and I say, that makes sense.
You reference this all the time. You're just referencing it from me. You haven't actually
read
referencing
it from you, Adam. Yes,
hilarious. Obviously. That's fucking hilarious.
I have the audiobook. It's just sitting there, unlistened to.
He says, okay, you have 100, maybe it's less than that, but he's like, and you've got 10 guns. Whoever controls the guns makes the rules, like immediately. And you're like, oh yeah, that's true. Samuel Doe, he tells a story of Samuel Doe, who was some low rank private in the military, and he found his a bunch of guys had gone, oh, what is Samuel? Help me in the chat. What is what country is Samuel Doe in? Is it like Congo or something like that? He ended up in the king or I don't think it's a president. I think it's like some royalty in his bedroom. They had gone from the military to ask for raises, and for some reason he ended up in the guy's bedroom, and he's like, wow, if I kill this guy, I can be leader. And he kills him and takes over, becomes leader of the country, but he knows nothing about leading. So the country basically falls apart, but he manages to stay in power because he gets some information to the guy's bank accounts, and he can bankroll enough people to just keep him safe. Yep. There's video of Samuel Doe on YouTube of people torturing him, trying to get the bank account information out of him to take over from his reign. Like, that's how the world works.
Yep.
The fucking Voshes of the world who grew up in Beverly Hills with, fucking getting a pedicure once a week. They don't understand how
grand ideologies about Marxism and communism, yes.
All that falls apart when somebody realizes, hey, look, I can be the president of this nation if I just off this guy sleeping in his bed.
Yeah, CGP Grey did a good video on Dictator's Handbook.
Oh, yeah. That spells out a lot.
Pretty much sums it up, yeah.
Rules for Rulers is the video if you want to look at it, if you haven't seen it.
Potato of Awesome for 20 Nazi dollars. I'm assuming that's Nazi dollars and not New Zealand dollars. Says, the unconscious bias argument is infuriating because it gaslights well-intentioned people. True. Very true. The more you think about this theory of race affects your entire life, the more you start to believe it. Very true. Very true.
Yeah, that's the scary part. It is.
Yep.
You believe in stereotype threat, right? I mean, that's
of course.
It's the First of all, if you call it stereotype threat, the conservatives will get totally triggered. But it is exactly the same thing. And here's Sitch's law, right? The left and the right hate each other so much that they have two different words for the same fucking thing, and they both agree on it, but they can't come to terms on it. The right calls it the bigotry of low expectations. It's exactly the same thing as stereotype threat.
R. Stokazin General for $20. Thank you, R. Stokazin. Says, only just found this as a fellow Eagle Scout. Ooh, nice. Says, thank you for the video on the girls and scouting question. Like many others, I fell prey to the rumor, especially since council has always been so cagey. Also, sorry, Adam, S-class all the way.
It's so awesome to hear your enthusiasm over S-class. And all the A teams, it's like it's like kicking a puppy. You're terrible.
That's the power of being the reader, Adam.
Well, I'm happy. I am happy for every single S class that you get. I like my friends to succeed. I wish the best for you. I honestly do.
There you go, guys. You heard Adam. Adam says he wants all A team to endorse S class because it makes him happy. You heard it here, folks.
That's so funny. You got to have a way. You need Sitch needs an attitude adjustment sometimes.
I see how it is. Okay.
Sometimes Sitch is a little. I think sanctimonious is a good word. Right. The right word, I think, is sanctimonious.
That is what a small-minded person would say. Yes, sanctimonious. Yeah.
He Googled it. He Googled it.
I didn't Google it. I know. Fuck it. If I Google something, you hear it. Okay, it's quite loud. Stug for $2 says, "What would you say the difference is between systemic and institutional racism?"
Yes, I was wondering that as well.
So there actually isn't a difference.
You think? You think?
Well, I know. Well, okay. So
if you include human psychology, though, that would make it systemic racism.
So in terms of the origin of the term, systemic racism, it was called institutional racism, and then the term just morphed to be systemic racism.
Interesting.
there
Interesting.
isn't really a distinction between them. Now, I'm sure there's some etymological reason for why they chose systemic racism, like maybe because, as you're saying, institutional racism seems to kind of promote ideas of specific institutions like education or the government, where systems is more broad and vague and kind of can mean a lot of different things. So I'm assuming that's why the term was changed, but technically it doesn't, there is no difference. So
Institutional racism would be a better term if we're talking about policy in various institutions that are racist. I think that's good. The problem I have with systemic racism is the word system is so fucking broad. Like evolution is a system. Human psychology is a system. Like if you want to say, you know, there are unconscious bias that are in the system. Yeah, I think there probably are. Like there probably are genuine racists in the system that are like, I'm not going to hire that guy because he's the wrong color. I don't, if like, how do you factor that in? People cheating. I mean, that's part of the system. There's a certain amount of corruption in any system.
not if everyone's a perfect communist, Adam. Then there's no corruption.
Oh yeah. At least we got the serfs to admit that no system can be perfect. Which it's like, guess where all these police shootings are coming from? It's corruption in the system. It's or it's an accident. Can you imagine if people went out and rioted because someone was in an automobile accident? Oh my God, the universe is against him. There was an accident.
That's a good point. I know. Sashin Jugroup for 14 czars. So we're being paid in Russian czars. I like that. Says, heard of the hashtag clicks must fall from South Africa? No, I haven't. I don't know anything about that.
Clicks must fall from South Africa. Oh my God. Reed sent me the beanie. Nice.
Oh.
Thank you, Reed.
Fuck off, Reed. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. Reed. Fuck you, Reed. So I don't know what that is, and I clicked on the hashtag on Twitter, and there's a bunch of posts, and I still don't know what it is. So
oh yeah,
not really familiar.
Sitch is reluctant. He wants to dig in. He's like, I
can't figure out what it is. So sorry.
I just share. I'm like, this is probably untrue, but it'll get me a lot of clicks.
Whatever. Yeah. Asa Yar for $5 Jingo says, did you see the serfs fear-mongering about the rise of fascism just before an election? I saw that he did that. I didn't watch the video because I didn't care. I listened to it for like 2 seconds, and it was all like, you know, Trump fascist stuff, and I just kind of lost interest and turned it off. So
I did. I listened to the clip, and I responded to the tweet and said, a rainbow coalition of the dispossessed, Shire 2011. I love to do that because it makes it seem so academic. Isn't that great? Shire 2011.
Wait, that's why do hobbits make it more academic?
Shearer is the author. Shearer is the author of Rise and Fall of the Third Reich.
The hobbits authored this?
No, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. I just looked up. I've read the book Rise and Fall of the Third Reich.
Yes. So you said the hobbits authored that.
Shirer.
I'm just fucking with you.
What the fuck?
The
Did your brain fall out?
God.
A rainbow coalition of the dispossessed, Shire 2011. It is targeting a racial category for revenge in the wake of a catastrophic global financial crisis. But today, Lance is on the side of that coalition that historically went on to form the Nazi Party, because he doesn't even fucking know he's on the Nazi side in his analogy.
Yep.
They literally called the Nazi coalition a rainbow coalition of the dispossessed. That's literally what they called them.
Someone said that when they killed Sam Doe, they like ate parts of his body.
Yeah, because that's their thing. They think that's how you get the power of the person.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is so fucked.
What was the country? I can't remember the country.
What is the country? Libya.
That story's intense. I can't believe
Liberia, yeah.
Liberia.
Not Libya. I'm sorry, not Liberia, not Libya.
Liberia is the country that we carved out to export the freed slaves to. That's the history of Liberia.
Yeah, I know.
America
Didn't seem
basically
like,
established. Yeah.
Worked out
Didn't
too well,
work
huh?
out well, yeah.
What was it?
The bank accounts, the way these guys stay in power, and they're basically just like militarized, like, what do they call the jungle fighters?
Guerrilla fighters?
Guerrilla fighters, yeah. They're just like militarized guerrilla fighters that run everything. And I wouldn't be surprised if the bank account information that they're trying to get is to a bank account that foreign aid goes into, because America's foreign aid basically supports all of this shit, which it's awful. Foreign aid is the worst for the world, but it's the liberal, bleeding hearts that think foreign aid is actually doing good for people. It's not. It's keeping people like Samuel Doe in power.
Yeah. Though I don't think the derivation of the term guerrilla fighters has anything to do with the animal and thus the jungle. So
Yeah.
pretty sure.
Oh, is that a racist term now? Oh my god.
I mean, I guess if you thought it had something to do with the animal, it would be.
It's called guerrilla warfare.
Right.
I
But
mean,
it's not
guerrilla
it's not referencing the animal.
Guerrilla warfare was actually established in the American Revolution. Thank you, because the stupid British were like, "Let's line up," and we were like, "Let's not do that."
It comes from the Spanish word that is a diminutive form of guerra, or war. So there you go.
Do you know that came out of the Revolutionary War? That the English, the stuffy old English, they were still doing the battlefield where they all.
I did know
up
that. I saw the Patriot. Okay. I saw.
Isn't it awesome?
Save America.
Well, how can you not believe in American exceptionalism when you got like 40 guys who are dumb enough to line up for you, so you can shoot them from a distance?
That's true. Those Brit bongs, man. Not very smart.
Imagine.
Oh, I was gonna say, speaking of fascism, that's funny because I don't know if Lance talked about this in his thing, but I tweeted out. I said there was some article. Again, this could be totally bullshit. There was some article that the Atlantic put out that claimed that they were talking to a lawyer on the Trump team, and that the Trump team was looking into the possibility of trying to convince the state to use some legal method to have state electors vote against whatever the popular vote is and vote in favor of Trump.
Yeah, you did share that.
Yeah, which I hope that's not true.
Scary.
But I just
as
thought
fuck.
it was funny. Yeah, because that's scary as fuck. And if you're talking about starting a civil war, that's the fucking civil war. So
That's
I
the kind
tweeted
of
out,
shit that happens.
I said, does Tim Pool still get credit for predicting the civil war if Trump starts it?
Oh my God! Exactly. Totally. Yeah, he thinks the left is going to start it.
But I hope that story turns out to not be true. But I will say that when they asked, what's the lady's name? The press lady, Kelly McEnany or whatever, she did not give a strong, unequivocal that didn't happen response. So.
Well, Trump has to be paranoid as fuck.
Of course.
Like they've been trying to impeach him from day one, and they're talking about taking up another impeachment trial if they win. How does he know? Like, our sense-making apparatus is fucked right now. He doesn't have any faith in the institutions that someone didn't cheat somewhere along the way.
Yeah, but you understand that as the president of those institutions, you can't come out and say, I'm only going to trust these institutions if they rule in my favor. Like, that's literally how you destroy institutions.
Yes. Yes.
And that's what he's doing. He's saying, I'll only accept the results of the election if I win, which is kind of fucking crazy for the president of the United States to say that.
It is crazy. You're supposed I mean, he's basically said also, we'll see what happens. What do we do if there is wide-scale cheating, though? Like,
yeah, but okay, but here's the thing. This is why this is a bad argument of defense for Trump. You can say we're going to make sure that the election is free and fair, and we're going to make sure that whoever the American people elect fairly is the president.
Mm-hmm.
You can say what I just said without saying I'm only going to believe the election if I win. Those are two very different statements.
Did he say that? I haven't heard him say that. I haven't heard him say that.
He's made several jokes, okay, which I think is incredibly irresponsible when you're the fucking president of the country and thus the president of these institutions.
It is irresponsible, but it is
where he says
funny,
things like, "I'll believe." He says like, "Oh, there will be a." I forget exactly the quote. It was something like, "I'll believe that the election is totally free and fair." ... If I win, And then everyone in the crowd goes, "Oh, clap, 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 clap." And I'm like, the president shouldn't be joking about things that can literally spark a fucking civil war,
Yeah, God, and I do hate it. I do hate it when the crowds come out with the lock her up, lock him up, lock them up. I was about to say
shit. Before I got sidetracked, if I do think one of the most destructive and disgusting things that Democrats could do is that if Joe Biden wins, if they then impeach or go after Trump after the election, I think that would be so detrimental to this country.
Oh, it's over. It's totally over. The reason, and this is Dictator's Handbook again, the reason dictators die in fucking office is because they got nowhere to go. They got nowhere to go.
Yeah, because they're criminals and they're afraid of getting charged the second they're out of power. And that's exactly the thing you don't ever want to, you don't want to start that pattern in America whatsoever.
Yeah, we're setting it up. When they chanted lock her up to Hillary and all that, I'm like, dude, let her go. Fucking let her go. That's not the road that you want to go down. We'll have Trump in office for 20 fucking years. If you go down that road, or the next, whoever it is, we'll have Biden. We'll have Biden in office for 20 fucking years. They'll have him on life support, and he'll be the fucking president. I'm telling you, you do not want America to become a third world dictatorship.
It's true, very true.
Yeah, it's scary fucking shit. The mob wants vengeance. They want revenge.
They want to burn shit down.
Yeah. You can't give in to that, man. You can't give in to that.
You don't want to be the animus of the mob.
Yeah.
Dylan Todd for 5 Aussie bucks says, God demands to know which is better, crack or powder. Very true.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to do the side-by-side comparison.
We'll have to do the side-by-side.
We should live stream it. Let's see if we can get incarcerated.
Okay. So we'll have to find another important Jewish holiday, and maybe on Hanukkah. We'll live stream on Hanukkah. On the first day of Hanukkah, God gave to me one bag of crack.
Oh my! I hope you guys know that we're joking. That none of this is going to take place. This is all fun and games. Come on.
He says that. We'll see. We'll see how many of you guys remember. Okay, see if you remember when it's Hanukkah. Say, hey, when are you guys going to stream the crack versus cocaine conversation?
How bad do you want a Hellraiser baby Yoda?
Not bad at all.
Really? Oh my God, this thing's amazing. I just saw it on Twitter.
It's my God, Adam, get your head in the game.
It's like a Cenobite, like, screw the destruction of America. I want this fucking baby Yoda.
Matt, I know it's spelled differently than the animal. I was saying Adam doesn't know it's spelled differently. God, come on, guys.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm a horrible.
The gorilla. We're back on guerrilla warfare. Yeah, I know it's spelled differently. I don't think Adam knows it's spelled differently, but
definitely Surfs is clipping that guerrilla warfare thing right now.
That's true. You said jungle, so that's a dog whistle.
I know. Yeah. Holy cow.
Let's see. Keximus Maximus for £5 says, hi there. Hello there. Thanks for keeping me entertained during work. We'll listen to the whole thing next week. Cheers. Love. S-Class is best class.
See, there it is. He almost shit his pants. He got so fucking excited. Oh my God.
That's
funny.
Yeah.
It's worth it just to hear the excitement.
One time at a wedding, like they have those like little stupid like wedding party game things sometimes.
Oh yeah.
One of them was like, guess how many jelly beans are in the bean jar?
You won the jelly beans? Really?
Not only did I win, I got it exactly fucking right.
Oh my
the
God.
exact number of jelly beans. I got the literal exact number of jelly beans in the fucking bean jar. And that excitement I felt knowing that I guessed the exact number is the same excitement I get whenever someone says S class is best class.
Oh my God. It's so funny.
There it
I
is.
suffer from perfectionism, so I know exactly how you feel. Like getting that right on the dot. Oh my God. So good.
Well, it's so good because I didn't guess. I literally tried to suss it out.
Oh my
logically.
God. You counted. That's perfectionism right there.
No, see, because what I did was I looked at like one like quadrant and I counted how many in that quadrant,
You
and then I
gotta go with the
guesstimated
quadrant. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guesstimated each surrounding structure, and I fucking got a number, and then my
Nailed
intuition
it.
said, no. Change that number a little bit. And I listened to my gut.
Because you're like the
bam!
top. You're like the top of the thing kind of slopes in a little bit. and
That's
it's not
right.
quite-
That's right.
It's not quite. And at the bottom, you gotta factor that in. The pi
See, Adam
times
knows
the.
all about jelly bean counting. He knows what's up.
Oh, I've guessed my share of those. Yeah, no.
Yes.
I'm with you. There's like there's a way
There's
to
a
do
system,
this
man.
correctly.
Yep. For 1 second, I unlocked the true secret of the universe. And I was able to figure out the amount of jelly beans in that jelly bean jar.
Did you get sick eating the jelly beans? Because sometimes I like to eat a lot of jelly beans, like too many.
I didn't eat any of the jelly beans because I don't eat candy. So
What? You hoarded those jelly beans and you didn't even
no,
fucking
I
eat
gave
them?
them to some children, Adam. Jesus.
Oh, I was gonna say, didn't even eat one jelly bean.
It impressed the
turned
ladies,
into
okay?
This turned into a tragedy. Fuck, this story sucks now.
Well, no, because then all the adults went afterwards and got wasted. So that's where the fun.
Oh, okay.
It's jelly beans.
Sweet.
Yes, PSA Rain Man, thank you. 95 Keep for $5 says, as High Lord Inquisitor of S Class, I can proudly state the Popper Purge, TM trademark, has begun. The camps are being built as we speak. Pop the poppers. True.
No.
True.
I have a can
Keat-
of PSA pop
Keat,
right here.
when we played Among Us and I was imposter, Keat carried my ass. He definitely killed for the S Class team. Definitely put the S Class on his back.
I think I'm gonna do an avatar of you with the pop.
Then he
the
fucking
PSA
turned around
pop.
and stabbed me. He fucking betrayed me. God
Oh,
damn.
That sucks. Betrayal is the worst.
Betrayal. Jesus, Keat. What the fuck, man?
It's difficult.
Gemini Semini for $2 says the left-right dynamic is bull to begin with. Very true. Very true. Gemini Semini for another $2 says ice cream stealing club means X group. You could put white people as X or small hat as X. Is Slime Boy anti-small hat? Yeah, well, he's just anti-police. Ice cream club is just anti-police. Yes.
He's pro small hat. I can tell.
He could tell. He seems like a small hat fucker. I can tell. Look at him. Look at him in his head. Definitely
His
small.
tiny little head.
Yes.
It's like a grapefruit.
My God. JJ, we were doing so well with the ad-homs. JJ Chica for $5 says there's a local ice cream shop by my house called Whitey's Ice Cream. Racist confirmed. True.
Really? Oh man.
I Varengetorix for $5 says white people never faced oppression. What about the World War II bad thing? Jews aren't white? Well, look who has disproportionate power. That's a good point. What about the systemic oppression of the Jewish people? Are they not white?
Can't talk about it.
The first indentured servants to America, who obviously not as bad as chattel slavery, but still being an indentured servant in a lot of ways is comparable to slaves. And a lot of people died as indentured servants and were basically raped and treated as property. The first indentured servants in America were white people.
Totally. And they structured that.
slaves.
They structured that so that they never could pay the debt off. That was like
Yes, they
the
did.
scam
Yes,
of the
they
whole
did.
thing.
Right.
It was exactly like payday loans.
Right. Or the company store.
All right. I did my Timble beanie the same as yours now.
Nice. Dylan Todd for $5, $5 Aussie dollars says, I would love to watch these YouTubers who criticize. Oh, we heard that one. Nick Sorth for $5 says, check out the YouTube channel Good Luck America and his Earning the Hate playlist. Cops are making bad tactical and ethical decisions all the time. I would assume so. Yes, definitely.
Oh, I've watched a ton of that guy's videos, but those, I don't know, they might trigger Sitch.
Oh, why?
I don't know. He seems. I guess he's kind of more libertarian. He's obviously a retired police officer or a police officer now, but he's super critical of the police. But he you should
That's
check him
good.
out. He does like an insider thing. Like
Yeah, that
you
sounds
can
awesome.
tell. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell he's like, I don't want the cops having any more power. You know, I work with enough. The tone is definitely, I work with these idiots. It's awful.
Right.
But he's definitely a smart guy, and his videos are very informative.
Andrew Jackson for $5 says, thoughts on taxation. Was a fan of wealth tax until I learned about some of the issues. Liquid versus hard to value assets and businesses. Also, that bad.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the VAT tax thing you're referencing.
Value added tax. That's
value added,
Yang.
sorry. Yeah.
That's Yang's
Okay.
thing.
That's
Yang,
Yang's thing. Yeah.
So Yang wants to tax the rich, like everyone complains about, but he's like, we're taxing the rich wrong now because the rich money can move around, flow easily. Like they have all these different legal institutions on their side. Like they can hire the best lawyers. Rich people don't have to pay taxes. They pay taxes out of the kindness of their heart, or they don't pay taxes at all. Yeah, I know you're laughing.
It's true.
So,
it's definitely true. It's
so
up.
he's saying the only way that you can get taxes out of the rich is if you tax commerce, because the business owners you have more leeway over than you do individuals, because they're doing business in the state, whatever, various licensing and stuff like that. So a value-added tax is basically some kind of 30% sales tax. Everyone freaks out. They're like, oh my God, poor people, sales tax is what's killing them. But the whole idea behind a value-added tax is you tax things rich people want. You don't tax everything.
Taxing yachts and
BMW,
the newest iPhones or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You tax things rich people must have, and therefore you can actually tax the rich instead of them. Like we were complaining about it. Donald Trump paid what, $700 in taxes. You know what I would give to pay fucking $700 in taxes?
I know.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, the big problem with wealth tax that I don't think is appreciated is that wealth tax didn't used to be the way it is now. The only reason that the taxation of capital gains and wealth and all this shit is low was because, you know, when we're talking about FDR earlier in the Great Depression. People like to point out that, in that time period, like the highest tax bracket was like 90% or something absurdly high, which first of all, no one actually paid that amount ever. And also that was the whole point of taxing, or the whole point should be for taxing, is that the government is trying to produce some sort of behavior in the populace. And so, right, they're incentivizing or decentivizing some behavior. And so the point of making the income tax and a lot of taxing during the Great Depression super high was because they knew that the thing that would hurt the thing that would prolong the Great Depression is if all the rich people sat on their money like dragons and just hoarded it in gold or something and just sat on it. And so in order to try to prevent that, they said, oh, well, if you just sit on your money and your wealth, we're going to tax the fuck out of it. But that's the stick. The carrot is that if you invest all your money and your wealth into the stock market, into the economy, then we're going to give you a super low tax rate.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's why, and that's why a lot of capital gains tax, that's why a lot of wealth tax was very, very low. Now the problem was that this dynamic made sense when you had normal income tax would be very high for the rich, but a lot of the wealth and capital gains tax would be very low. But then once the normal income tax for the rich started to drop down lower and lower and lower in the 70s and 80s, the wealth tax and capital gains tax never increased to fill the void.
Yeah.
It just stayed the way it was before. So
they
now
lowered.
They just
Bush lowered it from like 25 to 15.
Right, and then Bush
capital
lowered
gains.
it. And I think Trump has lowered it, or he's trying to
even
lower it
more.
or something.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
So
that
rich people pay like they're in like a 15% tax bracket, which is
yeah, they're in some tiny. It's totally absurd. It's totally absurd. The lack of taxes that not only the rich have to not pay, but also that we allow all these corporations not to pay. And then this was, talk about this really pissed me off. This is disgusting. There's so many people that when Trump was running, remember Trump said he's like, I'm gonna find all these corporations that are not paying taxes, right? That they're shipping jobs overseas or that are incorporating overseas, and I'm going to make them pay taxes. Remember, he kept saying this again and again. So many people were like, oh, Trump's going to do this. And I said, that's bullshit. Trump isn't going to do any of that stuff.
That's what you said.
Guess what?
Fat chance.
Fat chance. And none of that's fucking ever happened. None of that's happened whatsoever.
Of course. He's like, I got it. We need this money. They're chanting lock her up at our fucking rallies. They may be locking us up soon.
Yeah, what about the millions and billions of dollars? I mean, fucking isn't like Google incorporated in like Ireland or some bullshit? Google Ireland. Like it's such bullshit that Google's like Google tries to pretend it's a fucking Irish company. Like it's insane the shit in America that we let these corporations get away with for no fucking reason. Hummer Rodriguez Medrano for $2 says, such landphobe. Remember r/love for landlords. There you go. True.
I gotta let my cat out.
Chris for $10 says, hey guys, here's my weekly free will payments. Thank you, Chris. I'm popping in and out. Gonna watch this later. Good night to you guys and everyone in the chat. See ya. Michael.
I'm back.
Oh, we read that one. Dude, Skillist for 5 Canadian says, identity politics has gotten so bad in Canada that our far left parties like the NDP and Green Party say the Liberal Party is, quote, insane. Wow, that's not good. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, thanks for reminding me, Sitch. You said earlier, I've never failed at anything in my life. When was your last video uploaded? Ouch.
Ooh.
Ouch. Amazon
that's
just
the
took
right
a
thing
dagger
to
and he just shoved it right into my heart. That's what Amazon just did. He just stabbed me right in the heart with a dagger.
Remember when you called me a streamer and I got totally triggered?
Alex Karras for $5.
You do remember.
I don't know what you're talking about. Loner Renault for $5 says, can you finish the comic before November 4th so I can read it before society collapses? I'm pretty black-pilled on the election right now.
Oh my God. That's why I'm totally worried. Yeah, I don't know. Like, should we be launching in the holiday season? I guess we're just going to do it whenever we're finished, but
we're going to do it whenever we finish. We'll see.
Can't fight perfection, guys. I mean,
That's
I got
true.
some great stuff to show you today, Sitch, if you want to see it.
Sure. Stephen Biggs for $4.99 says more harmonica. I already read that one. Matt Magnum for $5 says one more for the road. Jeez, Matt, thank you. Matt's swimming in free will.
Yeah.
Oh my God. But then for another $5, Matt still going says, are we sure Adam is not high as a kite right now? Either way, I'm cool with it. Fun stream today. Adam is fucking questioned.
I'm not high as a kite. I'm not high at all.
Adam is always high.
I don't do these streams. I get, guys, I'm going to tell you a secret here. I get fucking paranoid when I'm high. I get paranoid as shit. I'm not going to be on a stream when I'm high, when I'm loaded. Come on. That's not going to happen. That's not going to be a thing. I'm not going to turn into a meme.
You're not going to be paranoid at the surfs trying to clip you for being racist?
Yeah. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine being like stoned during that thing?
Yes.
Hell no.
Oh, God, terrible.
That would be awful.
Gemini for $2 says, can the simulation guys make Adam love me?
The simulation guys can do everything.
They can.
Why don't you just have them make you your own Adam?
There you go.
Yeah.
You can have your own Adam clone that does whatever.
You can have an Adam NPC. Just don't tell me
Adam
about it.
waifu. I like it. Your Adam husbando. Yes, it's good.
I did do a particularly good thumbnail today. That thumbnail rocks.
It's a good thumbnail. Ours Stokazin General for $5 says, don't suppose I can have 3 super I sent earlier, Red. Oh, I guess I read it already because I remember yours. The Eagle Scout, yes.
Eagle Scout rubbing it in.
You know who's not an Eagle Scout on the stream?
I was
Someone
in
named
Woodcraft.
Adam.
I was in Woodcraft
Adam
Rangers. We had the budget. We had the
Woodcraft
budget.
Rangers.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We had the
This
budget
fake
scouts.
bullshit.
I grew up poor. I couldn't afford.
Scouts isn't expensive, Adam.
Scouts is expensive. Your mom
it's not.
sheltered you from this. Yeah, your mom.
No, it was not
sheltered
my
you.
scout. I know how much my scouts cost per month. It wasn't very expensive.
Yeah. Well, when you're poor, that's a lot of money.
Okay, fair enough.
I had to go into Woodcraft
I'm
Rangers.
privileged. It's true. John Smith for $4.99 says, Stitch, if I start saying your name correctly, will you give me a wrench? How about you start saying my name correctly, and then we'll see.
Oh, he's
We'll
pulling a
see,
Donald
okay.
Trump on you.
Yeah.
We'll see what
Pulling a
happens.
Donald Trump. We'll see
it
what happens.
sounded like,
Well,
oh,
full Donald Trump, okay?
we'll see how it works out. You know, maybe you get a wrench, maybe you don't. We'll see how it goes after the election.
Yep. We'll see. Well, we'll see how it goes after the election. That's true. I like it. I should just answer that for everything. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Cameron Turtle for $4.99 says, when you have Destiny on, ask him about this. He believes in institutional racism and that a policy can be racist because of disproportionate effects. Yeah, I don't agree with that whatsoever. I think that's a really bad way to frame institutional racism.
Jonathan Haidt annihilates that position in the book,
Really?
The Coddling of the American Mind. Yeah. He has a whole
Nice.
chapter on it. I reread the chapter recently because it's such an utter destruction. Yeah. It's the third factor.
Jonathan Haidt destroys institutional racism with
Yes.
facts and logic.
He uses an example of rowing teams in universities because Title IX came in and said that you have to have equal outcomes basically
Right,
in
yeah.
sports. So it created this, like they're basically fucking begging women to join sports teams. And guys are on the street corner having to sell candy bars.
Yep.
Because the women have it's raining money in their programs.
Yep.
And the guys have no money.
But Adam, sexism.
I know. It's about incentives. Like women don't want to be on the rowing team, okay? They don't. Like 3 girls want to be on the rowing team and 40 guys want to join the rowing team. It's completely disproportional. You have to take that into account. Just like there is no systemic sexism in rowing. Like there's no secret cabal that like people go into the rooms at night and whisper, you will not be a rower. Rowing is not good for girls. You'll fall out of the boat and die. That's not going on.
That's not going. King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus for $4.99 says, trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent.
Yeah.
Scout law, motherfucker. Bam.
Oh, that's a scout
'em.
thing.
Scout law.
In Woodcraft Rangers, we had one day we'll have money. that was our motto. It'll be different someday. I'm just kidding. I don't remember much about Woodcraft Rangers. Like it might have been because my mom, it was closer to our apartment or something.
Probably. Matt Manning for $5 says, okay, last one for today. If I donate more, I am too drunk. Take my card away from me.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
Matt. Jeez, relax, man.
Do not drink and super chat, guys. Come on. I feel bad.
Just take hallucinogens in Super Chat.
No, don't do that either.
King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus for $14.99. Thank you, King Dance Killer. Says, just tuning in, can't wait. Thought Slimer is always a treat. Also, will the S-Class and A-Team ever team up? Like, say, if the Civil War breaks out and we have to go to war with the Pool Boys.
Oh my God. Or is it going to be us against the Pool Boys? I guess so.
If we have to, look, if we have to fight the Pool Boys, S-Class and A-Team will join forces. For technically, S-Class and A-Team already is joined forces. This is this is an argument of, what is it called? Like the bigotry of low
expectations. Yeah.
No, of like small differences.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
this is
a
an
thing
argument
too?
of small differences. So
I do
S
like
class and A
that.
team are on the same side. We're just arguing about who's in charge. Really.
I do like the fact the pool boys is going to stick. That's catchy.
Sure. Pool
The
Boys is
pool
good.
boys.
Though it does sound kind of like a cult.
It does.
The
I like
Pool
it
Boys, yeah. I like it, but it sounds kind of dangerous. The Pool Boys. Stug for $2 says, your debates are as good as your dumb video reactions. Thank you, Stug. I feel like you should give Stug a wrench. I feel like
Oh my God, a wrench.
I feel like Stug said something, and I said in the past I would never give Stug a wrench, so I'm a little hesitant.
Oh, really?
I have a feeling. I don't remember specifically. I felt like I made a declaration about Stug not getting a wrench.
Let me see. I feel like Stug deserves a wrench, though.
I do feel like Stug deserves a wrench.
Every time we dispense a wrench, though, the wrenches kind of get upset. They're worried about their place in the hierarchy.
That's true. Wrenches are only good as a limited commodity.
I just give all the wrenches out. So
I'll think about it, Stug. I'll think about it.
everybody. Wait, that's a little Indian giver. Give him the wrench.
Oh my God, Matt Magnum with another $5 says, okay, one more thing. Is it possible for the simulation people to get me a wrench? Oh my God.
Oh no, they feel the wrenches are coming now.
Wrench. Well, despite Matt making me sit through the worst Yu-Gi-Oh experience of my life, he did give us shit tons of money, so I guess I have to give him a wrench. There you go, Matt. There's your wrench.
Go capitalism.
Go capitalism. And I'll give Stug a wrench. But I'm watching you, Stug. If I remember what you said, I'm taking it back.
Yeah.
Taking it back, okay. King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus for $4.99 says, lean, mean, and clean. A-team is the dream. We all look good in jeans. The crass S-class with arguments and jaws of glass.
Wow. That was painful. That hurt me, and it was aimed at you.
Wow.
Yeah. Body blow.
If King Dance Killer had not just shouted out the Scout Law, I think I would have de-wrenched him right there on the spot.
That's Dingus McBingus, though. He's my bro.
I know.
Yeah. He's A-team for life. Not winning him over. Can't be done. Impossible.
Anyway, I thought I gave Matt a wrench. I don't know why it's not popping up in chat. But
he left. He heard he wasn't going to get a wrench. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm going to the other stream. Sargon started streaming. Fuck this shit.
There you go. King Dance Killer, aka James McBingus for $9.99. Thank you. Says, you guys like sci-fi? I would recommend The Expanse. The first 3 episodes are slow, but it's the only sci-fi that I see possibly accurate to what might happen. Also, it has space Mormons. Exciting.
The Expanse. I do love sci-fi. I wonder what that's on. I'll look it up. I'm a huge sci-fi fan.
So, Matt, I clicked the wrench. I don't know why it's not shot.
Oh, look at that.
Maybe it's gotta. It's not popping up, so I don't know. Maybe you just have to relog YouTube, or maybe YouTube's just slow today. We'll give it some time. Zara Richards for $5 says, if someone cough paid to get a live 2D stitch for something like face rig, would you use it? Oh, fuck yeah, Zara. Wait, Zara, if you could rig up like a stitch face,
you're talking Avatar? Oh my God.
Yeah. And it would be easy because I would argue that you don't have to make the mouth move much. It could just like move around my face. I don't think it has to open, right? I just want like facial expressions and stuff.
I mean, the whole point of doing a face rig is that it would like make the sounds so it would look really like you're talking.
I just feel like it would look weird. But maybe
Woz Lee's videos are like, I can just watch that animated thing forever. It's totally incredible.
But yeah, no, Sarah, if you could do that, yeah, well, definitely. I was thinking about tweeting that exact thing, saying, does anyone have experience setting up a face rig? Because I would pay them to do it. So
really, look at that.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, no. I'll talk to you about that after.
The Expanse. Cool. It looks good.
Sarah Richards for $2 says, in other words, VTuber sitch. Yes, definitely. I would be a VTuber. That's true. I would technically be a VTuber. How hilarious is that? Oh my god! And see, it would be amazing because then I could do one for normal sitch, and then you could do all that. You could do an anime sitch, anime girl sitch, and I'd really be a fucking VTuber.
Oh my god, yeah. When he gets super excited, the boobs could bounce. Oh,
There you go. There you go.
real physics.
Real physics, guys. The Opinion one for $5 says, have you noticed the 1619 project is getting more pushback? Also, have you heard of its counter, the 1776 initiative? I believe that's what it's called. Yes, I have heard it's getting pushback, and I'm very happy to see that occur.
Yeah.
Colorblind for $5 says, plugging my new 40K lore channel. By the way, Adam not liking the producers is heretical. The Emperor protects S-Class, the best class. Thank
Can't
you,
even
Colorblind.
S-Class doesn't know how to read.
K-U-L-L-I-V-A-R. Check out his channel for 40K lore. And because he's S-Class.
Yes. Endorsement by proxy.
Vagabond666 Gmail for 2 Aussie bucks says, arguing about the definition of Sitch's law it's so ironic, isn't it?
It is.
Very
It's
ironic.
like a wormhole. It's infinite regress.
It's the snake, the Oborus, snake that eats itself. Matt Magnum for $5, another $5. Jesus, Matt, relax. Come on, Matt. Do you have to take your card away? Says Memphis is a great town to go. Grizzlies grit and grind ain't never gonna die.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Grizzlies grit and grind.
I like grits.
Wolfspain 00 for $9.99 says, I've always found it weird that black people keep complaining about the system but keep voting Democrat when most of their policies are the same ones we complain about. That is the Candace Owen argument, right? Yes.
Candace Owens. Boy, she's cool.
Fucking Adam says he's just trying to trigger me. Gemini 79 for $2 says, the president is not the head of the government. Congress is the head of the government.
We're the head of the government. We the people.
I don't agree with that, Gemini. The president is conceptualized as the head of the government. I believe
No,
by
we
most
the
people, not Congress.
We're in charge.
Yeah. Gemini 79 for $2 says, I only want the real Adam Fernandez. Oh, he doesn't want a clone. He wants the real one. There you go.
Very cool.
Zara Richards for $5 says, as a wrench, I'm expendable. Ooh. Stug for $2 says, I don't remember what I said. Oh, we'll figure it out one day, Stug. And then I'll take that wrench back. You'll see. You're on thin ice, mister. Even though I don't know what that thin ice is composed of.
You took a wrench back? Don't
No,
do
I
that.
said it's potential. I'm threatening.
Oh, okay.
Thunderson 4228 for $10 says, September 4th, 2020. I'm sorry, that's November 4th, 2020. Society collapses, and the fandoms have become the new religions in America. How will the A-Team and S-Class survive amongst these religious crusades? Well, we'll join together to make the super team. What will be the S-Class A-Team combination?
Are we going to be on election night responding to Tim Pool's?
We'll be the
response
SAS
to
Squad. There you go. We're the SAS Squad.
On election night,
like
we
that,
should.
Adam?
Yeah, it's great.
You like that, Adam? The SAS Squad.
The SAS Squad.
There
It
you
is
go. We're
catchy.
the
I do
SAS
like it.
Squad.
I don't know what I'm going to do on election night. I do remember 2016 election night because I had bet a bunch of money that Trump was going to win and all the polls were against me. And I thought, I'm going to lose a bunch of money tonight. And then things started looking up. I was like, holy shit, I'm going to win a bunch of money tonight.
I think that I do think that they're not going to know who won the election on election night. It's going to be very contentious. Gemini 79 for $2 says, I got to go to bed, guys. Good night. Love you, Adam. Oh.
Good night, man. Take care. Sleep tight. Who needs money when you got Sasquatch? True.
No one for $10 says, have you heard of Peter Zeihan? He's a self-described geopolitical I almost said strategist. Strategist.
Oh no, you did a Bush.
Strategery, yes.
Strategery.
Well, it's like Socrates. I always say it incorrectly because of Bill and Ted, and it's funny to me. Same thing with strategy. I would say strategery because it's like funny, and then I just say it
I know
wrong.
a Socrates, and he gets very upset when you call him Socrates.
Them Socrates.
I know.
A geopolitical strategist. Anyways, a quote from him is, "The United States was doomed to fail, and 20 years of bipartisan effort has yet to fuck this up." Oh, that's funny. The United States was doomed to fail, and 20 years of bipartisan effort has yet to fuck this up. You should check out his speeches and or books.
So
Sure.
is he
Peter
more
Zeihan.
optimistic?
I'm assuming that sounds optimistic, right?
Peter,
That's how
what's
was
his name?
interpreting it. Peter Zeihan.
Zeihan?
Zeihan. Unfortunately, Streamlabs does a thing where it makes it like basically impossible to copy paste shit. So.
No, I looked it up already. Yeah, I'll listen to him. I'll listen to some talks. Explains the geopolitical landscape. I'm dying to know that. Yeah.
Utter Nonsense for $1 says, "How do you guys prevent a red pill overdose? Asking for a friend." Very simple. Well, not very simple. There's lots of people have gone on red pill overdoses, and it's very sad.
Yeah.
Usually they become conspiracy theorists or racists. So
yeah.
Or both.
Red pill black. How ironic.
Yeah, exactly. So the way to prevent the red pill overdose is to realize that most people are fucking stupid and there's no grand conspiracy theory for anything. It's just people stumbling along with their own individual interests, and then they get lucky and things kind of shake out in their direction.
I don't necessarily think most people are stupid. I think that's
life what a stupid
is,
person would say.
Well, I am definitely the stupid one, but life is hard. Like life is really hard. Like life throws a lot of obstacles at you, and sometimes it's people cling to these ideologies because it gives them comfort in some way. It makes the world like a more stable.
I'm not saying it's not understandable, but it's stupid. Sure, I agree 100%.
Is it? I mean,
when I say stupid, I mean not based on logic, something based on emotions and intuition and, illogic.
Right.
That's very logical, Captain.
It's uninformed. I mean, but
there's
that's
no
kind of
grand unifying theory of conspiracy. I think that's how you prevent yourself getting a red pill overdose.
It's funny to me that the mind sometimes says to people, "No, you can't handle that truth." Like the mind is almost policing itself. Like, no, that truth would be too uncomfortable for you. Let's not inform you of that one.
Very Dead Horse for $1 says, "If Trump is donating his entire presidential salary every year, then it makes sense he wouldn't be paying much in taxes. I don't see the big deal. Is it just me?" So, come on, Very Dead Horse. Let's think about this.
Yeah, except $400,000.
You think that Trump gets his money from his president's salary, or you think Trump gets his money from the accrued interest and money he gets from his jillion properties that rake in the dough every year?
Why, I don't know the income, but I'm trying to think, like if you're at a 20%, conservatively a 20% tax bracket, like what is the $400,000 in taxes? What's the income for that you'd have to pay? $400,000.
Are you suggesting? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying maybe he gives away his presidential salary to avoid paying tax.
Well, I'm saying like that it might be a better deal. Like if you make, if you're making $20 million a year, you should be paying $1 million in taxes, and $400,000 is a bargain, right?
That's true.
Who's the big YouTuber that owes like $2 million in back taxes?
One of the Paul brothers. Isn't it?
Yeah, the Logan Paul. Like Logan Paul literally owes $2 million in back taxes. Like $400,000 is all of a sudden not looking. That's the entire. That's less. Logan Paul owes more in back taxes than President Trump has given away in his presidential salary.
Right. Well, Not every year, I guess, if you add up all the years. But yes, in 1 year, yes, definitely.
Oh, if you add up all the years, because it's
Oh, you're right. No, I can't do math. It'd be 16. Yeah. It'd be 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
So
Chris
there.
Jones for $5 says, Sitch, lenders weren't giving out bad mortgages because they were greedy. The federal government consistently increased the percentage of loans held by Fannie and Freddie that are required to go to low-income people. Lenders then sell the bad loans back to government. False. 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 That is
Now you're really going to get him triggered.
triggered me. Yes, that is the Republican line that was presented after the housing crash. But that is false. Because for two reasons. Let me try to say it quickly because it's getting late. Okay, it's false for two reasons. First of all, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac only, you can look this up, only were starting to get into investing in these toxic ninja shitty subprime mortgages after the private lenders were doing it. Okay, they only pulled up, started getting involved in that late in the game. Like I'm trying to remember what the year was. They only started getting involved in that until like 2005 or 2006. Well, the private.
What was their
lenders,
motivation?
well, okay, well that's point two. Okay, so they only got involved in that late in the game after the private lenders had already created the structure in the first place. The second point is the motivation, which is you say, well, wait a minute, why was Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac even being involved in this? And that's, again, the fault of the Republicans, I guess, because the thing about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac is that it was one of these horrible Frankenstein quasi-private, quasi-public institutions, which means that it's public and that it's kind of backed by the federal government and supposed to be basically an arm of the federal government, but it's private in that it's supposed to get a profit, it's supposed to turn a profit, okay? This is the unholy alliance between private and public sector. And the reason Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac felt like they had to get involved in all these subprime mortgages was because they felt like the private sector was stealing the market away from them. Okay, that's how involved the private market was in this before Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac was involved. So the reason I throw this at the fault of greed and the Republicans in terms of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac is because if Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac was a purely government institution, that would mean it would not be required to make a profit, which would mean they wouldn't give a fuck if they lost market share. In fact, they'd be happy about losing market share because the entire fucking point of a government institution is to fill the cracks that people fall into. That's the only reason Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac exists or should exist. So no. Anyways, there's your Sitch is triggered about the housing crash for the day. CT for $1 says A class and S team forever. By the way, Sitch, I can hear you smiling. Creepy.
Yeah, he gets so excited. S class is the best class.
No, so when we were playing Among Us, when I was trying to lie because I was the imposter, someone said, "I know you're lying, Sitch. I can hear you smiling."
What? This game involves lying?
This game is nothing but lying, Adam.
Oh my God! When do we
this
play?
This is a game about lying and murder. I knew you would.
Can we start now?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh my God! CT's not selling this right.
Chris Jones for $3 says Thomas Sowell. I assume Thomas Sowell. Sowell wrote a good book, a good and quick book on it called "The Housing Boom and Bust." Well, if Thomas Sowell is making the argument that's the federal government's fault, it basically makes me retroactively question everything he's ever said because that's so fucking untrue. But
I will look into that.
You can read. Adam can read it and tell me about it.
Yeah.
The Housing Boom and Bust.
I wonder if Sal is a partisan hack, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, he's definitely ideologically motivated.
But his ideological motivation, I have zero problem with, as long as you're giving me the facts. When ideological motivation just makes you see Kyle Rittenhouse as like a white supremacist school shooter, then it's fucking like crazy town.
Hold on, I was reading a bunch of shit.
It's all the way at the bottom of the page.
Yeah. What?
Hold on, let me read this super chat. Vagabond666 Gmail for $5 Aussie says, if Trump is the failed businessman squandering daddy's money, The left keeps insisting he is. Why would he pay tax on operating at a loss? You see, that's the thing. That's, yeah. You're able to make it look like you're operating at a business loss so you don't have to pay taxes. I understand that. I know exactly what's going on.
Right. No, but he's saying the left wants it both ways. I want to say that Trump
Totally,
simultaneously is a failed businessman, so obviously then he wouldn't pay taxes because he's a failed businessman. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
The left, listen, the left came up with postmodernism. They don't care if they contradict themselves.
That's true.
They're quite happy to do it. They don't give a fuck about truth.
Utter Nonsense for $1 says Thought Slime must work in a barn or something because he keeps making straw men. Oh, zinga zinga zinga.
True.
Got him.
Very true.
Got him.
The whole video is
Shen Dupe, or Shen Dupi, as I like to say, for $1 says streaming is zero sum. If it wasn't, I'd be watching Matt Christensen's stream on Sunday instead of yours. But I can't if I want to watch yours. Well, look, we're glad that you're watching us instead of Matt Christensen.
Totally.
No one for $5 says, damn it, Sitch, did I miss you reading my other chat? Probably. Whatever, I can't stay mad at you. S-Class is the only choice. But Adam is right, musicals are dumb. I do love The Lion King now. So there you go. There it is.
That's hilarious. That's good. I like that.
No one for $10 says, fuck. I got the quote wrong. It was, the United States was doomed to be a world superpower, and 20 years of bipartisan has yet to fuck this up. Oh, okay. Have 10 more dollars for my mistake. Peter is really great, though.
I'll check it out. I got him queued up. I think I've seen some clips of this guy, so.
Cool. Zara Richard for $2 says election night drinking game stream. Oh, we should totally do that. Election night, just get fucking wasted.
I want to do a daisy chain of response. Like we respond to Tim Pool, someone responds to us, someone responds to them. Someone
on the election night? Or you just mean in general?
It's the ultimate circle jerk. Everybody's like responding in a big fat circle. Peter Coffin could respond to us, and Crowder could respond to him. Like it just go back and forth, conservative, liberal,
right.
Conservative.
95 keep. Yes.
We should do because you know how the Young Turks famously did the election night coverage, which was just them all wanting to kill themselves by the end of the night. We should do it more like a
reacting to people reacting to the election.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Well, even you could invite people on.
There you go.
Because people are so wound up that there's going to be it's almost like a Super Bowl thing where
that's true.
One side is going to be super upset.
Yep.
It's kind of a human interest thing. I'm not going to be upset either way, to be honest with you. So, yeah.
Well, you're in California, so your vote doesn't matter. So I think you've made peace with it.
Well, I'm voting for Kanye. I've already said it a million times.
There you go.
I legitimately am voting for Kanye. It doesn't really matter in my state, and I'm friends with too many people who are suffering from TDS, and I'm legitimately worried about their mental health. So if I was in a swing state, I probably would vote for Trump just because I'm more nervous about Biden dying or not dying. If he dies, I'm fine with that. But if he doesn't die and he's like incompetent and his wife is running the country, that situation just terrifies me. But
Joe Biden is a lovely person, Adam. You're sexist. You just don't want a female president.
Well, I don't even know Joe Biden's wife. Like,
I'm just joking.
Maybe she's like who knows?
Joe Biden. She's got another J name. Too many J's.
Joe Biden, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Is she in the KKK or anything? I don't know.
I don't think she's in the KKK, but we don't know for certain.
Hope not. Yeah.
Yeah. 95 keep $5 says, now we see the truth. Adam likes Trump because he won a huge bet off of him. Likely made a second bet for this year.
I haven't bet any money on this election. No. This election is impossible to bet. Well, it's an easy bet.
Hold on, Adam. I
because-
got to interrupt you because someone in the chat's triggering me.
What? What
I got to
happened?
interrupt you for a second. Agus says, Sitch failed to mention the Federal Reserve kept interest rates low. This allowed banks to accumulate leverage and credit very cheaply. The housing bubble finally popped when the Fed raised rates. So that's true. But who was running the Fed for all those years?
George W. Bush. No, it was.
Was it a man named
Ginsburg.
Alan, I want to suck Ayn Rand's clit Greenspan?
Greenspan. That's it. Did I
That's who
say
it was.
Ginsburg? Yeah. Greenspan.
Yeah, so
He even admitted he was wrong. He was like,
and he
"Man,
even
I
admitted
was-
it's wrong.
I was wrong about all that shit. Ayn Rand
So-
can suck it. She gave me bad
I'm not
advice."
saying the government didn't play a part. I'm saying it was a lot of conservative economic policy that was the culprit behind the 2008 housing crash. That's
Doug
what
for
I'm
$2. I'm okay with Biden dying. Adam 2020.
True. I
They-
like that.
Seriously, there are structures in place for a president that dies in office. There are not good structures in place for a president that becomes
No, that's a good point.
senile.
Because
and
then you'll know Kamala Harris
inactive.
is right. You'll know Kamala Harris is in charge instead of his whoever heads up Joe Biden's staff would be the puppet master, right?
We are in and I looked into this. I looked into the transfer of power when a president is incompetent or mentally deficient, and it doesn't look like a smooth sail in this partisan environment. That's scary. It's going to be like a power grab. Nancy Pelosi's going to end up being president. It's fucking.
Well, I don't know how that's supposed to occur, but
Well, the way it would occur,
you'd have to kill
is-
off the vice president too for Nancy Pelosi to become president.
It's a power grab. It's a crazy power grab, an unelected power grab.
Right.
Because everyone, first of all, they form like committees. Committees have to come together and like the entire cabinet has to turning it over. There are going to be different loyalists, different factions in different camps. People are going to look down the road and see which way is this going. They're going to
Yeah, but we've had many not many, but we've had presidents in the past either die in office or have to give power to the vice president. That's something that's already happened multiple times in American history. So we're prepared for that.
I just said
Right.
that.
Right.
The situation, the crazy situation is the Ronald Reagan situation where he goes
You're saying
senile in
declaring
office.
him incompetent is what you're saying.
Declaring him incompetent is
Gotcha.
the power grab. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Listen, he could have a stroke and come back and say, yeah, I have no mental deficiency whatsoever, right? Supposedly he's already had a stroke. So, I mean, it's like, we're in weird fucking territory here.
It's true.
They're,
It's very weird.
They're
territory.
literally running this guy who is not a good candidate, not a healthy candidate, because they're thinking, oh, well, he's just going to be the placeholder when the power grab comes into.
Well, you can't
that's
say
scary.
there. It's not a conspiracy. Okay, this is who the people voted for. You have to blame the electorate. Okay, there was a fair primary in the primary, the voters chose Joe Biden because most people are stupid, and they said that's a name I recognize.
Yeah, totally. But the press did not do its job.
Sure.
Like this stuff should have been front page news. There should have been stories like, is Joe Biden healthy enough to be president? Like the public was uninformed.
I think
on
most of those issues didn't come up till after he had won the primary, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he's deteriorating fast. Who knows?
I don't remember people saying that while the primary was going on.
He could have had a stroke, like yesterday.
Maybe.
For all we know. The debate. Do you think that what? Hold on. Tuesday's the debate.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
So if we're doing a call-in stream on Wednesday, that could be interesting. Because
we can talk about the debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we would do a debate stream, but we can't because we always get copyright hit if we do.
We're gonna be glued to the TV though on debate night.
Yeah, we'll be watching.
America is gonna be glued to the TV.
Yep.
I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Century for $5. Aussie Dollar says, Sitch, I'm going to super chat you every time you mispronounce Aussie. Wait, this plan needs more work. You fell right into my trap, Sentry. Aussie, 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 A. Sentry for another 2 Aussie dollars says, A-Team, S-Class, Adam and Sitch Squad, ass rules. I agree. Ass rules. Yeah. For that, you get an Aussie. An Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus for $4.99 says, what if the real housing crash video was the streams we had along the way? I like it. See? That's very true. It's very true. That is the streams we've had along the way. Vagabond666 Gmail for 2 Aussie bucks says, so Pelosi could be the second female president? Yes. She could be female president right after Kamala Harris. 2 ladies in a row after Nancy Pelosi kills Kamala Harris in a freak microwave accident so she can become president. Stug for $5 says, also, I wasn't really paying attention earlier, but Wikipedia says Sowell blamed the Bush administration and Congress members of both parties. Jive with Sitch? Sure. If that's what, sure. I agree completely. It definitely was, the government was definitely held responsibility. Sure. I'd have to read exactly what Sowell was saying, but we'll let Adam read it and then he can translate it to me because I'm lazy. Whale Ears for $5 says, come on, Sitch. Everyone knows the housing crash was caused by the lizard people selling homes to buy androchrome, but they sold too many too fast. What's Wait, what is androchrome? Androchrome is a chemical compound. How QAnon became obsessed with oh, so some QAnon thing.
I'm back.
Democratic elites are taking a psychedelic drug called androchrome.
Oh God, I'd love. Have you? What was that one that's like an incense that was legal? Did they ever make that illegal? What is that? What is that?
You mean
shit
salvia?
called? Salvia, yeah. Have you ever done salvia?
I took salvia once. It didn't do anything, so I don't know. If
Really?
Was,
oh
yeah.
my God. You must.
I
not
saw
have done
some people
enough.
take it and they claimed it like sent them to other dimensions. So I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
Sent me to my bed, like hiding under the covers.
Oh, really? What happened?
I was watching, I think, an episode of Seinfeld, and I just started freaking out. I was like, "Oh my God, this is crazy!"
Oh, you didn't like see something? You didn't go? You weren't transported to another dimension?
I felt like it made me schizophrenic.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's just super paranoid. Like, oh my God, the world's caving in on me. The nothings.
Why am I for $1 says, guys, not only is Biden mentally deficient, he's a total sellout. If Biden wins, there's a win for China. It's a win for the satanic pedophile vampires. It's a win for the bankers. It's a win for the military industrial complex. It will be the end of America. People were saying that about Obama.
True.
They were saying that if Obama was president, we were going to have 1,000 years of darkness. So
yeah,
I'm not convinced, why am I sober, that there are satanic pedophile vampires rooting for Biden, or that there are satanic pedophiles at all. But that's just anyways, that was I liked it. That's a good way to end the stream.
Is that it?
PSA Sitch, unsure about satanic pedophile vampires. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your very generous super chats. And thank you all for making it through this long journey with us. Another Sunday where we watched and listened to a really stupid person say shit that they didn't know anything about. But this time, it was different because they admitted they didn't know what they were talking about, but it was still fun to listen. So thank you all for coming. Hope you enjoyed it and have a happy Yom Kippur.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.